I believe there's a famous story about a young author who, desperate to grab the attention of the most jaded editor, began his tale with the line, "Hell," said the Duchess. Curiously, my own story starts in a very similar way, though the woman who uttered the exclamation was no duchess. It was a bright morning in early June. Having concluded some affairs in Paris, I was on the morning train back to London, where I still shared lodgings with my old friend, the retired Belgian detective Hercule Poirot. The Calais Express was unusually quiet. My compartment contained just one other passenger. My departure from the hotel had been rather rushed, and I was preoccupied with checking that I had gathered all my belongings when the train pulled out. Until that moment, I had paid little attention to my travelling companion, but her actions now made her presence impossible to ignore. She sprang from her seat, lowered the window, thrust her head out, and pulled it back in, a second later, with that brief, forceful curse, "Hell." I confess to being somewhat traditional in my views. A woman, in my opinion, ought to be womanly. I have little tolerance for the modern, nervy sort of girl who dances incessantly, smokes like a factory chimney, and employs language that would embarrass a sailor. I glanced up, a slight frown on my face, and met a pair of lively, cheeky eyes beneath a jaunty little red hat. Thick, dark curls obscured her ears. She couldn't have been more than 17, yet her face was powdered, and her lips painted a startling scarlet. Entirely unabashed, she met my look and made a most expressive face. "Oh dear, we've scandalized the nice gentleman," she announced to the empty air. "I do apologize for my language, most unladylike and all that. But good heavens, I have an excellent reason. Did you know I've lost my only sister? Have you really?" I replied with polite detachment. "How very unfortunate." "He disapproves," she declared. "He disapproves completely of me and of my sister, which is particularly unfair, since he's never even laid eyes on her." I began to speak, but she cut me off. "Not another word. No one loves me. I shall go into the garden and eat worms. Boo-hoo! I am utterly crushed." She then hid behind a large, humorous French newspaper. A moment later, I spotted her eyes peeking slyly over the top of the pages. Despite myself, I couldn't suppress a smile, and instantly she tossed the paper aside and burst into a merry, ringing laugh. "I knew you weren't as much of a dullard as you appeared," she cried. Her laughter was so contagious that I found myself joining in, though I wasn't terribly fond of the term dullard. "There. Now we're friends," the imp declared. "Say you're sorry about my sister. I am desolated," I offered. "That's a good fellow. I was about to add that while I was certainly sorry to see her go, I could endure the separation well enough." I gave a slight, formal nod, yet this utterly unpredictable young woman scowled and waved a dismissive hand. "Stop that. I much prefer the stuffy disapproval routine." "Oh, your expression." It practically shouted, "Not our kind." "And you weren't wrong, though. Honestly, it's getting difficult to tell these days. Not just anyone can spot the difference between a chorus girl and a countess. There, I've gone and shocked you all over again. You've been unearthed from some provincial backwater, haven't you? Not that I hold it against you. We could use a few more like you. I simply can't stand a man who gets too familiar. It makes my blood boil." She gave her head a firm shake. "And what are you like when your blood boils?" I asked, amused. "An absolute terror. I stop caring about what comes out of my mouth or what I do with my hands. I almost finished off a fellow once, truly, and he would have had it coming. In that case, I pleaded, 'Please don't boil on my account.' 'I won't. I like you. I did from the second I saw you. But you looked so stern. I never imagined we'd end up chatting like this. Yet here we are. Tell me about what you do." "I'm on the stage." "No, not the sort you're picturing. I've been performing since I was 6 years old. Acrobatics." "I'm sorry," I said, confused. "You've never seen a child tumbler in a vaudeville show." "Oh, I see. I was born in the States, but I've lived most of my years in England. We've got a new act running now. We, My sister and me. It's a bit of song and dance, some comic talk, and a splash of the old physical routine. It's a novel idea, and it brings the house down every night. It's going to make a fortune." My new friend leaned in, speaking rapidly, and with an enthusiasm that was catching, though many of her theatrical terms sailed right over my head. I found myself growing more and more intrigued by her. She was a strange blend of naivete and experience. While clearly street-smart and capable, as she put it, of handling herself, there was a refreshing directness in her approach to life and a fierce, whole-hearted ambition to succeed. We rolled through Amiens. The name stirred a host of old memories. She seemed to sense the shift in my mood. Thinking about the war, I nodded. "You saw service, I take it?" "Quite a bit. I caught some shrapnel once, and after the Somme they sent me home for good. I'm a sort of personal assistant now to a congressman." Wow, that's intellectual work. Not really. There's surprisingly little to it. A few hours a day usually covers everything. It's tedious, to be honest. I don't know what I'd do if I didn't have a more interesting side project. Don't tell me you collect butterflies. No, I share an apartment in London with a fascinating man. He's Belgian, a former police inspector. He's opened his own private detective agency and is doing remarkably well. He's a truly remarkable little fellow. Time and again, he's been proven right, where Scotland Yard has come up empty. My companion listened, her eyes growing wide. Now, isn't that something? I just love a good crime story. I see every mystery picture at the cinema. When there's a big murder in the papers, I devour every detail. Do you recall the Styles mystery? I inquired. Wait, was that the elderly woman who was poisoned? Somewhere out in the country? I nodded. That was Poirot's first major case. Without a doubt, if it weren't for him, the killer would have gotten off completely free. It was a masterful piece of detection. Getting into the story, I outlined the main events, building up to the brilliant and surprising solution. The girl was utterly captivated. In fact, we were so absorbed that the train's arrival at the Calais station took us by surprise. I found 2 porters, and we stepped onto the platform. She offered her hand. "Goodbye, and I'll watch my tongue better next time. But you'll let me help you onto the ferry, surely?" Might not be on the ferry. I have to track down whether my scatterbrained sister managed to get on the train at all. Thanks anyway. But we will see each other again, won't we? Aren't you going to tell me your name? I called out as she began to walk away. She glanced back over her shoulder, a playful smile on her lips. "Cinderella," she replied with a light laugh. I had no idea then when or under what circumstances I would encounter Cinderella again. It was just after 9 o'clock the next morning when I walked into our shared sitting room for breakfast. My friend Poirot, ever punctual, was neatly tapping open his second egg. He greeted me with a cheerful smile. "You slept well, I trust. You have recovered from the dreadful Channel crossing? It is a wonder you are nearly on time today. Forgive me, but your necktie is not aligned. Allow me to adjust it. I have described Hercule Poirot elsewhere. What a remarkable little man. Standing 5 feet 4 inches tall, he carried his egg-shaped head slightly tilted, his eyes gleaming a sharp green when intrigued, adorned with a precise military moustache and radiating immense dignity. He was always impeccably dressed, a true dandy. Neatness was an obsession for him. A crooked picture frame, a speck of dust, or a minor wrinkle in one's clothing would cause him genuine distress until he could set it right. Order and method were his deities. He often expressed a certain contempt for physical clues like footprints or cigarette ash, arguing they were useless alone to solve a mystery. Then he would tap that egg-shaped head of his with amusing self-satisfaction and declare, "The real work, it is done from within." The little grey cells. Never forget the little grey cells, my friend. I took my seat and casually remarked in response to his greeting, that the short sea voyage from Calais to Dover hardly deserved to be called dreadful. Anything of interest in the post? I asked. Poirot shook his head with a discontented sigh. I have not yet reviewed my letters, but nothing stimulating arrives these days. The master criminals, the artists of method, they have vanished. He looked so forlorn, I couldn't help but laugh. Cheer up, Poirot. Fortune will change. Open your mail. For all you know, a major case might be waiting. Poirot offered a faint smile and picked up his slender letter opener. He sliced through the envelopes beside his plate. A bill. Another bill. It seems I become extravagant in my later years. Ah, a note from Inspector Japp. Oh. I perked up at once. The Scotland Yard man had steered us toward intriguing puzzles before. He merely thanks me in his own blunt fashion for a minor clarification I provided on the Aberystwyth affair. I am pleased to have been of assistance. Poirot continued reading his correspondence calmly. An invitation to lecture to the local Boy Scout troop. The Countess of Forfanock requests I call upon her. Undoubtedly another missing lapdog, and now the final letter. Ah! I looked up, immediately noting the shift in his tone. Poirot was studying the page intently. A moment later, he slid it across the table to me. This is unusual, my friend. Read it yourself. The letter was written on distinctive continental paper in a bold, assertive hand. Villa Geneviève, Merlinville-sur-Mer, France. Dear Sir, I require the services of a detective, and for reasons I will explain, I cannot involve the official police. Your reputation precedes you from several sources, all indicating you are a man of considerable skill who also values discretion. I dare not trust details to the mail, but due to a secret I hold, I live in daily fear for my life. I am certain the threat is immediate, and I implore you to come to France without delay. I will arrange for a car to meet you at Calais if you wire your time of arrival. You would oblige me greatly by setting aside any current engagements to focus entirely on my situation. I am ready to offer whatever payment is required. I expect to need your assistance for a significant length of time, as it might be essential for you to travel to Santiago, where I lived for many years. You may set your own price. I will agree to it. Let me reiterate that this situation is extremely pressing. Sincerely, P.T. Renauld. Beneath the signature was a hastily scribbled addition, nearly unreadable. For God's sake, come. I returned the letter, my heart beating faster. Finally, I said, this is clearly out of the ordinary. Indeed it is, Poirot replied thoughtfully. You'll go, of course, I pressed. Poirot gave a slow nod, lost in deep concentration. After a moment, he appeared to reach a decision and checked the clock, his expression turning solemn. You see, my friend, we cannot afford to delay. The Continental Express departs from Victoria at 11. Do not distress yourself. We have ample time. We can spare 10 minutes for discussion. You will come with me, yes?
Well, you mentioned yourself that your employer would not require you for the coming weeks. That's true enough, but this Mr. Renauld strongly implies his affairs are confidential.
Tut, tut. I shall handle Mr. Renauld. Incidentally, that name seems familiar to me. There's a well-known South American millionaire by that name. I'm not certain if it's the same man. Without a doubt, it must be. That explains the reference to Santiago. Santiago is in Chile, and Chile is in South America. Ah, we are advancing splendidly, you observed the postscript. What was your impression? I thought it over. He composed the letter while maintaining his composure, but at the last moment his control broke, and on a sudden impulse he dashed off those 4 desperate words. But my friend shook his head vigorously. You are mistaken. Do you not see that while the ink of the signature is nearly black, the postscript is much fainter? So, I asked, confused. Mon Dieu, my friend. Employ your little grey cells. Is it not obvious? Mr. Renauld wrote his letter. Without blotting it, he reviewed it carefully. Then, not on impulse, but quite deliberately, he added those final words and blotted the page. But why? Parbleu, to produce upon me the exact effect it has produced upon you. What do you mean? But, of course, to ensure my arrival. He reread the letter and found it lacking. It was not compelling enough. He paused, then added quietly, his eyes gleaming with that familiar green light that signalled inner excitement. And so, my friend, since that postscript was added, not in haste, but calmly and with cold calculation, the urgency is profound. We must reach him without delay. Merlinville? I murmured. I believe I've heard of it. Poirot nodded. It is a quiet yet fashionable little town. It is situated roughly halfway between Boulogne and Calais, I presume, mister? Renauld maintains a residence in England. Yes, on Rutland Gate, if I recall correctly. He also has a large estate in the country, somewhere in Hertfordshire, but I know very little about him socially. I understand he has major South American business interests in the city and has spent most of his life abroad in Chile and Argentina. Well, we shall hear all the particulars from the man himself. Come, we must pack a small suitcase each, and then a taxi to Victoria. By 11 o'clock, we were departing Victoria for Dover. Before we left, Poirot had sent a telegram to Mr. Renauld stating our expected arrival time in Calais. As I remembered our breakfast conversation, I couldn't resist a jab. I'm surprised you haven't stocked up on a few bottles of seasickness remedy, Poirot. My friend, who was anxiously studying the sky, turned a reproachful look toward me. Have you forgotten the excellent method of Laverguier? I always practice his system. One balances oneself, if you recall, by turning the head from left to right, breathing in and out, and counting to 6 between each breath. I replied skeptically. You'll be quite exhausted from keeping your balance and counting to 6 by the time you reach Santiago or Buenos Aires or wherever you finally touch down. What an idea! You do not imagine that I would actually travel to Santiago. Mr. Renauld proposes it in his letter. He was not acquainted with the methods of Hercule Poirot. I do not dash about undertaking long journeys and working myself into a state. My work is conducted from within. Right here, he tapped his temple meaningfully. As usual, this statement provoked my urge to debate. That's all well and good, Poirot, but I believe you are developing a tendency to dismiss certain techniques too readily. A single fingerprint has, on occasion, led directly to a murderer's arrest and conviction, and has, without question, condemned more than one innocent man, Poirot remarked dryly. But surely the examination of fingerprints and footprints, cigarette ash, various types of soil, and the other minute details that form careful observation, are these not critically important? Absolutely. I have never claimed otherwise. The trained observer, the specialist, is undoubtedly valuable. But others, the Hercule Poirots, they operate on a higher plane. To them, the specialists present the facts. Their role is to understand the method of the crime, to deduce it logically, to arrange the facts in their proper sequence and order, most importantly, to grasp the true psychology of the case. You have gone fox hunting, have you not? I've done a bit of hunting, now and then, I admitted, somewhat confused by this sudden shift. Why? Well then, in this fox hunting, you require the dogs? No. Hounds, I gently corrected. Yes, of course. And yet, Poirot wagged a finger at me, his tone turning playfully sarcastic. You did not dismount from your horse and trot along the ground, sniffing with your nose and issuing enthusiastic ow-ows, did you? I couldn't help but laugh heartily. Poirot nodded, satisfied. Precisely, you leave the work of the hounds to the hounds. Yet you insist that I, Hercule Poirot, should make a spectacle of myself by lying down, possibly on damp grass, to examine theoretical footprints, or that I should collect cigarette ash when I cannot distinguish one brand from another. Recall the Plymouth Express affair. The excellent Inspector Japp went off to survey the railway line. Upon his return, I, without having stirred from my rooms, could tell him exactly what he had discovered. So you believe Japp's effort was a waste of time? Not at all, since his findings supported my theory. But my time would have been wasted had I gone. It is the same with so-called experts. Consider the handwriting testimony in the Cavendish case. One lawyer's questions highlight the similarities. The defense provides evidence showing the differences. The language is all very technical, and the outcome, what we all knew from the beginning. The writing closely resembled that of John Cavendish, and the psychological mind is then faced with the question, why? Because it was genuinely his, or because someone wished us to believe it was his? I answered that question, my friend, and answered it correctly. Having effectively quieted me, if not entirely persuaded me, Poirot leaned back with a contented air. On the boat, I knew better than to interrupt my friend's solitude. The weather was magnificent and the sea was as calm as one could possibly hope for, so I was not surprised when a cheerful Poirot rejoined me as we disembarked at Calais. A slight disappointment awaited us, as no car had been sent to meet us, but Poirot cheerfully attributed this to a delay with his telegram. "We shall hire one," he declared. Minutes later, we were rattling and jolting along in the most dilapidated automobile ever offered for hire, heading toward Merlinville. My own spirits were soaring, but my small friend was observing me with unusual gravity. "You are what the Scottish call fey, Hastings. It often foretells misfortune, rubbish. You certainly don't share my optimism." "No, but I am apprehensive." "Apprehensive of what?" "I cannot say." A strange sense of foreboding had settled over him. "I have a feeling," he said with deliberate gravity, "that this will be a significant case, a long and complicated puzzle that will not be easily solved." I was about to press him for more when our car entered the small coastal town of Merlinville. We slowed to ask for directions to the Villa Geneviève. A local man pointed us onward. "Straight through town, sir. The villa is about half a mile past the other side. You can't miss it, a large place overlooking the water." Thanking him, we continued, leaving the town's buildings behind. Soon the road forked, causing us to pause again. A farmer was walking toward us, and we waited to ask him to confirm our route. Nearby stood a small, rather shabby cottage, clearly not our destination. As we idled, its gate opened and a young woman stepped out. The farmer reached us then, and our driver leaned out to inquire. "The Villa Geneviève. Just a short way up this road to the right, sir. You'd see it now if not for the bend." The driver thanked him, and we moved on, but my attention was captured by the girl who remained by the gate, one hand resting on it, watching our departure. I have always appreciated beauty, and here was a vision no one could ignore. Exceptionally tall, with the graceful proportions of a classical statue, her uncovered golden hair seemed to catch and hold the sunlight. To myself, I declared she was among the most striking women I had ever seen. As our car jolted up the uneven road, I twisted in my seat to look back. "Good heavens, Poirot!" I burst out. "Did you see that absolute vision?" Poirot merely lifted his eyebrows. "It begins," he murmured. "Already you are seeing visions. Well, wasn't she one? Perhaps I did not remark upon it. You must have noticed her. My friend, two people rarely observe the same scene. You, for instance, saw a vision. He paused. "Yes." "I saw merely a young woman with eyes full of worry," Poirot stated soberly. But at that moment we pulled up before a large green gate, and we both exclaimed at once. Blocking the entrance stood an imposing police officer who raised a hand to stop us. "You cannot pass, gentlemen." "But we have an appointment to see Mr. Renauld," I protested. "This is his villa, is it not?" "Yes, sir, but—" Poirot leaned forward. "But what Mr. Renauld was murdered earlier this morning." "At the Villa Geneviève." In an instant, Poirot sprang from the car, his eyes alight with intense focus. What did you say? Murdered? When? How? The officer straightened formally. I'm not at liberty to answer questions, sir. Of course I understand. Poirot considered briefly. The examining magistrate, he is undoubtedly inside. Yes, sir. Poirot produced a card and wrote a few words on it. Here. Would you have the goodness to ensure this card is delivered to the magistrate immediately? The man accepted it, and turning whistled for a colleague, who hurried over to take the message. After a wait of several minutes, a short, stout man with an impressive moustache bustled down to the gate. The officer saluted and stepped aside. "My dear Monsieur Poirot," the newcomer cried, "I am overjoyed to see you. Your timing is most fortunate." Poirot's face brightened in recognition. "Monsieur Bex, the pleasure is entirely mine," he turned to me. "This is my English associate, Captain Hastings, Monsieur Lucien Bex." The magistrate and I exchanged polite bows, and M. Bex addressed Poirot again. "My old friend, I have not seen you since that business in Ostend in 1909. Do you have information that may aid us? You may already be aware. Did you know I had been summoned? No. By whom? By the deceased?" It appears he knew an attempt would be made on his life. Regrettably, his summons reached me too late. "Good heavens!" the Frenchman exclaimed. He had anticipated his own murder. "That certainly throws a wrench into our working theories. Please, come inside." He swung the gate wide, and we started up the path toward the house. Monsieur Bex kept talking as we walked. The examining magistrate, Monsieur Hautet, must be informed of this immediately. He has just concluded his inspection of the crime scene and is preparing to begin the formal interviews. "When was the murder committed?" Poirot inquired. "The body was found around 9 this morning. The testimony of Madame Renaud and the medical assessment both point to the time of death being approximately 2 o'clock in the morning. But please, come in." We had reached the front steps of the villa. Inside the entry hall, another police sergeant was seated. He stood up promptly upon seeing the commissary. "Where is Monsieur Hautet at present?" Bex asked. "In the drawing-room, sir." Monsieur Bex opened a door to the left of the hall, and we entered. Monsieur Hautet and his clerk were seated at a large round table. They glanced up as we came in. After introductions and an explanation of our presence, I studied the magistrate. Monsieur Hautet was a tall, thin man with intense dark eyes and a neatly trimmed grey beard, which he had a habit of stroking thoughtfully as he spoke. An older gentleman with slightly rounded shoulders stood by the fireplace. He was introduced as Dr. Durand. "Most remarkable," Monsieur Hautet commented once the commissary had finished. "You have this letter with you, monsieur?" Poirot passed it to him, and the magistrate read it carefully. He mentions a secret. A great pity he wasn't more specific. We are very grateful to you, Monsieur Poirot. I hope you will honour us by aiding in our investigation."
"Or are you required to return to London?"
"Monsieur le Juge, I intend to stay. I did not arrive in time to save my client, but I feel a personal obligation, a matter of honour, to identify his killer." The magistrate gave a respectful nod. Such sentiments are commendable. Also, without question, Madame Renaud will wish to retain your services. We are expecting Monsieur Giraud from the Sûreté in Paris at any moment. I am confident you and he will find ways to assist each other. In the interim, I would be honoured if you would attend my interviews. Needless to say, any resources you require are at your disposal. I thank you, monsieur. You understand that currently I am entirely in the dark. I know nothing at all. Monsieur Hautet gestured to the commissary, who resumed the narrative. This morning, the elderly maid, Françoise, came downstairs to begin her duties and found the front door slightly open. A fleeting worry about burglars crossed her mind, so she peeked into the dining room. Seeing the silver was undisturbed, she dismissed her concern, assuming her master had simply risen unusually early for a walk. "Forgive the interruption, monsieur," Poirot cut in, "but was that a customary habit of his?" "Not at all," Bex admitted. but old Françoise holds the common, if misguided belief about the English that they are eccentric and prone to inexplicable behaviour at any hour. When the younger maid, Léonie, went as usual to wake her mistress, she was horrified to find the lady gagged and bound. Almost simultaneously word arrived that Monsieur Renaud's body had been discovered stabbed in the back. Where was it found? That is one of the case's most bizarre aspects, Monsieur Poirot. The body was lying face down in a freshly dug grave. A grave, indeed. The pit was just outside the property line of the villa grounds, only a few yards away, and the time of death. Dr. Durand fielded this question. I examined the body at 10 o'clock this morning. Death occurred at least 7, and possibly as many as 10 hours prior. So that places it between midnight and 3 in the morning. Precisely. Madame Renaud's account narrows it further to some time after 2 o'clock. The death was clearly immediate and could not have been self-inflicted. Poirot gave a slow nod, and the commissary continued. The horrified servants quickly freed Madame Renaud from the cords. She was in a dreadful state, weak and nearly unconscious from the pain of her bonds. According to the servants, 2 masked men had entered the bedroom, gagged and bound her, then forcibly took her husband. Upon hearing the tragic news, she fell into a state of severe agitation. Dr. Durand arrived promptly and administered a sedative, so we have not yet been able to question her. She will undoubtedly be calmer upon waking and better able to handle an interrogation. The commissary paused. And the others in the house? There is the elderly housekeeper, Françoise. She served the villa's previous owners for many years. Then there are 2 young sisters, Denise and Léonie Houlard, from a very respectable Merlinville family. The chauffeur, whom Mr. Renaud brought from England, is currently away on holiday. Finally, there is Madame Renaud and her son, Mr.
Jack Renaud, who is also away at present.
Poirot inclined his head. Monsieur Hotet called out, "Marchaud!" The police sergeant appeared. "Bring in the woman Françoise." He saluted and left, returning shortly with a frightened Françoise. "Your name is Françoise Arichet?" "Yes, sir. You have been employed at the Villa Geneviève for a long time." 11 years with the former mistress. When she sold the villa this spring, I agreed to stay on with the English gentleman. I never imagined. The magistrate cut her off. Of course now, Françoise, who was responsible for locking the front door at night. It was my duty, sir. I always saw to it myself. And last night, I locked it, as usual." "You are certain?" "I swear it, sir." "At what time?" "The usual time, 10:30. Was the rest of the household in bed by then?" "Madame had retired earlier. Denise and Léonie went up with me. Monsieur was still in his study." "Then, if the door was unlocked afterward, it must have been Monsieur Renaud himself." Françoise shrugged her broad shoulders. "Why would he do that, with thieves and murderers about?" "A fine idea. Monsieur was no fool. It wasn't as if he had to let the lady out." The magistrate interrupted sharply. "The lady? What lady? Why, the lady who came to see him. A lady visited him that evening." "Yes, sir, and on many other evenings too." "Who was she? Did you know her?" A cunning look spread over the woman's face. "How should I know? I didn't let her in last night." "Aha!" roared the magistrate, banging his hand on the table. "You would play games with the police. I demand you tell me at once the name of this woman who visited Monsieur Renaud in the evenings." "The police," grumbled Françoise. "I never thought I'd be mixed up with them, but I know well enough who she was. It was Madame d'Aubrail." The commissary exclaimed and leaned forward in astonishment. "Madame d'Aubrail? From the Villa Marguerite down the road? That's what I said, sir?" "Oh, she's a pretty one," the old woman added, with a scornful toss of her head. "Madame d'Aubrail," murmured the commissary. Impossible! You see, grumbled Francoise, that's the thanks you get for telling the truth. Not at all, said the examining magistrate soothingly. We were merely surprised. So, Madame d'Aubray and Monsieur Renaud, they were? He paused delicately. Well, without a doubt, it was that way. How should I know? But what do you expect? Sir, he was an English lord, very wealthy, and Madame d'Aubray, she was poor, that one, and very elegant, even though she lives so quietly with her daughter. No doubt about it, she has a past. She is no longer young, but my word, I tell you, I've seen men turn their heads to watch her walk down the street. Lately, she's had more money to spend. The whole town knows it. The little economies, they are finished. Francoise nodded with an air of absolute conviction. Monsieur Hotet stroked his beard thoughtfully. And Madame Renaud, he finally asked, how did she accept this friendship? Francoise shrugged. She was always most kind, most polite. One would think she suspected nothing. But all the same, isn't it true the heart suffers, sir? Day by day, I watched Madame grow paler and thinner. She was not the same woman who arrived here a month ago. Monsieur, too, had changed. One could see he was on the edge of a nervous breakdown. And who could wonder with a matter handled so openly? No secrecy, no discretion. The English way, no doubt? I stirred indignantly, but the examining magistrate continued his questions, undisturbed by tangents. You stated that Monsieur Renaud did not need to let Madame d'Aubray out? She had already left, then? Yes, sir. I heard them leave the study and go to the door. Monsieur said good night and closed it behind her. What time was that? About 25 minutes past 10, sir. Do you know when Monsieur Renaud retired for the night? I heard him come upstairs about 10 minutes after we did. The staircase creaks, so one hears everyone who goes up or down. And that is all. You heard no unusual sounds during the night? Nothing at all, sir. Which of the servants came down first in the morning? I did, sir. I immediately saw the door standing open. What of the other ground-floor windows? Were they all secured? Every single one. There was nothing out of place or suspicious anywhere. Very well, Francoise. You may go. The old woman shuffled toward the door on the threshold. She glanced back. I will tell you one thing, sir, that Madame d'Aubray is a bad one. Oh, yes, one woman knows another. She is trouble, mark my words. And shaking her head wisely, Francoise departed. Léonie Hulard, called the magistrate. Léonie appeared, dissolved in tears and verging on hysterics. Monsieur Hotet handled her skilfully. Her testimony focused mainly on discovering her mistress bound and gagged, an account she delivered with considerable exaggeration. Like Francoise, she had heard nothing in the night. Her sister, Denise, followed. She agreed that her master had altered greatly recently. Every day he grew more gloomy. He ate less. He was always downcast. But Denise had her own theory. Without a doubt it was the mafia on his trail. 2 masked men. Who else could it be? A terrible organization. That is, of course, a possibility, said the magistrate smoothly. Now, my girl, was it you who let Madame d'Aubray into the house last night? Not last night, sir, the night before. But Francoise just told us Madame d'Aubray was here last night. No, sir. A lady did come to see Monsieur Renaud last night, but it was not Madame d'Aubray. Surprised, the magistrate pressed her, but the girl held firm. She knew Madame d'Aubray perfectly by sight. This lady was also dark-haired, but shorter and much younger. Nothing could shake her statement. Had you ever seen this lady before? Never, sir. Then the girl added hesitantly, but I believe she was English.
English? Yes, sir.
She asked for Monsieur Renaud in quite good French, but the accent, however slight, one can always tell. Furthermore, they were conversing in English as they left the study. Did you catch what they said? Could you understand it? "I speak English quite well," Denise replied with evident pride. "The ladies spoke too quickly for me to follow, but I heard the master's final words as he held the door for her." She paused, concentrating, then repeated with effort, "Yes, yes, but for God's sake, go now. Yes, yes, but for God's sake, go now," echoed the magistrate thoughtfully. After dismissing Denise and taking a moment to consider, he called Francoise back. He questioned whether she might have mistaken the night of Madame d'Aubray's visit, yet Francoise remained unexpectedly stubborn. It was definitely last night. Without question, it was her. Denise, she insisted, simply wanted to make herself seem important. That was all. So she invented this story about a mysterious stranger, showing off her bit of English too. The master likely never said any such thing in English, and even if he had, it proved nothing, since Madame d'Aubray spoke English perfectly and usually chose that language when speaking with Monsieur and Madame Renaud. "You understand, Monsieur Jack, their son was often here, and his French was rather poor." The magistrate did not press further. Instead, he asked about the chauffeur and learned that just yesterday Monsieur Renaud had announced he wouldn't need the car and that Masters could take a day off. A puzzled crease began to form on Poirot's brow. "What is it?" I whispered. He shook his head irritably and posed a question. "Forgive me, Monsieur Bex, but surely Monsieur Renaud could drive the car himself." The commissary glanced toward Francoise, and the old woman answered promptly, "No, Monsieur did not drive." Poirot's frown deepened. "I wish you would tell me what's troubling you," I said, growing impatient. "Can you not see in his letter Monsieur Renaud mentions sending the car for me to Calais?" "Perhaps he meant a hired car," I offered. "Undoubtedly that must be it. But why hire a car when you possess your own? And why choose yesterday of all days to suddenly give the chauffeur a holiday on such short notice? Was it because, for some reason, he wanted the man gone before we arrived?" The letter signed Bella. Francoise had departed. The magistrate tapped his fingers thoughtfully on the table. "Monsieur Bex," he said after a while, "here we have directly opposing accounts. Whom are we to believe, Francoise or Denise?" "Denise," the commissary stated firmly. "She was the one who admitted the visitor. Francoise is old and set in her ways. She's clearly taken a dislike to Madame d'Aubray. Besides, what we already suspect supports the idea that Renaud was involved with another woman." "Ah!" exclaimed Monsieur Hotet. "We have neglected to inform Monsieur Poirot of that detail." He shuffled through the papers on the table and finally handed one to my friend. "This letter, Monsieur Poirot, was discovered in the pocket of the deceased's overcoat." Poirot took it and unfolded the worn, creased paper. It was written in English in a somewhat unsteady hand. "My dearest, why have you not written for so long? You do still love me, don't you? Lately your letters have felt so different, cold and distant, and now this long silence. It frightens me. If you were to stop loving me. But that's impossible. What a silly girl I am, always imagining things. Yet if you did cease to care, I don't know what I would do. Perhaps end my life. I couldn't go on without you. Sometimes I imagine another woman has come between us. Let her beware, and you as well. I would sooner see you dead than let her have you. I mean every word. But there, I'm writing dramatic nonsense. You love me, and I love you. Yes, I love you. Love you, love you. Your own adoring Bella." The letter bore no address or date. Poirot returned it with a solemn expression. The raw desperation in the words seemed to hang in the air, a stark contrast to the orderly procedure of the investigation, and for a moment the room felt charged with a tension that had nothing to do with legal formalities. "And what is the theory, then?" The magistrate gave a slight shrug. "It seems clear Monsieur Renaud was involved with this Englishwoman, Bella. He comes here, meets Madame d'Aubray, and begins an affair. His interest in the other woman cools, and she immediately becomes suspicious. This letter carries a definite warning. Monsieur Poirot, on the surface, the case appeared straightforward, a crime of passion. The fact that Monsieur Renauld was stabbed in the back strongly suggested a woman's hand. Poirot nodded in agreement. The stab in the back, certainly, but not the grave. That was strenuous labor, hard work. No woman dug that grave, monsieur. That was the work of a man. The commissary reacted with sudden excitement. Yes, you are absolutely correct. We overlooked that detail. Initially, Hortet continued, the situation seemed simple, but the masked intruders and the letter you received from Monsieur Renauld introduced complications. Here we appear to have an entirely separate set of circumstances, seemingly unconnected to the first. Concerning the letter addressed to you, do you believe it could relate in any way to this Bella and her threats? Poirot shook his head. Unlikely. A man of Monsieur Renaud's experience, who lived an adventurous life in remote corners of the world, would not be the type to seek protection from a woman. The examining magistrate nodded vigorously. My thoughts precisely, therefore, we must search for the meaning behind that letter. In Santiago, the commissary concluded, I will send a cable immediately to the authorities there, requesting complete details of the victim's life overseas, his romantic entanglements, his business dealings, his friendships, and any enemies he may have made. It would be remarkable if after that we do not uncover a lead to this baffling murder. The commissary looked around for agreement. Splendid, said Poirot with appreciation. Did you discover any other letters from this Bella among Monsieur Renaud's possessions? Poirot inquired. None. Naturally, one of our first steps was to examine his private papers in the study. We found nothing of interest, however. Everything appeared proper and straightforward. The only slightly unusual item was his will. Here it is. Poirot scanned the document quickly. I see. A bequest of £1,000 to a Mr. Stonor. Who is he, incidentally? Monsieur Renaud's personal secretary. He remained in England, but visited here occasionally for a weekend, and the entire remaining estate is left unconditionally to his beloved wife, Eloise, a simple but legally sound document witnessed by the two servants, Denise and Françoise. Nothing particularly extraordinary about that. He handed it back. Perhaps, Bex began, you did not observe. The date? Poirot's eyes twinkled. But of course I noticed it, dated just 2 weeks ago. Possibly it marks his first awareness of a threat. Many wealthy men die without a will, never contemplating their own mortality, yet it is perilous to jump to conclusions. It does, however, suggest a genuine affection for his wife, despite his romantic dalliances. Yes, said Monsieur Hortet, sounding uncertain, though it is perhaps somewhat unfair to his son, as it leaves him completely dependent on his mother. Should she remarry, and a second husband gain influence over her, the boy might never see a cent of his father's fortune. Poirot offered a philosophical shrug. Man is a vain creature. No doubt Monsieur Renauld imagined his widow would never take another husband. As for the son, placing the money in his mother's care might have been a prudent safeguard. The sons of rich men are notoriously reckless. Perhaps you are right now, Monsieur Poirot. You will undoubtedly wish to examine the scene of the crime. I regret the body has been removed, but photographs have been taken from every possible angle and will be made available to you as soon as they are ready. I thank you, monsieur, for your considerable courtesy. The commissary stood to leave. Gentlemen, if you would follow me. He opened the door and gestured with a formal bow for Poirot to go first. Poirot, with matching courtesy, stepped back and returned the gesture to the commissary. After you, sir? No, I insist, came the reply. After a brief, polite standoff, they finally made their way into the hallway. Poirot paused, his gaze fixed on the door opposite. That room? There, that is the study, is it not? It is. Would you care to see it? The commissary pushed the door open as he spoke, and we entered. The room M. Renauld had claimed as his personal sanctuary was compact, yet arranged with undeniable taste and comfort. A practical writing desk, fitted with numerous compartments, stood before the window. 2 substantial armchairs, upholstered in deep leather, were positioned facing the fireplace, with a round table between them littered with the newest periodicals and books. Poirot took a moment to absorb the atmosphere before moving forward. He ran a light hand over the chair backs, selected a magazine from the table, and delicately traced a finger across the polished surface of an oak sideboard. His expression was one of total satisfaction. "Not a speck of dust?" I inquired, smiling at his familiar fastidiousness. He beamed at me, appreciating my recognition of his quirks. "Not a single particle, my friend, and for once perhaps that is an unfortunate thing." His sharp, darting eyes scanned every corner. "Ah!" he exclaimed suddenly with a note of distinct relief. "The hearthrug is not aligned." He bent to straighten it, but then jerked upright with a startled sound. Pinched between his fingers was a tiny scrap of pink paper. "It seems in France, as in England, the help neglects to sweep beneath the mats." Bex took the fragment, and I leaned in to look. "Do you recognize it, Hastings?" I shook my head, baffled, though that specific shade of pink paper tugged at my memory. The commissary's mind worked faster. "It is part of a cheque," he declared. The paper scrap was roughly 2 inches square. Inked upon it was a single word: Duveen. "Good," said Bex. "So this cheque was either made out to or signed by someone called Duveen." "The former, I believe," Poirot offered, "for unless I am mistaken, the handwriting belongs to Monsieur Renauld himself." A quick comparison with a notepad from the desk confirmed it. "Dear me," the commissary murmured, his face falling. "I truly cannot conceive how I missed this." Poirot gave a soft laugh. "The lesson is to always look under the mats. My friend Hastings will attest that anything even slightly askew is a personal torment to me. The moment I saw that crooked rug, I thought to myself, aha! The chair legs snagged it when pushed back. Perhaps there is something beneath it that the diligent Françoise missed." Françoise, or Denise, or Léonie. Whichever soul attended to this room, given the absence of dust, it was cleaned this very morning. I reconstruct the event thus. Yesterday, perhaps even last night, Monsieur Renauld wrote a cheque payable to this Duveen individual. Later, it was torn apart and scattered on the floor. This morning, but Monsieur Bex was already tugging impatiently at the bell rope. Françoise answered. Yes, she admitted. There had been many little pieces of paper on the floor. What had she done with them? Thrown them into the kitchen stove? Naturally. What else would one do? With a despairing wave, Bex sent her away. His face then brightened as he dashed to the desk and began rifling through the deceased man's checkbook. A moment later, his hopeful expression vanished. The last counterfoil was blank. "Courage!" cried Poirot, giving him an encouraging pat on the shoulder. "Without a doubt, Madame Renauld will be able to illuminate the mystery of this Monsieur or Mademoiselle Duveen for us." The commissary's expression cleared. "True. Let us continue." As we turned to leave, Poirot remarked almost idly, "It was here that Monsieur Renauld met with his visitor last night." "Yes, it was, but how could you know that?" "By this." He held up, pinched delicately between his thumb and forefinger, a single long black hair, unmistakably a woman's Beck's, led us out the rear of the house to a small shed nestled against the wall. Fishing a key from his pocket, he unlocked the door. "The body is in here. We had it moved from the crime scene just before you got here, after the photographers finished their work." He swung the door open, and we stepped inside. The victim lay on the floor, a sheet draped over him. With a practised motion, Bex pulled the covering aside. Renauld was a man of average height, with a slender, athletic build. He appeared to be around 50, his dark hair heavily threaded with silver, clean-shaven. He had a long, thin nose and eyes set close together. His skin was deeply tanned, the kind of bronze earned under a lifetime of tropical suns. His lips were pulled back from his teeth, and an expression of sheer astonishment and terror was frozen on his pallid face. You can tell from his face he was stabbed from behind, Poirot observed. Gently he rolled the body over there. Between the shoulder blades was a dark circular stain on the light tan overcoat, with a neat slit in the fabric at its centre. Poirot studied it closely. "Do we know what weapon was used?" "It was left in the wound. The commissary reached for a large glass jar. Inside was a small object that looked to me more like a letter opener than anything else. It had a black handle and a narrow, gleaming blade, the whole thing no more than 10 inches long." Poirot cautiously tested the stained tip with his finger. "My word, but it is sharp, a convenient little instrument for murder. A pity we found no fingerprints on it," Bex said with regret. "The killer must have worn gloves." "Naturally he did," Poirot replied with a hint of scorn. "Even in Santiago they know that much. The most novice English miss knows it. Courtesy of all the press coverage about the Bertillon system still, it is very interesting to me that there were no prints. It is astonishingly simple to plant someone else's fingerprints. That would have made the police quite content." He shook his head. "I very much fear our criminal is not a meticulous planner, or perhaps he was simply rushed. But we shall see." He let the body settle back. "I see he wore only underclothes beneath his overcoat," he noted. "Yes, the examining magistrate found that point rather curious." Bex confirmed. Just then a tap sounded at the door Bex had closed behind us. He strode over and opened it to find Françoise there, her eyes wide with a morbid eagerness to peer inside. "Well, what is it?" Bex asked impatiently. "Madame sends word that she has recovered and is now ready to receive the examining magistrate." "Good," said Bex briskly. "Inform Monsieur Autet that we will be along directly." Poirot lingered a moment, his gaze returning to the body. For a second I thought he might launch into a dramatic vow to hunt down the killer without rest. Instead, when he spoke, his tone was oddly flat, and his remark absurdly out of place, given the gravity of the moment. "He wore his overcoat rather long," he said, almost awkwardly. "We found Monsieur Autet waiting for us in the hall, and together we went upstairs, Françoise leading the way." Poirot ascended in a peculiar zigzag pattern that confused me until he whispered with a grimace, "No wonder the servants heard M. Renaud coming up. There isn't a board here that doesn't creak loudly enough to wake the dead." At the top of the stairs, a short passage led off to one side. "The servants' quarters," Bex explained. We continued down a corridor, and Françoise knocked softly on the last door to the right. A faint voice invited us in, and we entered a large, sun-filled room with a view of the sparkling blue sea about a quarter of a mile away. Reclining on a sofa, supported by pillows, and with Dr. Durand at her side, was a woman of commanding presence, though middle-aged, with hair that had turned from dark to a striking silver. Her energy and force of character were palpable. One immediately sensed she was a woman of formidable will. She acknowledged us with a graceful nod. "Please, gentlemen, sit down." We took our seats, and the clerk settled himself at a round table. Madame Monsieur Autet began. "I hope recounting the events of last night will not be too painful for you. Not at all. I understand the urgency if these villains are to be caught. Very well. To spare your strength, I will ask questions, and you may simply answer them. At what hour did you retire?" "I went to bed at 9:30. I was exhausted." "And your husband?" "Perhaps an hour later, I believe. Did he appear troubled or unusual in any way? No more than was typical for him." "What happened next?" "We slept. I was roused by a hand clamped over my mouth. I tried to scream, but it was useless. There were 2 masked men in the room. Can you describe them? One was exceptionally tall, with a long black beard. The other was shorter and stockier, with a reddish beard. Both wore hats low over their eyes.
The magistrate mused. I suspect a bit too much facial hair. You think they were false?
Quite likely. Please, continue. The shorter one was holding me. He shoved a gag into my mouth and tied my hands and feet. The taller man stood over my husband. He had snatched up the small ornamental dagger from my dressing table and held its point against my husband's chest. Once the stout man finished with me, he joined his companion, and they forced my husband to rise and go into the adjoining dressing room. I was nearly insensible with fear, yet I strained to listen. They spoke too quietly for me to catch words, but I recognized the language, a rough, colloquial Spanish like that spoken in parts of South America. They seemed to be demanding something from my husband. Their tones grew heated, voices rising slightly. "I believe," the tall man said. "You know what we are after, the secret. Where is it?" I did not hear my husband's reply, but the other retorted angrily, "You are lying. We know you have it. Where are your keys?" Then I heard drawers being opened. There is a wall safe in that room where my husband keeps a sum of cash. Leonie told me it was emptied, but clearly that wasn't their true objective, for soon I heard the tall man curse and order my husband to get dressed. A moment later, some noise in the house must have startled them, because they rushed my husband back into my bedroom, only partially clothed. "Forgive the interruption," Poirot interjected, "but is there no other exit from the dressing room?" "None, monsieur. Only the door into this room. They pushed him through, the shorter man leading and the tall one behind, still holding the dagger. My husband tried to pull away toward me. I saw the agony in his eyes. He turned to his captors.
"I must speak to her," he insisted. Then he came to the bedside. "Do not be afraid, Eloise," he said, his voice straining for calm. "I will be back before morning." But despite his effort, the terror in his gaze was unmistakable. Then they forced him out, the tall man warning, "One sound and you are a dead man. Remember that." After that, Mrs. Renaud concluded, "I must have lost consciousness. My next memory is of Leonie massaging my wrists and offering me brandy."
"Madame Renaud," the magistrate continued, "did you have any notion what the intruders were looking for?" "None at all, sir. Were you aware your husband was afraid of something?" "Yes. I had observed the alteration in his demeanour." "How long ago did you first notice this?" Mrs. Renaud thought for a moment. "Perhaps 10 days. "Not before that. It's possible. I only became conscious of it then." "Did you ever ask him directly about the cause?" "I tried once. He dismissed my concern vaguely. Still, I was certain he was burdened by a profound anxiety. Since he clearly wished to keep it from me, I made an effort to act as though I hadn't perceived a thing." She paused, a flicker of old frustration crossing her features. It was maddening, this polite marital dance around a truth he refused to share. "Were you aware he had engaged a detective?" "A detective?" Mrs. Renaud's surprise seemed genuine. "Yes, this gentleman, Monsieur Hercule Poirot." Poirot gave a slight bow. "He arrived today in answer to a summons from your husband." The magistrate produced the letter from his pocket and handed it to her. She read it with evident astonishment. "I knew nothing of this. It appears he was fully aware of the threat. Now, madame, I must ask for your complete frankness. Is there any incident from your husband's past life in South America that might illuminate his murder?" Mrs. Renaud considered deeply before shaking her head. "I can recall none. Certainly my husband had rivals, individuals he had outmaneuvered in business, but no single standout case comes to mind. I don't say such an incident doesn't exist, only that I am unaware of it." The magistrate stroked his beard, a gesture of frustration. "And you are certain of the time this attack occurred?" "Yes, I distinctly heard the clock on the mantel strike 2. She indicated a leather-cased travelling clock centred on the chimney-piece. Poirot stood, examined the clock closely, and gave a satisfied nod. "And here as well," exclaimed Commissary Bex, "is a wristwatch, undoubtedly knocked from the dressing-table by the assailants and shattered. Little did they suspect it would become a witness against them. Carefully, he picked apart the fragments of glass. Suddenly, his expression shifted to one of pure bewilderment. "Good heavens!" he cried. "What is it? The hands on the watch are pointing to 7 o'clock?" "What?" the magistrate exclaimed, astonished. But Poirot, with his customary deftness, took the broken timepiece from the startled commissary and held it to his ear. A smile touched his lips. "The crystal is broken, yes, but the mechanism is still functioning." The simple explanation was met with relieved smiles. Yet the magistrate seized on another detail. "But it is certainly not 7 o'clock now." "No," Poirot said gently. "It is a few minutes past 5. Possibly the watch runs fast."
Is that correct, madam?
Mrs. Renauld frowned in confusion. "It does gain time," she admitted. "But I've never known it to gain quite so much." With an impatient gesture, the magistrate set aside the matter of the watch and resumed his questions. "Madam, the front door was found unlatched. It appears almost certain the murderers entered that way, yet it shows no signs of being forced. Can you offer any explanation?" "It's possible my husband went out for a final stroll and neglected to lock it upon his return." "Is that a habitual oversight of his?" "Quite. My husband could be remarkably absent-minded." A slight telling frown appeared on her brow as she spoke, as if this very trait had been a persistent minor irritation in their life together. "There is one conclusion we might tentatively draw," interjected the commissary. "Since the men insisted Monsieur Renaud dress himself, it suggests the place they were taking him to, where this secret was hidden, was some distance away." The magistrate nodded in agreement. "Yes, it's a distance, but not an impossible one if he planned to return by morning," she replied. Poirot considered this. "What time does the final train depart from Merlinville station?" he inquired. "There is an 11:50 in one direction and a 12:17 in the other," the magistrate answered. "However, it is far more likely they had an automobile waiting." "Indeed, that is probable," Poirot conceded, his expression momentarily downcast. "That very point could aid our search," the magistrate continued, his spirits lifting. "A motor car carrying 2 foreigners would surely attract attention. A fine observation, Monsieur Bex." He allowed himself a brief, satisfied smile before his demeanour turned serious once more. Addressing Mrs. Renauld, he asked, "Do you know anyone by the name of Duveen?" "Duveen?" Mrs. Renauld repeated, thinking carefully. "No, I don't believe I do. Your husband never mentioned that name to you?" "Never." "Are you acquainted with anyone called Bella?" He watched her closely for any flicker of recognition or distress, but she merely shook her head with apparent naturalness. He pressed on. "Were you aware your husband had a visitor last night?" A faint blush coloured her cheeks, yet her voice remained composed. "No, I was not. Who was it? A lady?" "Indeed?" For the moment, the magistrate chose not to elaborate. It seemed improbable that Madame d'Aubray was connected to the crime, and he wished to avoid further distressing Mrs. Renauld. He exchanged a glance with the commissary, who gave a slight nod. The magistrate then crossed the room and returned holding the glass jar we had seen in the shed. From it, he carefully withdrew the dagger. "Madame," he said gently, "do you recognize this?" She gasped. "That is my little dagger." Then her eyes fell upon the dark, stained tip, and she recoiled, her face pale with horror. "Is that blood?" "It is, madame." "This weapon was used to kill your husband?" He quickly moved it out of her sight. "You are absolutely certain this is the same one from your dressing-table?" "Oh, yes. It was a gift from my son. He served in the Air Force during the war, having enlisted by giving an older age." A note of maternal pride softened her voice. "It was fashioned from a streamlined piece of aeroplane wire, a wartime souvenir he gave to me." "I understand. This leads to another urgent matter. Where is your son now? We must telegraph him immediately." "Jack? He is en route to Buenos Aires. What? Yes. My husband wired him yesterday. Jack had been on business in Paris, but my husband learned it was imperative he proceed to South America without delay. There was a steamer departing Cherbourg for Buenos Aires last night, and he instructed Jack to board it. Do you know the nature of the business in Buenos Aires? No, monsieur, I do not, and Buenos Aires was not his final stop. He was to travel overland from there to Santiago. In unison, the magistrate and the commissary exclaimed, "Santiago, again Santiago!" The mention of the name seemed to hang in the stunned silence of the room. It was then that Poirot, who had been standing motionless by the window as if in a trance, finally stirred. He approached Mrs. Renauld with a courteous bow. "Pardon, madame, but may I inspect your wrists?" Though slightly puzzled, she extended her hands. Around each wrist was a vicious red wheal where the cords had dug into her skin. As he examined them, a fleeting spark of interest I thought I had seen in his eyes seemed to vanish, replaced by profound bewilderment. "These must be very painful," he murmured, almost to himself. Meanwhile, the magistrate was speaking with renewed urgency. "We must contact young Monsieur Renauld by wireless at once. It is absolutely vital we learn anything he can tell us concerning this journey to Santiago." He paused, the weight of the revelation heavy upon him. "I had hoped he might be close by, so we could have spared you this distress, madame." He hesitated. "You are referring," she replied softly, "to the identification of my husband's remains?" The magistrate gave a solemn nod. "I am a woman of fortitude, sir. I can endure whatever is necessary. I am prepared immediately. Truly tomorrow would be perfectly acceptable. I would rather have it done," she said, her voice low, a flicker of anguish passing over her features. "Doctor, might I lean on your arm?" The doctor quickly stepped forward. A cloak was draped around Mrs. Renaud's shoulders, and a sombre group made their way down the staircase. M. Bex hurried ahead to unbolt the door of the outbuilding. Moments later, Mrs. Renaud stood in the doorway. Though pale, her resolve was evident. She lifted a hand to shield her eyes. "A moment, gentlemen, to compose myself." She lowered her hand and gazed upon the deceased. Then the remarkable composure that had sustained her vanished utterly. "Paul," she wept. "My husband, dear God!" She swayed and collapsed unconscious to the floor. Poirot was at her side in an instant, checking her eyelids and her pulse. Once satisfied it was a genuine faint, he stepped back. He grasped my arm, his voice thick with self-reproach. "I am a fool, my friend. The love and despair in that woman's voice were unmistakable. My little theory was entirely mistaken. Very well. I must begin anew." 6. The scene of the crime. The doctor and Monsieur Hotet together carried the unconscious woman back inside. The commissary watched them go, shaking his head. "Poor woman," he murmured. "The shock was too severe. Ah, well, we can do nothing here now, Monsieur Poirot. Shall we examine where the crime took place?" "By all means, Monsieur Bex." We went through the house and out the front door. As he passed, Poirot glanced up at the staircase with a dissatisfied expression. "It seems incredible to me that the servants heard nothing. The creaking of those stairs under the weight of 3 people would rouse the dead. It was the dead of night, remember. They were sound asleep." Yet Poirot kept shaking his head, as if the explanation were insufficient. On the gravel drive he paused, studying the facade of the house. What prompted them to first try the front door? It was highly improbable it would be unlocked. Far more likely they would immediately attempt to force a window. "But all the ground-floor windows are secured with iron shutters," the commissary objected. Poirot gestured toward a first-floor window. "That is the window of the bedroom we just left, is it not? And observe, there is a tree that would make climbing to it a simple matter." "Perhaps," the other man conceded. "But they could not have done so without leaving footprints in the flower bed." I saw his point. On either side of the steps to the front door were large oval beds planted with scarlet geraniums. The tree in question was rooted at the rear of one bed. Reaching it would have been impossible without stepping on the soft soil. You see, the commissary continued, with this dry weather no prints would show on the drive or paths, but on the loose mould of the flower bed it would be a different story entirely. Poirot moved close to the bed and scrutinized it. As Bex had noted, the soil was perfectly smooth, without a single impression. Poirot nodded, seemingly convinced, and we turned away. Suddenly, he darted to the opposite flower bed. "Monsieur Bex," he called out, "over here. You have an abundance of traces here." The commissary joined him and smiled. "My dear Monsieur Poirot, those are undoubtedly the prints of the gardener's heavy hobnailed boots. In any event, it wouldn't matter, as we have no tree on this side, and therefore no way to reach the upper floor." "True," Poirot admitted, looking rather deflated. "So you believe these footprints are insignificant?" "Completely?" To my absolute surprise, Poirot then declared, "I disagree. I have a small notion that these footprints are the most significant detail we have observed so far." Monsieur Bex offered no reply, merely giving a slight shrug. He was far too polite to voice his true thoughts. "Shall we continue?" he suggested instead. "By all means. I can examine this footprint business later," Poirot said cheerfully. Rather than following the main drive toward the gate, Bex turned onto a narrow path that branched off sharply to the right. It wound up a gentle slope, skirting the side of the house, and was flanked by dense, overgrown shrubs. Abruptly, the path opened into a small clearing that offered a sudden, breathtaking view of the ocean. A weathered bench had been placed there, and not far off stood a rather dilapidated tool shed. A few paces farther, a tidy row of small bushes marked the edge of the villa's property. Bex pushed through this boundary, and we found ourselves standing on the open expanse of the coastal downs. I glanced around and was struck with immediate recognition. "Why, this is a golf course," I exclaimed. Bex nodded. "The links aren't finished yet," he explained. "They hope to open them sometime next month. It was some of the labourers working here who found the body early this morning." I caught my breath. Just to my left, where I had momentarily overlooked it, was a long, narrow excavation pit. Lying beside it, face down, was the body of a man. For one heart-stopping second, I had the wild, irrational fear that the tragedy had repeated itself. But the commissary dispelled that illusion by striding forward with a sharp, annoyed exclamation. "What have my men been doing? They had strict orders to allow no one near this area without proper authorization." The man on the ground turned his head. "But I do have authorization," he stated calmly, rising slowly to his feet. "My dear Monsieur Giraud," cried the commissary, "I had no idea you had even arrived. The examining magistrate has been awaiting you with the utmost impatience." As he spoke, I studied the newcomer with intense curiosity. The famous detective from the Paris Sûreté was well known to me by reputation, and I was exceedingly interested to see him in person. He was very tall, perhaps around 30, with reddish hair and a matching moustache, and he carried himself with a military bearing. There was an unmistakable air of arrogance about him, clearly aware of his own importance. Bex made introductions, presenting Poirot as a colleague. A flicker of interest showed in the detective's eyes. "I know you by name, Monsieur Poirot," he said. "You made quite a splash in the old days, didn't you? But methods are very different now." "Crimes, however, remain very much the same," Poirot remarked gently. I perceived at once that Giraud was inclined to be hostile. He resented having the other man associated with the investigation, and I felt certain that if he discovered any crucial clue, he would be more than likely to keep it entirely to himself. The examining magistrate, Bex, began again, but Giraud cut him off rudely. "The magistrate can wait. The light is what matters. For all practical purposes, it will be gone in another half-hour. I am fully briefed on the case, and the people at the house will keep until tomorrow. But if we're going to find a clue to the murderers, this is the place we'll find it. Are these your policemen who have been trampling everything? I thought they knew better these days. Certainly they do. The marks you are complaining about were made by the workmen who discovered the body. The other man grunted in disgust. I can see the tracks where the three of them came through the hedge, but they were careful. You could still make out the centre footprints as belonging to Monsieur Renaud, but the marks on either side had been meticulously erased. Not that this hard ground would have offered much detail to begin with, but they weren't leaving anything to chance. The physical evidence, Poirot observed. That is your primary focus, is it not? The other detective fixed him with a stare. Naturally. A very slight smile touched Poirot's lips. He seemed on the verge of saying something, then appeared to think better of it. Instead, he bent to examine a spade lying nearby. That's the tool used to dig the grave. No question, stated Giraud. But you won't find anything on it. It was Renaud's own spade, and the user wore gloves. There they are. He nudged a pair of dirt-stained gloves with his foot. And they're Renaud's as well, or rather, his gardener's. I tell you, the people behind this crime were meticulous. The victim was stabbed with his own dagger and would have been buried with his own spade. They planned to leave no trail, but I'll outsmart them. There's always a slip, and I intend to find it. Poirot, however, seemed suddenly captivated by something else entirely, a short, discoloured piece of lead pipe lying near the spade. He tapped it lightly with a finger. "And does this too belong to the unfortunate Monsieur Renaud?" he inquired, and I fancied I detected a thread of irony in his tone. Giraud gave an indifferent shrug, as if to say the question was beneath him. "Could have been lying here for months in any case. It holds no interest for me. I, on the other hand, find it quite fascinating." Poirot replied pleasantly, "I suspected he was merely trying to irritate the detective from Paris, and if that was his goal, he succeeded admirably." Giraud turned away brusquely, muttering that he had no time to waste, and bent once more to his painstaking examination of the earth. Poirot, as if struck by a new thought, stepped back across the whitewashed boundary line and tested the door of a small shed. "It's locked," Giraud called over his shoulder without looking up. "It's just where the gardener keeps odds and ends. The spade came from the proper tool shed up by the house, not from there. Remarkable." Mbex whispered to me, his voice full of admiration. "He has been here barely 30 minutes, and he knows everything. What a man! Truly, Giraud is the foremost detective of our time. Though I personally found the man insufferable, I had to admit I was secretly impressed. An aura of sheer efficiency surrounded him. I couldn't help feeling that Poirot so far had not exactly covered himself in glory, and it annoyed me. He appeared preoccupied with all sorts of trivial, almost childish details that seemed irrelevant to the case. This impression was reinforced when he suddenly asked, "Monsieur Bex, please enlighten me. What is the purpose of this whitewashed line encircling the grave? Is it a police technique?" "No, Monsieur Poirot, it is a feature of the golf course. It marks where a bunker is to be constructed. A bunker." Poirot turned to me. "That is the hazard, a depression filled with sand, correct?" I agreed. Monsieur Renaud was doubtless a golfer. "An avid one," confirmed Bex. "This expansion is largely due to him and his generous contributions. He even had input on the design." Poirot nodded thoughtfully. Then he remarked, "It was not perhaps the wisest selection, this spot to conceal a body. Once the workmen began excavating for the bunker, the discovery was inevitable." "Precisely," cried Giraud triumphantly, looking up. "And that proves the perpetrators were unfamiliar with the area. It's a superb piece of indirect proof." "Yes," said Poirot, his tone dubious. No one with local knowledge would choose such a place unless they wanted the body found. And that is plainly ridiculous, is it not?" Giraud didn't bother to answer, dismissing the comment with a wave of his hand. "Yes," Poirot murmured, in a vaguely dissatisfied voice. "Yes, undoubtedly ridiculous," as we walked back toward the house. Bex continued to sing Giraud's praises, while I wrestled with a growing sense that Poirot was playing a deeper, more subtle game, one that focused less on what was plainly visible and more on what was deliberately, and perhaps clumsily arranged for us to see Bex made his apologies and departed, stating he needed to inform the examining magistrate of Giraud's presence without delay. Giraud, for his part, looked unmistakably pleased when Poirot announced he had seen enough. Our final glimpse, as we walked away, was of the detective on his hands and knees, scrutinizing the ground with an intensity I couldn't help but respect. Poirot seemed to read my mind, for once we were alone, he remarked with a dry edge to his voice, "So, you have finally witnessed the detective you so admire, the human bloodhound. Is that not correct, my friend?" "Well, at least he's doing something," I retorted, feeling a flash of irritation. If there's anything there to be discovered, he'll discover it. Unlike some, but I too have discovered something. A length of lead pipe. Don't be absurd, Poirot. You know perfectly well that's irrelevant. I was referring to the small details, the subtle traces that could point us unmistakably toward the killer. My dear fellow, a clue 2 feet long is every bit as valuable as 1-2 millimeters. It is merely the romantic notion that all vital clues must be microscopic. As for the pipe being irrelevant, you say that only because Giraud said so. He held up a hand to stop my interruption. No, we will speak no more of it. Let Giraud have his search, and leave me to my thoughts. The affair appears straightforward, and yet I am not content. Do you know why? Because of that wristwatch running 2 hours ahead. And then there are these odd, stubborn details that refuse to align. For example, if the motive was revenge, why not simply stab Renaud as he slept and be done with it? They wanted the secret, I reminded him. Poirot flicked an invisible speck from his sleeve, his expression dissatisfied. Then where is this secret? Presumably some distance away, since they made him dress. Yet he is found murdered practically on the doorstep, almost within earshot of the house. And another thing, it is sheer coincidence that a weapon like that dagger was lying about, readily available. He paused, his brow furrowed, then continued. Why did the servants hear nothing? Were they drugged? Was there an accomplice who ensured the front door remained unlocked? I wonder if... He broke off abruptly. We had reached the gravel drive in front of the house. Suddenly, he turned to me. My friend, I intend to surprise you, to gratify you. I have taken your criticisms to heart. We shall examine some footprints. Where? In that flower bed on the right. Monsieur Bex claims they belong to the gardener. Let us verify that. Look, here he comes now with his wheelbarrow. An older man was indeed crossing the drive, pushing a barrow laden with young plants. Poirot called out to him, and he set down the barrow, approaching with a slight limp. Are you going to ask for one of his boots to compare with the prints? I asked, my interest quickening. My faith in Poirot, momentarily shaken, began to stir again. If he said these footprints were significant, then they likely were. Precisely, said Poirot. But won't he find it very strange? He will not think of it at all. We could say no more, for the old man had reached us. You wished to see me, monsieur? Indeed, you have worked as the gardener here for many years, I understand. 24 years, monsieur, and your name is Auguste, monsieur. I was just admiring these remarkable geraniums. They are truly splendid. Have they been here long? For some time, monsieur, but of course to keep the beds looking proper, one must always bed out a few fresh plants and remove the spent ones. not to mention deadheading the old blooms regularly. You put in some new plants just yesterday, did you not? Those in the centre there and in the other bed as well? Monsieur has a keen eye. They always need a day or two to recover. Yes, I put 10 new plants in each bed last evening. As Monsieur surely knows, one should never plant when the sun is too strong. Auguste, clearly flattered by Poirot's attention, was becoming quite talkative. "That's a magnificent example right there," Poirot observed, gesturing. "Might I possibly obtain a small clipping?" "Of course, sir." The elderly man stepped into the flower bed and meticulously snipped a piece from the plant Poirot had indicated. Poirot offered effusive thanks, and Auguste returned to his wheelbarrow. "You observe," said Poirot with a slight smile, leaning down to inspect the impression left in the soil by the gardener's heavy boot. "It is elementary. I hadn't considered that the foot would naturally be inside the boot. You do not always employ your admirable mental faculties to their fullest. Now, what is your assessment of this footprint?" I scrutinized the bed carefully. "After a thorough examination," I concluded, "every impression in this bed was made by an identical boot." "You believe so? Very well. I concur," Poirot replied. He appeared oddly detached, as if his thoughts were elsewhere. "In any case," I remarked, "this should quiet one of your persistent theories." "Good heavens! What an expression! What does it signify?" "I meant that now you can abandon your fixation on these footprints." To my astonishment, Poirot shook his head. "No, no, my friend. I am finally on the correct path. I remain in the shadows, but, as I suggested earlier to Monsieur Bex, these footprints are the most significant and intriguing elements of this entire affair. That poor Giraud, I would not be at all surprised if he paid them no mind whatsoever." Just then, the front door opened, and Monsieur Hautet and the commissary descended the steps. "Ah, Monsieur Poirot, we were just coming to find you," said the magistrate. "The hour grows late, but I wish to call upon Madame d'Aubrail. Undoubtedly, she will be deeply distressed by Monsieur Renaud's death, and we might be fortunate enough to glean a clue from her. The secret he withheld from his wife, it is possible he shared it with the woman whose affection held him captive. We understand where even our strongest men have their vulnerabilities, do we not?" We proceeded without further discussion, falling into step. Poirot walked alongside the examining magistrate, while the commissary and I followed a short distance behind. There is little doubt that François's account is essentially accurate. He confided to me in a low tone, "I have been in communication with headquarters. It appears that on 3 separate occasions in the last 6 weeks, coinciding precisely with Monsieur Renaud's arrival in Merlinville, Madame d'Aubrail has deposited substantial sums in banknotes into her account. The total amounts to 200,000 francs. "Good Lord," I said, calculating quickly. "That must be nearly 4,000 pounds. Exactly. Yes, there can be no question of his complete infatuation. Yet it remains to be seen whether he entrusted his secret to her. The examining magistrate is optimistic, but I scarcely share his viewpoint." As we conversed, we were walking down the lane toward the junction where our car had waited earlier. I soon realized the Villa Marguerite, the residence of the enigmatic Madame d'Aubray, was the very cottage from which the striking young woman had emerged earlier. "She has resided here for many years," the commissary said, nodding toward the house. "Very quietly, very discreetly. She seems to have neither friends nor relatives beyond the acquaintances she has made locally. She never speaks of the past, or her husband. One does not even know if the man is living or dead. There is an aura of mystery about her, you understand?" I nodded, my curiosity mounting. "And the daughter," I ventured. "A genuinely beautiful young woman, modest, devout, everything one would hope. One feels for her because even if she is ignorant of the past, any suitor would naturally make inquiries," and then the commissary gave a cynical shrug. "But it would hardly be her fault," I exclaimed, my indignation rising. "Of course not. But what can one do?" A man is often particular about his wife's background. Our arrival at the door halted further debate. Monsieur Hortet rang the bell. Several moments passed before we heard movement inside, followed by the sound of the door being unlatched. There, framed in the doorway, stood the same young woman I had seen earlier that day. At the sight of us, the colour drained from her face, leaving her pale, and her eyes widened with unmistakable alarm. She was clearly frightened. "Miss Dobrale," began Monsieur Hortet, removing his hat, "we deeply regret intruding, but the demands of the investigation leave us no choice. My compliments to your mother. Might she spare a few moments to speak with us?" For a heartbeat, the young woman remained perfectly still, her left hand pressed against her side as if to steady a sudden, overwhelming agitation. Then, regaining her composure, she replied softly, "I will see if she is available. Please, come in." She disappeared into a room to the left of the hallway, and we caught the faint murmur of her voice. Another voice, similar in tone, but with a harder edge beneath its smooth cadence, responded, "Of course, show them in." A moment later, we were standing before the enigmatic Madame Dobrale. She was considerably shorter than her daughter, her figure possessing the graceful curves of maturity. Unlike her daughter's fair hair, hers was dark, parted neatly in the middle. Her blue eyes, partly veiled by heavy lids, regarded us coolly. Though well preserved, she was undeniably past her youth, yet her allure seemed ageless. "You wished to speak with me, monsieur?" she inquired. "Yes, madame," Monsieur Hortet began, clearing his throat. "We are investigating the death of Mr. Renauld. You have heard, I assume?" She inclined her head slightly, her expression unreadable. "We were hoping you might be able to shed some light on the circumstances," he continued. "I?" Her tone conveyed perfect surprise. "Yes, madame. We have reason to believe you were in the habit of visiting the deceased at his villa during the evenings. Is that correct?" A faint blush tinged the lady's pale cheeks, but her reply was measured. "I question your right to ask me such a thing. Madame, this is a murder inquiry. And what of it? I had no part in it. We are not suggesting you did, but you knew the man well. Did he ever confide in you about any threats to his safety?" "Never." "Did he ever speak of his past in Santiago, or of enemies he might have made there?" "No." "So you can offer us no assistance?" "I'm afraid not. I fail to see why you have come to me. Can his wife not tell you what you need to know?" A subtle thread of irony laced her words. "Mrs. Renauld has told us everything she can." "Ah," said Madame Dobrale, "I wonder." "You wonder what, madame?" "Nothing." The magistrate studied her. He knew he was engaged in a duel with a formidable opponent. "You maintain that Mr. Renauld told you nothing? Why would you assume he would confide in me?" "Because, madame," Monsieur Hortet stated with deliberate bluntness, "a man often tells his mistress what he keeps from his wife." "Ah!" She surged forward, her eyes blazing. "Sir, you insult me, and in front of my daughter. I have nothing to tell you. You will kindly leave my house." The victory, without question, was hers. We departed the Villa Marguerite like a group of chastened schoolboys. The magistrate muttered irritably to himself, while Poirot appeared lost in thought. Abruptly, Poirot seemed to shake himself from his reverie and asked M.O. Hortet if there was a decent hotel nearby. "There's a modest place called the Hôtel des Bains just a few hundred yards down the road toward town. It should suit your needs. We shall see you in the morning. I expect—" "Yes, thank you, Monsieur Hortet." After an exchange of polite farewells, we parted ways. Poirot and I turned toward Merlinville, while the others headed back to the Villa Geneviève. "The French police system is truly remarkable," Poirot observed, watching the officers depart. Their files contain the most intimate details of a person's life, down to the most mundane habits. Though Monsieur Renauld had only been in town for about 6 weeks, they knew his daily routines and interests perfectly. In an instant, they could provide the exact figures from Madame d'Aubrayle's bank statements and recent deposits. The dossier is, without question, a formidable institution. He paused abruptly, turning. Someone was running toward us without a hat. It was Martha d'Aubrayle. "Forgive me," she gasped, catching up. "I know I shouldn't be doing this. Please don't tell my mother, but is it true what people are saying, that Monsieur Renauld hired a detective before he died, and that you are he?"
"Yes, mademoiselle, that is correct," Poirot replied softly. "But how did you come by this information?" "Françoise told our maid." "Amélie," Martha admitted, her cheeks colouring. Poirot made a face. "Secrecy is quite impossible in matters like this. Not that it signifies. So, mademoiselle, what is it you wish to know?" The girl hesitated, caught between a desire to speak and a fear of doing so. Finally, her voice barely above a whisper, she asked, "Is anyone under suspicion?"
Poirot studied her intently before giving an indirect answer. "Suspicion hangs in the air at the moment, mademoiselle." "I understand, but anyone specific?" "Why do you ask?" The question seemed to startle her. I suddenly recalled Poirot's earlier description of her as the girl with the anxious eyes. "Monsieur Renauld was always very kind to me," she said after a moment. "It's only natural I would be concerned." "I see," said Poirot.
Well, at present, suspicion circles 2 individuals. 2! I could have sworn I heard a note of surprise and relief in her voice. "Their names are not known, but they are believed to be Chileans from Santiago. And now, mademoiselle, you see the power of youth and beauty. I have divulged professional secrets for you." The girl laughed brightly, thanked him with a shy smile, and then said, "I must hurry back now. Maman will wonder where I am." She turned and ran back up the road with an athletic grace. I stood staring after her. "My friend," said Poirot, his voice gently mocking, "are we to take root here all evening, simply because you have seen a pretty face and your thoughts are in a tumult?" I laughed and apologized. "But she is beautiful, Poirot. Anyone could be forgiven for being captivated." To my surprise, Poirot shook his head with great seriousness. "Ah, my friend, do not fix your heart on Martha d'Aubrayle. She is not for you, that one. Take the advice of Papa Poirot." "Why?" I exclaimed. "The commissary himself assured me she was as virtuous as she is lovely, a perfect angel. Some of the most formidable criminals I have known possessed the faces of angels." Poirot remarked cheerfully, "A malformation of the little grey cells can coexist quite comfortably with the countenance of a Madonna." "Poirot," I cried, horrified, "you cannot mean you suspect an innocent girl like that." Gently, gently. Do not agitate yourself. I did not say I suspected her, but you must admit her eagerness for information about the case is somewhat pronounced. For once, I believe I see more clearly than you, I said. Her anxiety isn't for herself, it's for her mother. "My friend," said Poirot, "as usual, you perceive nothing. Madame d'Aubrayle is perfectly capable of looking after her own interests without her daughter's fretting. I confess I was teasing you a moment ago, but I repeat my counsel, do not set your heart on that girl. I, Hercule Poirot, know it. Sacré, if only I could recall where I have seen that face before." "What face?" I asked, puzzled. "The daughters know, the mothers." Seeing my astonishment, he nodded emphatically. "It is exactly as I say. It was a long time ago when I was still with the police force in Belgium. The memory is a ghost at the edge of my mind, a detail from a case I thought concluded." He fell silent for a moment, his brow furrowed, as if trying to grasp a shadow from his past. I had never laid eyes on the woman in person, but her face was familiar from a photograph, and it was linked to some investigation. "I have a feeling. Go on." "I could be wrong, but I believe it was a murder case." 8. A surprise encounter.
We arrived at the villa early the following morning. The guard at the gate didn't stop us this time. Instead, he gave a respectful nod, and we continued up to the house. The maid, Léonie, was just coming down the staircase and seemed more than willing to chat. Poirot asked after Mrs. Reynolds' well-being. Léonie shook her head. "The poor lady is utterly devastated. She refuses to eat a thing, absolutely nothing. She's as pale as a sheet. It's heartbreaking to see. Honestly, I wouldn't waste such grief on a man who'd run off with another woman." Poirot nodded in agreement. "What you say makes perfect sense. But what can one do? A woman's heart, when it loves, will forgive many wounds. Still, there must have been quite a few heated arguments between them these past few months. No?" Again, Léonie shook her head. "Never, sir. Not once did I hear Madame raise her voice in anger or even a word of blame. She had the patience and temperament of a saint, completely different from the master." "Mr. Reynolds did not share that saintly temperament, I take it?" "Far from it. When he lost his temper, the whole house knew it. The day he argued with Mr. Jack, my goodness, you could have heard them all the way to the town square. They were shouting so loudly." "Is that so?" said Poirot. "And when did this argument occur?" "Oh, it was right before Mr. Jack left for New York. He almost missed his train. He came storming out of the library, snatched up his bag from the hall, and had to sprint for the station because the car was in the shop. I was dusting the parlour and saw him rush by. His face was white as chalk, with 2 bright red spots on his cheeks. He was furious. Léonie was clearly relishing the story. And what was the disagreement about? That, I don't know, Léonie admitted. It's true they were yelling, but their voices were so loud and high, and they were talking so fast that only someone fluent in English could have followed it. But the master, he was like a storm cloud all day. Impossible to please. The sound of a door closing upstairs cut Léonie's chatter short. "And Françoise is waiting for me," she exclaimed, suddenly remembering her duties. That old woman. She's always scolding. "One moment, mademoiselle. Where is the examining magistrate?" "They've gone out to the garage to look at the automobile. The commissary had some notion it might have been used the night of the murder." "What an idea," Poirot murmured as the girl hurried off. "Will you go and join them?" "No, I shall wait for their return in the salon. It is pleasantly cool there on such a warm morning." This leisurely approach didn't quite sit right with me. "If you don't mind," I began, then hesitated. "Not at all. You wish to do some investigating on your own, eh?"
"Well, I'd rather like to see what Giraud is up to if he's around." "The human bloodhound," Poirot murmured, leaning back in a comfortable chair and closing his eyes. "By all means, my friend, until later." I wandered out the front door. The heat was certainly intense. I followed the path we had taken the previous day, intending to examine the crime scene myself. However, I didn't go straight there. Instead, I veered off into the thicker bushes, planning to emerge onto the golf links about 100 yards farther down. The undergrowth here was much denser, and I had quite a struggle pushing my way through. When I finally burst out onto the course, it was so sudden and with such force that I collided heavily with a young woman who had been standing with her back to the trees. She quite understandably let out a muffled scream, but I also exclaimed in surprise, for it was my acquaintance from the train, Cinderella herself. Our shock mirrored each other perfectly. "You," we blurted out at the same instant. The young woman regained her composure first. "Good heavens," she cried, "what on earth are you doing here?" "I could ask you the very same thing," I shot back. "When we last met just the other day, you were dutifully heading back to England like a perfectly behaved young man. And when I last saw you, I counted, you were dutifully departing with your sister like a perfectly proper young lady. Speaking of which, how is your sister?" A bright, amused smile was my reward. "How thoughtful of you to inquire." "She's quite well, thank you. Is she here with you?"
She stayed in the city, the young woman replied with an air of mock seriousness. I couldn't help but laugh. I don't believe for a second you have a sister. If you do, her name is probably something like Smith. Do you recall mine? She asked, her smile lingering. Cinderella. But you were going to tell me your real one now, weren't you? She gave a playful shake of her head. Not even why you're visiting this place. Oh, that. I imagine you're familiar with people in my line of work taking a break at a pricey French resort. Perfectly affordable if you know the right spots. I studied her closely. Even so, you had no plans to come here when we spoke 2 days ago, did you? Everyone encounters the occasional change of plans. Miss Cinderella stated with exaggerated wisdom, There, I've shared quite enough for your own good. Curious little boys shouldn't ask so many questions. You still haven't told me what brings you here. You recall me mentioning that my closest friend is a detective. I do, and perhaps you've heard about this incident at the Villa Geneviève. She stared at me, her breath catching. Her eyes widened in genuine astonishment. You can't possibly mean you're involved in that. I gave a confirming nod. It was clear I had made a significant impression. Her reaction, as she looked at me, was unmistakably intense. For several seconds she was silent, simply staring. Then she nodded decisively. Well, if that doesn't take the cake, you have to give me the tour. I want to see every gruesome detail. What are you talking about?
Exactly what I said. Good grief, didn't I tell you I have a fascination with criminal cases? I've been poking around for ages. Running into you like this is a fantastic stroke of luck. Come on, show me everything. Now hold on, wait just a minute. I can't do that. No one is permitted inside. They're extremely strict about it. Aren't you and your associates the important people on the scene? I was reluctant to surrender my moment of authority. Why are you so interested?
I asked, my resolve weakening. And what exactly do you want to see? Oh, everything. The scene, the potential weapon, the victim, any fingerprints or clues, anything intriguing. I've never had the chance to be this close to a real murder before. It's a once-in-a-lifetime experience. I turned away, feeling a wave of disgust. What was happening to modern women? Her morbid enthusiasm was sickening. Get off your high horse, the lady said abruptly, and stop putting on airs. When you were assigned to this case, did you turn up your nose and declare it was too unpleasant to be involved with? No, but that's, if you were here on vacation, wouldn't you be snooping around just like I am? Of course you would. I'm a man, you're a woman. Your notion of a woman is someone who climbs on a chair and screams at the sight of a mouse. That thinking is positively ancient, but you will show me around, won't you? You see, it could be very important for me. How so? They're barring all the journalists. I might secure a major exclusive with one of the papers. You have no idea what they'll pay for genuine inside information. I hesitated. She slipped a small, soft hand into mine. Please, be a dear. I surrendered. Privately, I knew I would rather enjoy playing the role of guide. We made our way first to the location where the body had been found. A guard was posted there, who saluted respectfully upon recognizing me and raised no objection to my companion, presumably assuming she was with my approval. I explained to Cinderella precisely how the discovery had unfolded, and she listened with keen attention, occasionally posing a sharp, intelligent question. Afterward, we headed in the direction of the villa itself. I moved carefully, honestly not eager to run into anyone. I led the girl through the garden shrubs toward the back of the house where the small shed stood. I remembered that the previous evening, after locking the door again, Monsieur Bex had left the key with the officer on duty, Marchot, saying it was in case the detective from the Sûreté needed it while they were upstairs. It seemed likely the investigator had given it back to Marchot after using it. Leaving the girl hidden among the shrubs, I went inside. Marchot was stationed outside the drawing-room. Muffled voices drifted from within. "Are you looking for Monsieur Hautet? He is inside. He is questioning Françoise again. No, I said quickly. I don't need him, but I would appreciate having the key to the outside shed, if it's permitted. Of course, sir. He handed it over. Here you are, Monsieur Autet, instructed that you should have every facility. Just return it when you're finished. Naturally. I felt a flicker of pride, realizing that, at least in Marchaud's view, I held the same standing as Poirot. The girl was waiting. She let out a happy sound when she saw the key. You have it? Obviously, I replied calmly. Even so, you understand this is highly irregular. You've been an absolute darling, and I won't forget it. Let's go. They can't see us from the house, can they? Hold on. I stopped her eager movement. I won't prevent you if you truly want to go inside, but do you? You've seen the grave and the grounds, and you've heard all the details. Isn't that enough? This will be grim, you know, and deeply unpleasant. She studied me a moment with an expression I couldn't quite read. Then she laughed a bit too brightly. I'm here for the full experience. Let's go. We reached the shed door in silence. I unlocked it and we stepped inside. I approached the covered form and gently drew back the sheet, just as Bex had done the day before. A small, choked gasp escaped the girl's lips. I turned to look at her. All her earlier breezy confidence had vanished, replaced by raw horror. She had ignored my warning, and now she was facing the consequences. I felt unexpectedly stern. She would see this through. I turned the body over carefully. You see, I said quietly, he was stabbed in the back. Her voice was barely a whisper. With what? I gestured toward the glass container. That dagger. Suddenly her legs gave way and she crumpled to the floor. I rushed to her side. "You've fainted. We need to get you out of here. It was too much water," she murmured. "Please, water." I left her and hurried back to the house. Luckily, no servants were around, and I was able to fetch a glass of water unnoticed, adding a little brandy from a flask I carried. When I returned minutes later, she was still on the floor, but a few sips of the brandy mixture revived her remarkably.
"Get me out of here, please, quickly," she cried, trembling. With my arm supporting her, I guided her outside, and she pushed the door shut behind us. She took a long, shaky breath.
That's better. Oh, it was awful. Why did you let me go in there? It was such a typically feminine reaction that I couldn't help a faint smile. Privately, I wasn't sorry she had broken down. It showed she wasn't as hardened as I'd assumed. After all, she was hardly more than a girl, and her curiosity had probably been thoughtless, not cruel. I did try to stop you, I reminded her gently. I suppose you did. Well, goodbye. You can't just leave like this, alone. You're in no state. I insist on seeing you back to Merlinville. Don't be silly. I'm perfectly fine now. And if you feel faint again on the way? No, I'm coming with you. She argued against this with surprising force. Eventually, I managed to convince her to let me walk with her to the edge of town. We followed our path back, passing the gravesite once more before taking a longer route to join the main road. As the first scattered shops came into view, she stopped and offered her hand. Goodbye, and thank you for walking with me. You're certain you're all right now? Absolutely, thank you. I hope you don't find yourself in any trouble for showing me around. I brushed off the concern with a wave.
All right then, goodbye. Au revoir, I corrected gently. If you're remaining in town, we'll see each other again. A quick smile touched her lips. That's true, au revoir then. Hold on, you haven't told me where you're staying. Oh, I'm at the Lighthouse Hotel. It's small but perfectly comfortable. You should come by tomorrow. I will, I said, perhaps with more eagerness than was necessary. I watched her until she disappeared from view, then turned back toward the villa. It struck me then that I had failed to lock the shed door. Luckily, no one had noticed. I turned the key, removed it, and returned it to the police officer.
And as I did, it suddenly dawned on me, though my Cinderella had given me her address, I still didn't know her name. Giraud discovers some clues. Back in the salon, the examining magistrate was deep in questioning the elderly gardener. Auguste, Poirot greeted me with a subtle smile, while the commissary offered a formal nod. I took a seat, quietly. Monsieur Hotet was thorough to a fault, yet he uncovered nothing of significance. Auguste admitted the gardening gloves were his. He used them when handling a poisonous variety of primula. He couldn't recall when he last wore them and hadn't noticed they were missing. They were stored in various places, he said. The spade was typically kept in the small tool shed. Was it locked? Naturally. And the key in the door, of course. Who would expect thieves or murderers here? Such things never happened in the Vicomtesse's day. When Monsieur Hotet dismissed him, the old man shuffled out, muttering under his breath. Remembering Poirot's peculiar focus on the footprints in the flower beds, I studied Auguste closely as he testified. Either he was innocent or an exceptionally skilled performer. Just as he reached the door, a thought occurred to me. "Pardon, Monsieur Hotet," I interjected. "Might I ask him one question?" "By all means." I turned to Auguste. "Where do you keep your boots on my feet?" he grumbled. "Where else? But at night, when you sleep." "Under my bed." "Who cleans them? Nobody. Why would they need cleaning? Do I parade along the boardwalk like some dandy? On Sundays I wear my Sunday boots, but otherwise—" He shrugged, leaving the sentence unfinished. I sat back, feeling discouraged. "Well, well," sighed the magistrate, "we are not making much progress. We are undoubtedly stalled until we receive the return cable from Santiago. Has anyone seen Giraud? That man truly lacks courtesy. I am half tempted to summon him, and you won't need to send far." The calm voice startled us. Giraud was standing outside, looking in through the open window. He stepped lightly into the room and approached the table. "Here I am, at your service. Please excuse my delay." "Not at all, not at all," Monsieur Hotet replied, somewhat flustered.
"I am only a detective, of course," Giraud continued, his tone dry. "I know little about formal interrogations were I conducting one. I might be inclined to do so without an open window. Anyone outside could hear every word quite easily, but no matter." Hotet's face flushed with irritation. It was clear from the outset that the examining magistrate and the lead detective were not destined to be friends. They had clashed almost immediately, and frankly it was probably inevitable.
To Giraud, all examining magistrates were pompous fools, while Monsieur Hotet, who took his position very seriously, was deeply offended by the Paris detective's casual, almost dismissive manner. "Well, Monsieur Giraud," the magistrate said sharply, "I trust you have been using your time productively. You have the names of the murderers for us, I presume, and perhaps their current address." Unfazed by the sarcasm, Giraud replied coolly, "I can at least tell you where they came from." He reached into his pocket and placed 2 small items on the table. We all leaned in to look. They were unremarkable, a cigarette butt and a single unused match. The detective turned abruptly to Poirot. "What do you make of these?" he demanded, his tone bordering on rude. I felt my face grow warm at the discourtesy, but Poirot merely shrugged. "A cigarette end and a match. And what does that tell you?" Poirot spread his hands. "It tells me precisely nothing." "Ah," Giraud said, a note of satisfaction in his voice. "You see, you haven't made a study of such things. That is no ordinary match, not in this country. They're common in South America. It's a good thing it wasn't lit, or I might not have recognized it. Clearly, one of the men finished a cigarette and lit a new one, accidentally dropping a match from the box in the process." "And the other match?" Poirot inquired. "Which match?" "The one he actually used to light the cigarette." "Have you found that one as well?" "No. Perhaps your search was not thorough enough." "Not thorough," Giraud began. his temper flaring for a moment before he reined it in with visible effort. "You enjoy a joke, Monsieur Poirot, I see. But match or no match, the cigarette end is evidence enough. It is a South American brand, rolled in licorice pectoral paper." Poirot gave a slight bow. The commissary, however, interjected. "That cigarette and match could have belonged to Monsieur Renaud himself. Do not forget, he only returned from South America 2 years ago." "Impossible," Giraud stated with confidence. "I have already examined Monsieur Renaud's personal effects. The cigarettes he smoked and the matches he used were entirely different." Poirot then posed a question, his head tilted. "Do you not find it odd that these supposed strangers arrived without a weapon, without gloves, without a spade, and yet conveniently found all these items waiting for them?" Giraud offered a superior smile. "Undoubtedly it is strange. In fact, without the theory I am developing, it would be inexplicable." "Aha!" exclaimed Monsieur Hortet. "An accomplice within the house, or outside it," Giraud said, with a peculiar twist of his lips. "But someone had to let them in. We can't seriously believe that by an unprecedented stroke of luck. They just found the door standing open for them, can we?" "The door was open for them, certainly," Giraud conceded. "But it could just as easily have been opened from the outside by someone who had a key." "And who would possess a key?" Giraud shrugged. "Naturally, anyone who has one isn't going to admit it, but several people could have. Monsieur Jacques Renaud, the son, for instance. He is en route to South America, yes, but he could have lost a key or had it stolen. The gardener has been here for years. A young maid might have a sweetheart. It is simple to take an impression of a key and have a copy made. The possibilities are numerous, then," he added, his voice dropping slightly. "There is another person who, in my judgment, is exceedingly likely to have such a thing." "Who is that?" Madame d'Aubrail, the detective, stated. Chuckled the magistrate. "So you've heard about that, have you?" "I make it my business to hear everything," Giraud replied, utterly unperturbed. "There is one thing I would wager you have not heard," M. Hortet countered, a glint of challenge in his eye. Hortet, visibly pleased to have information to share, eagerly recounted the tale of the mysterious caller from the previous night. He mentioned the cheque issued to Duveen, and then passed the letter signed Bella over to Giraud. "Fascinating details, certainly," Giraud remarked with a dismissive wave. "However, they do nothing to alter my central hypothesis." "And what, precisely, is that hypothesis?" Poirot inquired abruptly. "For the time being, I choose to keep my own counsel," Giraud replied. "My investigation is still in its earliest stages. Permit me one question, Monsieur Giraud," Poirot interjected. "Your theory accounts for the door being opened. It does not, however, explain why it was deliberately left open. Would it not have been the most natural action in the world for them to shut it upon their departure? Consider, had a patrol officer happened upon the villa, as they occasionally do to ensure all is secure, the criminals could have been apprehended almost immediately." "Pah! A simple oversight, an error," Giraud conceded with a shrug. "It happens." To my astonishment, Poirot then echoed the very argument he had presented to Bex the evening prior. "I must disagree. That open door was the result of either deliberate intention or unavoidable circumstance. Any theory which fails to acknowledge this fundamental fact is doomed to be fruitless." We all stared at the little man, somewhat taken aback. His earlier admission of ignorance over the matchstick had, I assumed, wounded his pride, yet here he stood, as self-assured as ever, delivering a lecture to the detective without a hint of hesitation. Giraud twisted the end of his moustache, eyeing my friend with open amusement. "You disagree, do you? Very well. What, in your esteemed opinion, is the most striking aspect of this case? Enlighten us." "One detail presents itself to me as profoundly significant," Poirot said, his eyes gleaming. "Tell me, Monsieur Giraud, does nothing about this affair strike you as familiar? Does it not remind you of something familiar? Remind me? Giraud scoffed. Not off the top of my head. I think not. You are mistaken, Poirot stated calmly. A crime almost identical in its particulars has been committed before. When and where? Ah, that, Poirot sighed, is the unfortunate part. I cannot recall it at this precise moment, but I shall. I had rather hoped you might be able to assist my memory. Giraud snorted in disbelief. There have been countless cases involving masked intruders. I cannot be expected to remember the minutiae of every one. Crimes of this nature tend to blur together, but there is such a thing as the individual touch, the signature of the criminal mind, Poirot declared, suddenly adopting his professorial tone and addressing us all. I speak to you now of criminal psychology. Monsieur Giraud is well aware that every offender has his own particular modus operandi. When the police investigate a burglary, for instance, they can often make an educated guess as to the perpetrator simply by the unique methods employed. Man is an unoriginal creature. He is unoriginal within the bounds of the law in his daily, respectable life, and he is equally unoriginal outside of it. If a man commits one crime, any subsequent crime he commits will bear a strong resemblance to the first. Consider the English murderer who disposed of successive wives by drowning them in their bathtubs. Had he varied his technique, he might never have been caught, but he obeyed the common dictates of human nature, reasoning that what succeeded once would succeed again, and he paid the ultimate price for his lack of imagination. And the point of this little lecture? Giraud sneered. The point is this, Poirot said, his voice dropping to a more intense pitch. When you encounter two crimes precisely similar in design and execution, you find the same intelligence behind them both. I am searching for that particular mind, Monsieur Giraud, and I will find it here. We have a genuine clue, a psychological clue. You may know everything there is to know about cigarette ends and matchsticks, Monsieur Giraud, but I, Hercule Poirot, know the mind of man. Giraud remained utterly unimpressed, his expression one of bored tolerance. Poirot, undeterred, pressed on. For your further guidance, I will also mention a fact which may have escaped your notice. On the day following the tragedy, the wristwatch of Madame Renaud was discovered to be running 2 hours fast. This finally gave Giraud pause, and he stared at Poirot, his earlier smirk fading. Perhaps it was accustomed to winning, Poirot inquired. In truth, I have heard it did, came the reply. Very well, then. Even so, 2 hours is a considerable span, Poirot murmured. Then we have the subject of the footprints in the flower bed. He gestured toward the open window. Giraud took 2 quick steps and peered out. I see no footprints. Precisely, said Poirot, carefully adjusting a small stack of books on a nearby table. There are none. For an instant, a look of pure fury darkened Giraud's features. He moved toward Poirot, but at that moment the salon door opened, and Marchot announced, Mr. Storner, the secretary, has just arrived from England. May he come in? The man who entered was an imposing presence. Exceptionally tall, with an athletic build and a face deeply tanned by the sun, he commanded the room. Even the energetic Giraud seemed pale in comparison. I would later learn that Gabriel Storner was a man of remarkable experience. English by birth, he had travelled the globe, hunting big game in Africa, exploring Korea, ranching in California, and trading in the South Seas. His keen eyes immediately found M'Hotep. You are the magistrate in charge? A pleasure, sir. This is a dreadful affair. How is Mrs. Renaud holding up? It must have been a horrific shock for her. Dreadful indeed, M'Hotep agreed. Allow me to present Monsieur Bex, our commissary of police, Monsieur Giraud of the Sûreté, and this is Monsieur Hercule Poirot. Mr. Renaud had sent for him, though he arrived, unfortunately, too late to prevent the tragedy. And this is Captain Hastings, a friend of Monsieur Poirot's. Stoner regarded Poirot with curiosity. He sent for you, did he? You were unaware, then, that Monsieur Renauld had considered engaging a detective? M. Bex interjected. No, I was not, but it doesn't surprise me in the least. Why is that? Because the old man was deeply unsettled. I never learned the reason he didn't confide in me. Ours was not that sort of relationship, but he was rattled, and badly so. I see, said Monsieur. Hortet. And you have no idea what troubled him? That is what I said, sir. You will forgive the formalities, Mr. Stoner, but we must begin with a few questions. Your full name? Gabriel Stoner. How long have you served as Monsieur Renault's secretary? For about 2 years since he first arrived from South America. A mutual friend introduced us, and he offered me the position. He was an excellent employer. Did he speak often of his life in South America? Yes, quite often. Do you know if he ever spent time in Santiago? I believe he visited on several occasions. Did he ever mention any particular incident from there, anything that might have inspired a vendetta against him? Never. Did he refer to any secret he might have acquired during his time there? Not that I recall yet. There was always an air of mystery about him. He never spoke of his childhood, for example, or of anything before his South American years. I believe he was French-Canadian by birth, but I never heard him mention his life in Canada. He could become as silent as a locked vault when he chose. So, to your knowledge, he had no enemies, and you can provide no clue regarding a secret someone might have killed to obtain. That is correct. Mr. Stoner, have you ever heard the name Duveen in connection with Monsieur Renauld? Duveen. Duveen. He repeated the name thoughtfully. I don't believe I have, and yet it sounds faintly familiar. Do you know a lady, a friend of Monsieur Renaud's, whose first name is Bella? Again, Stoner shook his head. Bella Duveen, is that the full name? It's odd. I feel certain I know it, but I cannot at this moment recall the context. The magistrate cleared his throat. You understand, Mr. Stoner, the situation is thus. There must be no withholding of information. You might perhaps feel a certain consideration for Madame Renauld, for whom I understand you hold a great deal of esteem and affection. You might, in fact, Monsieur Hortet stumbled slightly over his words. There must be no holding back whatsoever. Stoner looked at him, a flicker of understanding beginning to show. I'm not sure I follow, he said calmly. What does Mrs. Renauld have to do with this? I have the highest respect and affection for her. She's a remarkable woman, truly one of a kind. But I fail to see how anything I might or might not say could possibly impact her. What if this Bella Duveen was something more than a mere friend to her husband? Ah, Stoner replied, now I see where you're headed. But I'd stake everything I own that you're mistaken. The old man never glanced at another woman. He worshipped his wife. They were the most devoted pair you could ever meet. M. Hortet gave a slow, regretful shake of his head.
Monsieur Stoner, we possess concrete proof. A passionate letter from this Bella to Monsieur Renauld, reproaching him for growing tired of her. Furthermore, we have additional evidence that at the time of his death he was entangled with a Frenchwoman, a Madame d'Aubreuil, who rents the villa next door. The secretary's expression hardened. Wait just a minute. You're on the wrong track entirely. I knew Paul Renauld. What you're suggesting is utterly impossible.
There has to be another explanation. The magistrate merely shrugged. What other explanation could there possibly be? What makes you so sure it was a romantic affair? Madame d'Aubreuil made a habit of visiting him here in the evenings. Additionally, since Monsieur Renauld arrived at the Villa Geneviève, Madame d'Aubreuil has deposited substantial sums of cash into her bank account. In total, the amount comes to £4,000. That part is correct, Stoner admitted quietly. I delivered those sums to him in cash, as he requested, but it wasn't an affair. Then, what was it? Blackmail, Stornor declared sharply, bringing his hand down on the table. That's what it was. Ah, the magistrate exclaimed, visibly startled, despite himself. Blackmail, Stornor repeated. The old man was being squeezed, and at a steep price. 4,000 in just a couple of months. Good grief, I mentioned earlier, there was a mystery surrounding Renaud. Clearly this Madame d'Aubrail knew enough about it to turn the screws. It is possible, the commissary interjected excitedly. Decidedly it is possible. Possible? Stornor nearly roared. It's a certainty. Tell me, have you even asked Mrs. Renaud about this supposed love affair of yours? No, monsieur, we wish to spare her any unnecessary distress if it could be avoided. Distress? Why, she'd laugh right in your face. I'm telling you, she and Renaud were a match made in heaven, 1 in 100. That reminds me of another matter, said M'Hotep, shifting gears. Did Monsieur Renaud confide in you regarding the provisions of his will? I know all about it. I took it to his lawyers for him after he drafted it. I can give you their details if you wish to see it. It's quite straightforward. Half in a trust for his wife during her lifetime, the other half to his son. A few smaller legacies. I believe he left me 1,000. When was this will prepared? Oh, roughly a year and a half ago. Would it astonish you, Monsieur Stornor, to learn that Monsieur Renaud made a new will less than 2 weeks ago? Stornor was clearly taken aback. I had no idea. What are its terms? His entire fortune is left outright to his wife. There is no mention whatsoever of his son. Mr. Stornor let out a long, low whistle. That's rather harsh on the boy. His mother adores him, of course, but to the outside world it looks like a distinct lack of paternal confidence. It'll be a blow to his pride. Still, if anything, it proves my point. Renaud and his wife were on the best of terms. Quite so, M'Hotep murmured. It appears we may need to revise our thinking on several points. We have, naturally, sent a cable to Santiago and await their reply at any moment. In all likelihood, that will clarify the entire matter and set us on a straightforward path. However, should your theory of blackmail prove accurate, Madame d'Aubrail could provide us with crucial insight. Poirot offered a question. Monsieur Stornor, the English chauffeur, Masters, how long was he employed by Monsieur Renaud? Just over a year. Can you say with any certainty whether he has ever visited South America? I am positive he has not. Prior to his service with M. Renaud, he spent many years with a family in Gloucestershire, whom I know personally. Then you would vouch for his character without reservation. Without a doubt. Poirot appeared somewhat disappointed. Meanwhile, the magistrate sent for Marchaud. Please convey my compliments to Madame Renaud. I would be grateful for a brief word with her. Ask her not to trouble herself. I will come upstairs. Marchaud acknowledged the instruction and left. After several minutes of waiting, the door opened unexpectedly. Mrs. Renaud entered the room, her face as pale as the heavy mourning clothes she wore. Monsieur M'Hotep hurriedly offered a chair with earnest apologies, which she accepted with a faint, weary smile. Stornor took one of her hands in his silent sympathy more expressive than any words. She turned her attention to the magistrate. You wish to speak with me? If you are willing, madame. I understand your husband was French-Canadian by birth. Can you share anything of his early life or upbringing? She shook her head slowly. My husband was a very private man regarding his past, monsieur. I know he was from the northwest, but I believe his childhood was unhappy, as he never wished to speak of it. Our life together was focused entirely on the present and the future. Was there any element of mystery in his earlier years? A slight, sad smile touched her lips. Nothing so dramatic, I am certain, monsieur. M'Hotep returned the smile. Quite right. We must avoid melodrama. There is one further point. He hesitated. Stornor interrupted impulsively. They've gotten a rather wild idea into their heads, Mrs. Renauld. They actually suspect Mr. Renauld was involved with a Madame d'Aubray, the woman who lives next door. A vivid scarlet flush instantly stained Mrs. Renaud's cheek. She drew her head back sharply, then pressed her lips together, her entire face trembling with emotion. Stonor stared at her in utter confusion, but M. Bex leaned forward, his tone gentle. "We deeply regret causing you distress, madame. But do you have any reason to believe Madame d'Aubray was your husband's mistress?" A choked sob escaped her as Mrs. Renauld covered her face with her hands, her shoulders shaking. Finally, she looked up, her voice fractured with pain. "It is possible she was? I have never witnessed an expression of such pure, stunned bewilderment as that which froze on Stonor's face in that moment. He was completely and utterly blindsided. What might have followed in the conversation is impossible to know, for the door was suddenly flung open with force. A tall young man strode into the room. For a single, eerie second, I felt a chill. It was as if the dead man had returned to life. Then I saw this dark head bore no trace of grey, and realized it was merely a youth who had burst in upon us with such disregard for formality. He went directly to Mrs. Renauld, his urgency ignoring everyone else in the room. "Mother! Jack!" she cried, pulling him into her arms. "My dear boy, but what are you doing here? You were to sail on the Anzora from Cherbourg 2 days ago." Suddenly remembering the others, she turned with regained composure. "Gentlemen, my son!" "Ah," said M. Hortet, acknowledging the young man's bow. "So you did not depart on the Anzora?" "No, monsieur. I was about to explain. The Anzora was delayed a full day due to engine trouble. I decided to use the time to visit a friend in Paris, a small detour I hadn't mentioned in my letters. I was meant to have left the evening before, but I picked up a late edition of the paper and saw the terrible news about what had happened here." His voice faltered and his eyes filled. "My father, my poor father, Miss—" Renauld stared at him as if in a trance. "So you never left?" she whispered. Then, with a weary sigh, she added, almost to herself, "I suppose it hardly matters now." "Please, take a seat, Monsieur Renauld," M. Hortet urged, gesturing to a chair. "You have my deepest sympathy. To learn of it in such a way must have been a dreadful shock. Yet it is fortunate your departure was delayed. You may be able to provide the very information we need to shed light on this affair. I am entirely at your service." "Ask me anything to begin. This trip was undertaken at your father's request, I believe?" "Yes, sir. I received a wire instructing me to go at once to Cherbourg, board the Anzora for Buenos Aires, then travel over the Andes to Valparaiso and on to Santiago." "I see. And the purpose of this journey?" "I have no idea." "None. None at all. Here is the telegram." The magistrate took it and read aloud, "Proceed immediately Cherbourg, embark Anzora, sailing tonight Buenos Aires. Ultimate destination Santiago. Further instructions will await you Buenos Aires. Do not fail. Matter is of utmost importance, Renauld." And there was no prior correspondence about this. Jack Renauld shook his head. That was the first and only word. I knew my father had many business interests in South America, of course, having lived there so long, but he had never mentioned sending me out before. "You have spent some time in South America yourself, Monsieur Renauld. I was there as a boy. But I was educated in England, and most of my holidays were spent there, so I actually know far less of the continent than people might assume. The war began when I was 17. You served in the British Flying Corps, did you not?" "Yes, sir." Mohotet gave a nod and continued his questions along the now familiar lines. Jack Renauld stated firmly that he knew of no enemies his father might have had in Santiago or elsewhere in South America, that he had noticed no recent change in his father's demeanour, and that he had never heard him speak of a secret. He had assumed the South American trip was purely a business matter. As M. Hortet paused, the calm voice of Giraud interjected, If I may, Monsieur le Juge, I should like to ask a few questions of my own. By all means, Monsieur Giraud, said the magistrate coolly. Giraud shifted his chair slightly closer to the table. Were you on good terms with your father, Monsieur Renauld? Of course I was, the young man replied stiffly. You state that positively? Yes. No disagreements, then? Not even small ones? Jack gave a slight shrug. Everyone has a difference of opinion now and then. Naturally. Naturally. But if someone were to claim that you had a fierce quarrel with your father on the day you left for Paris, that person would undoubtedly be lying. I had to admire Giraud's cunning. His earlier boast about knowing everything was clearly no empty claim. Jack Renauld was visibly unsettled by the question. We did have a disagreement, he conceded. A disagreement? During that exchange, did you say, when you are dead, I can do as I like? I might have, the other muttered. I don't recall. And in reply, did your father say, but I am not dead yet? To which you answered, I wish you were. The young man said nothing. His hands moved restlessly among the objects on the table before him. I must insist on an answer. Please, Monsieur Renauld, Giraud said sharply. With a sharp cry of frustration, the young man sent a heavy letter-opener clattering to the floorboards. What difference does it make now? Fine, you might as well hear it all. Yes, I argued with my father. I probably said every terrible thing you've heard. I was in such a blind rage I can hardly recall my own words. I was furious enough in that moment to... Well, you can imagine. He slumped back into his chair, his face flushed with defiance. Giraud offered a thin smile before shifting his own chair and deferring to the magistrate. Indeed, that will be all from me, Giraud said. The questioning is yours to continue, Monsieur Hautet? Ah, yes, precisely, Hautet replied, turning his attention back. Now, what was the precise cause of this argument? That I refuse to say. The magistrate drew himself up, his voice deepening with authority. Monsieur Renauld, you will not treat the law with such disregard. I demand to know the subject of your quarrel. Jack Renauld remained stubbornly silent, a sullen shadow crossing his youthful features. It was then that another voice cut through the tension, calm and unshakable, the voice of Hercule Poirot. I can provide that information if you wish, monsieur. You are aware of it? Most assuredly. The quarrel concerned Mademoiselle Marthe de Breil. Renauld whirled around, startled. The magistrate leaned forward intently. Is this true, monsieur? Jack Renauld gave a curt nod. It is, he admitted. I am in love with Mademoiselle de Breil and wish to marry her. When I told my father, he flew into an immediate and violent rage. I could not, of course, stand by and listen to the girl I love be insulted, and I lost my temper as well. Ma'am Hautet glanced toward Mrs. Renauld. Were you aware of this attachment, madame? I had my suspicions, she answered quietly. Mother, the boy cried out. Not you too. Marthe is as kind as she is lovely. What possible objection could you have? My objection is not with Mademoiselle Dobrel herself. Mrs. Renauld replied, a trace of old bitterness colouring her tone. But I would have far preferred you to choose an English girl, or at the very least a Frenchwoman, whose mother does not carry such a clouded history. Her lingering resentment toward the older Madame Dobrel was palpable, and it was easy to see how her son's infatuation would feel like a fresh betrayal. She turned back to address the magistrate directly. In hindsight, I perhaps should have spoken to my husband about it sooner. I had hoped it was merely a youthful flirtation that would fade if ignored. I blame myself now for saying nothing, but my husband had been so unusually anxious and preoccupied lately, so unlike his normal self, that my chief concern was to avoid adding to his burdens. Motet gave a thoughtful nod. When you declared your intentions to your father, he pressed on. Was he taken by surprise? He was utterly stunned, Jack said. Then he flatly ordered me to abandon the idea entirely. He would never consent to the marriage. Angered, I demanded to know what he held against Marthy. He couldn't give a proper reason, only made vague, disparaging remarks about the mystery surrounding her and her mother's past. I retorted that I was marrying Marthy, not her family history, but he shouted me down, refusing to discuss it further. The whole affair, he said, was to be dropped. The sheer injustice and high-handedness of it drove me mad, especially since he was always the one going out of his way to be polite to them, always suggesting we invite them over. I lost all control, and we had a furious row. My father reminded me I was entirely dependent on him, and it was likely in response to that I made the awful remark about doing as I pleased once he was gone. Poirot interjected with a swift question. You were familiar, then, with the terms of your father's will? I knew he had left half his estate to me directly, the young man confirmed, with the other half held in trust for my mother to come to me upon her passing. The magistrate gestured for him to continue. After that, we just kept shouting at each other in pure anger until I suddenly realized I was about to miss my train to Paris. I raced for the station, my anger still burning white-hot. Once I was a good distance away, however, my temper cooled. I wrote to Martha, detailing the entire confrontation, and her response brought me even greater comfort. She reminded me that if we remained resolute, any resistance would eventually crumble. Our love needed to be tested and proven genuine. Once my parents saw this was no fleeting teenage crush, they would surely soften their stance. Naturally, I had omitted my father's main objection to the relationship in my letter to her. It quickly became clear that losing my temper would only hurt my case.
Shifting topics. Are you familiar with the name Duveen, Mr. Renauld? Duveen, Jack repeated. He leaned forward slowly, retrieving the paper knife he had earlier knocked from the table. As he raised his head, his gaze met the intently watching eyes of Giraud. Duveen? No, I don't believe I know that name. Please, read this letter, Mr. Renauld. Then tell me if you have any idea who might have sent it to your father.
Jack took the letter and read it, his face flushing with colour as he did so. Addressed to my father? The emotion and outrage in his voice were unmistakable. Correct. We discovered it in his coat pocket. Does it? He hesitated, casting the briefest glance toward his mother. The magistrate understood the unspoken question. Not as yet. Can you provide any insight into the author? I have absolutely no idea. Hortense sighed in frustration. A profoundly baffling case.
Well, I suppose we can set the letter aside for now? Where were we? Ah, yes, the weapon. I fear this will be painful, Mr. Renauld. I understand it was a gift from you to your mother. This is very tragic, deeply upsetting. Jack Renauld leaned forward. His face, which had been flushed moments before, was now deathly pale. Are you telling me my father was killed with that little aeroplane wire letter opener? That's impossible. Such a small, insignificant thing. Unfortunately, Mr.
Renauld, it is all too true. A horribly efficient little tool, I'm afraid. Sharp and easily concealed. Where is it? Can I see it? Is it still in the body? Oh no, it has been removed. You wish to see it for confirmation? That is perhaps wise, though Madame has already identified it. Still, Monsieur Bex, would you be so kind? Of course, I'll fetch it at once. Would it not be more practical to take Mr. Renauld to the shed? Giraud suggested smoothly, a hint of a challenge in his tone. Undoubtedly he would wish to see his father. The young man shuddered and shook his head. The magistrate, always eager to oppose Giraud when he could, replied, No, not now. Monsieur Bex will be good enough to bring it here. The commissary left the room. Stoner crossed to Jack and gripped his hand in a firm, silent show of support. Poirot had stood up and was meticulously straightening a pair of candlesticks that offended his sense of order. The magistrate was poring over the mysterious love letter one final time, clinging desperately to his initial theory of a jealous attack from behind. Suddenly the door flew open and the commissary rushed back in, breathless. Monsieur le juge! Monsieur le juge! Yes, what is it? The dagger! It's gone! What gone? Vanished! Disappeared! The glass jar that held it is completely empty. What? I exclaimed, before I could stop myself. That's impossible. Why? I saw it just this morning. The words died on my lips as I realized my mistake. The attention of everyone in the room snapped toward me. What did you say? Cried the commissary. This morning. I saw it there this morning, I admitted slowly. To be precise, about an hour and a half ago, you went to the shed. How did you obtain the key? I requested it from the sergeant on duty, and you went inside. For what purpose? I hesitated, knowing I was cornered, but finally decided the only course was a full confession. Monsieur Autet, I began, my voice low with regret, I must confess to a serious error in judgment, for which I must ask your forgiveness. Continue, monsieur. The truth is, I said, feeling profoundly uncomfortable, I encountered a young lady of my acquaintance. She expressed a most intense curiosity to view the scene, and well, the short of it is, I used the key to allow her to see the body. Ah, the magistrate exclaimed with clear disapproval. That is a significant breach of protocol, Captain Hastings. It is highly irregular. You should never have allowed such a foolish impulse. I am fully aware, I replied humbly. No reprimand from you could be too severe, monsieur. You did not, I trust, invite this lady to the premises?
Absolutely not. Our meeting was entirely by chance. She is an English visitor presently staying in Merlinville, a fact I was unaware of until I happened upon her. Well, well, said Monsieur Autet, his tone softening somewhat. It remains most irregular, but the lady is undoubtedly young and attractive. Ah, the impetuousness of youth! He sighed with a touch of melodrama, but the commissary, a more pragmatic soul, picked up the thread. Yet you did relock the door upon your departure?
That is precisely the heart of my failing, I admitted slowly, the weight of it pressing on me. My companion was deeply shaken by the sight. She nearly lost consciousness. I procured some brandy for her, and afterward felt compelled to escort her back to town. In the distress of the moment, it completely slipped my mind to secure the door. I only remembered to lock it upon my return to the villa. Which means for a period of at least 20 minutes? The commissary said slowly, letting the implication hang. Precisely, I confirmed. 20 minutes, the commissary mused aloud. It is deplorable, declared M. Hortet, his stern demeanour returning in full force. Utterly without precedent. Suddenly, another voice cut through the tension. You find it deplorable? Inquired Giraud. Most certainly I do. I find it admirable, he stated coolly, without a flicker of emotion. This unexpected endorsement left me utterly bewildered. Admirable, Monsieur Giraud? Asked the magistrate, eyeing him with cautious, sidelong scrutiny. Precisely. And why is that? Because we now know the assassin or an accomplice was in the vicinity of this villa barely an hour ago. It would be remarkable if, armed with that knowledge, we do not apprehend him very shortly. A distinct note of threat underscored his words. He went on. He took a considerable risk to retrieve that dagger. Perhaps he was concerned about fingerprints being discovered upon it. Poirot turned to Bex. You stated there were none to be found? Giraud offered a slight shrug. Perhaps he could not be certain. Poirot regarded him steadily. You are mistaken, Monsieur Giraud. The assassin wore gloves. Therefore he must have been sure I did not specify it was the assassin personally. It may have been an accomplice unaware of that detail. The magistrate's clerk was collecting the papers from the table. M. Hortet addressed our small assembly. Our work here is concluded, Monsieur Renaud. You will now hear your official statement read back to you. I have deliberately kept these proceedings informal. Some have called my methods unorthodox, but I maintain there is considerable merit in a fresh approach. The case now rests in the capable hands of the celebrated Monsieur Giraud. He will undoubtedly distinguish himself. In fact, I am somewhat surprised he has not already apprehended the culprits. Madame, please accept once more my most sincere condolences. Gentlemen, I bid you good day." Accompanied by his clerk and the commissary, he took his leave. Poirot produced his large, turnip-shaped watch and noted the hour. "Let us return to the hotel for lunch, my friend," he suggested, "and you shall provide me with a complete account of this morning's indiscretions. No one is paying us any mind. We can depart without formal farewells." We exited the room quietly. Outside, the magistrate's automobile was just pulling away from the curb. I was descending the stairs when Poirot's voice stopped me. "A moment, my friend." With deft precision, he produced his tape measure and, with an air of great solemnity, proceeded to measure the length of an overcoat hanging in the hallway. I hadn't noticed it there earlier, and assumed it belonged to either Miss Stoner or Jack Renauld. After a soft, satisfied sound, he returned the tape to his pocket and joined me outside. We began a slow walk along the sun-baked road. "Why measure that coat?" I asked, my curiosity piqued. "To determine its length, naturally," he replied, utterly unflappable. I felt a familiar irritation. Poirot's relentless tendency to cloak the mundane in mystery always grated on me. I fell silent, my own thoughts taking over. Certain phrases Mrs. Renauld had spoken to her son, which I hadn't fully registered at the time, now echoed in my mind with fresh weight. "So you did not sail," she had said, followed by, "After all, it does not matter." Now, what could she have meant? The words were puzzling and loaded. Did she possess knowledge we hadn't accounted for? She had denied any awareness of the secret task her husband intended for their son. Yet, was her ignorance merely an act? Could she shed light on this if she wished? And was her silence part of a deliberate, premeditated scheme? The longer I pondered, the more certain I became. Mrs. Renauld was withholding information. In her shock at seeing Jack, she had briefly revealed a crack in her composure. I grew convinced she knew, if not the identity of the murderer, then certainly the motive behind the killing. But some powerful reason must be compelling her silence. "You are thinking very deeply, my friend," Poirot observed, interrupting my reflections. "What has captured your attention so completely?" I shared my theory, confident in its logic, yet braced for his mockery. To my astonishment, he nodded gravely. "You are correct, Hastings. From the outset I have been certain she was concealing something. Initially I suspected her, if not of planning the crime, then of being complicit in it." "You suspected her?" I exclaimed. "But of course." "She gains tremendously indeed. Under the new will, she is the sole beneficiary. Therefore, she immediately warranted scrutiny. You may recall I seized an early chance to examine her wrists. I wished to see if she could have possibly bound and gagged herself. Well, I saw immediately there was no deception. The cords had been tied so tightly they cut into the skin. That eliminated the possibility of her acting alone. However, it remained possible she had conspired with an accomplice, or had been the instigator. Furthermore, her account felt strangely familiar to me, the unrecognizable masked intruders, the reference to the secret. I had encountered such elements before. Another small detail confirmed my doubts about her truthfulness. The wristwatch, Hastings, the wristwatch, that damned watch again. Poirot was watching me intently. "You see now, my friend, you understand?" "No," I replied, my temper shortening. "I do not see or understand a thing. You concoct these infernal puzzles, and it's pointless to ask for clarity. You always hoard some final revelation, like a card up your sleeve." "Do not upset yourself," Poirot said with a slight smile. "I will explain if you wish." But not a word to Giraud. Is that agreed? He dismisses me as a harmless relic. We shall see about that. In simple fairness, I gave him a clue. If he chooses to ignore it, the consequences are his own. I assured Poirot of my complete discretion. "Excellent. Then let us put our little grey cells to work." My friend, tell me, when do you believe the tragedy actually occurred? At 2 o'clock, or close to it? I replied, surprised. You recall, Mrs. Renauld specifically said she heard the clock strike while the intruders were still in the room. Precisely. And on that testimony alone you, the magistrate, Bex, and everyone else accepted the time without question. But I, Hercule Poirot, assert that Madame Renauld was not telling the truth. The murder happened at least 2 full hours before that. But the medical examiners, they stated the body had been dead between 7 and 10 hours when they examined it. My friend, it was critically important for someone that the crime appear to have happened later than it truly did. You have heard of a watch smashed to stop at the moment of a murder? Here, someone deliberately turned the hands of that wristwatch to 2 o'clock and then violently threw it down. Ironically, this clever move backfired. While the crystal shattered, the watch's mechanism remained perfectly intact. It was a disastrous mistake for them, as it immediately highlighted 2 crucial facts for me. First, that Madame Renauld's account was false, and second, that there existed a compelling reason to shift the time of death. But what possible reason could there be? Ah, that is the very heart of the mystery. I cannot yet fully explain it. Only one idea suggests itself to me as having a potential connection. Which is? The final train from Merlinville departed at 12:17. I worked through the implications slowly. So if the crime seemed to occur around 2 o'clock, anyone who left on that last train would have a perfect, unshakable alibi. Exactly, Hastings. You grasp it. I jumped to my feet. Then we must inquire at the station immediately. They couldn't possibly have failed to notice 2 foreigners boarding that train. We should go at once. Do you truly think so, Hastings? Absolutely. Let's go now. Poirot gently placed a hand on my arm to calm my enthusiasm. Go by all means if you wish, mon ami. But if you do go, I would not advise asking about 2 foreigners. I stared at him, bewildered, and he continued with a hint of impatience. Come now, you don't actually believe all that theatrical nonsense, do you? The masked men and the rest of that elaborate story. His words left me speechless. He went on calmly. You heard me say to Giraud that every detail of this crime was familiar to me. Well, that suggests one of 2 possibilities. Either the same mind that conceived the first crime planned this one, or else our killer had read of a famous case and those details lingered unconsciously, shaping this performance. I will be able to say which after... He paused. My own thoughts were churning. But Mr. Renauld's letter, it clearly mentions a secret and Santiago. Undoubtedly there was a secret in Monsieur Renauld's life of that. There can be no doubt. However, the word Santiago, in my opinion, is a distraction, a red herring repeatedly dragged across the trail to mislead us. It is even possible the same tactic was used on Monsieur Renauld himself to prevent his suspicions from turning to a threat much closer to home. Oh, believe me, Hastings, the danger that confronted him was not waiting in Santiago. It was right here, in France. He spoke with such grave certainty that I was convinced. Yet I offered one last objection. And the match and the cigarette end found near the body. What of them? A spark of pure delight illuminated Poirot's face. Planted, deliberately placed there for Giraud or one of his eager bloodhounds to discover. Ah, he is clever. That Giraud he can perform his tricks, just like a well-trained retriever. He comes in so terribly pleased with himself after hours of crawling on his stomach.
See what I have found, he says. He turned to me once more. What do you observe here? I answered with complete honesty. Nothing at all. And Giraud, the celebrated Giraud, he laughs to himself, thinking, what a fool this old man is. But we shall see, my thoughts, however, snapped back to the central facts. So the entire account of the masked intruders is a fabrication. What actually occurred? Poirot gave a slight shrug. One person could tell us. Madame Renauld?
Yet she refuses to speak. Neither threats nor pleas would sway her. She is a remarkable woman, Hastings, I perceived, from our first meeting that I was dealing with a person of extraordinary fortitude. Initially, as I mentioned, I was inclined to suspect her involvement in the crime. Later, I revised that opinion. What caused you to change your mind? The raw, unmistakable anguish she displayed upon seeing her husband's body. I would stake my reputation that the agony in her cry was utterly genuine. True, I reflected. One can't easily mistake such emotion. I must disagree, my friend. One can always be mistaken. Consider a great actress. Does her portrayal of grief not overwhelm you with its apparent reality? No, however powerful my personal impression, I required further proof. A master criminal can be a master performer. My certainty in this instance rests not on impression alone, but on the incontrovertible fact that Madame Renaud genuinely fainted. I examined her eyelids and felt her pulse. There was no artifice, the swoon was real. Consequently, I was convinced her distress was authentic. Moreover, and this is a minor, almost trivial point, it was unnecessary for her to stage such a violent display a second time. She had already suffered one paroxysm upon hearing of her husband's death. Why manufacture another upon seeing his body? No, Madame Renaud did not murder her husband, yet why has she lied? She lied about the wristwatch, she lied about the masked men, and she lied about a third matter. Tell me, Hastings, how do you explain the open door? Well, I said somewhat awkwardly, I imagine it was an oversight. They simply forgot to close it. Poirot shook his head and sighed.
That is Giraud's explanation. It does not satisfy me. There is a significance behind that open door which for the moment eludes my comprehension. One point I feel reasonably sure of, the intruders did not depart through it. They exited by the window. What? Precisely. But there were no footprints in the flower bed beneath. No, and there should have been. Listen, Hastings, the gardener, August, as you heard, planted both of those beds the previous afternoon.
One shows many impressions of his heavy boots, the other shows none. You see, someone passed that way, someone who then used a rake to smooth over the surface and erase their tracks. Where would they have obtained a rake? Where they obtained the spade and the gardening gloves, Poirot replied with a touch of impatience. That presents no difficulty, but why are you convinced they left by the window? Isn't it more logical that they entered by the window and left by the door? It is possible, certainly. Yet I have a firm conviction they departed via the window. I believe you are mistaken. Perhaps, my friend. I fell into thought, pondering the new avenues of speculation Poirot's deductions had unveiled. I remembered my earlier bewilderment at his cryptic comments concerning the flower bed and the wristwatch. His remarks had seemed so puzzling then, but now I understood for the first time how remarkably, from a handful of slight clues, he had unravelled so much of the mystery shrouding the case. I offered a belated tribute to my friend's skill. Nevertheless, I said after a moment, although we know considerably more than we did, we appear no closer to solving the central mystery of who killed Mr. Renaud. No, Poirot replied cheerfully. In fact, we are considerably farther from the solution. He seemed to derive such peculiar satisfaction from this fact that I could only stare at him in astonishment. Our eyes met, and he offered a knowing smile. In that instant, understanding washed over me. Poirot, it's about Mrs. Renaud, isn't it? She isn't protecting herself. She's protecting someone else. His quiet reception of my outburst told me he'd already considered the possibility. Indeed, he mused, protecting someone, or perhaps providing a screen for them. One of the two. As we stepped into the hotel lobby, he raised a finger to his lips, signalling for silence. We enjoyed an excellent lunch, eating with a hearty appetite. After a comfortable silence, Poirot's eyes twinkled with mischief. Well then, what of your little indiscretions? Are you not going to share the tale? I felt my cheeks grow warm. Oh, you mean this morning? I tried to sound utterly casual, but I was hopelessly outmatched. Within minutes he had coaxed the entire story from me. "How charmingly romantic!" he exclaimed. "What is the name of this enchanting young lady?" I was forced to admit I hadn't learned it. Even more romantic, a first meeting on the train from Paris, a second here, journeys end in lovers' meetings, or so the saying goes. Yes, don't be ridiculous, Poirot. Yesterday it was Mademoiselle Dubrow, today it is Mademoiselle Cinderella. You have the heart of a sultan, Hastings. Perhaps you should establish a harem. It's easy for you to joke. Mademoiselle Dobrel is genuinely beautiful, and I admire her greatly, I won't deny it. The other was just a passing encounter. I doubt I'll ever see her again. You do not intend to call on the lady. His tone turned inquisitive, and I felt the sharpness of his glance. Before my eyes, the words Hôtel du Phare seemed to blaze, and I heard her voice again saying, "Come and look me up," followed by my own eager promise. I answered Poirot as lightly as I could. She did invite me to visit, but naturally I won't. Why naturally? Well, I've no real desire to. Mademoiselle Cinderella is at the Hôtel d'Angleterre, you said? No, the Hôtel du Phare. Ah, true, I'd forgotten. A flicker of doubt crossed my mind. I was certain I'd never mentioned which hotel to Poirot. I studied him, but he seemed entirely absorbed in neatly sectioning his bread. He must have simply assumed I'd told him we took our coffee outside, facing the sea. Poirot finished one of his small cigarettes and consulted his pocket watch. "The Paris train departs at 2:25, he noted. "I should be on my way." "Paris," I exclaimed. "That is what I said, my friend. You're going to Paris, but why?" His expression turned solemn. "To search for the murderer of Monsieur Renauld. You believe he's in Paris? I am quite sure he is not yet. It is there I must look. You do not understand now, but I will explain in good time. Trust me, this trip is necessary. I shall not be gone long, likely returning tomorrow. You will remain here, keep an eye on Giraud, and cultivate the company of young Monsieur Renauld." "That reminds me," I said. "How did you know about those two? My friend, I understand human nature. Place a young man like Renauld and a beautiful girl like Mademoiselle Marthe together, and the result is almost inevitable. Then, the quarrel. It was over money or a woman. Remembering the maid's account of the boy's fury, I chose the latter. I made a guess, and I was correct. You already suspected she was in love with him?" Poirot smiled, but his voice grew grave. At the very least, I saw that she had anxious eyes. That is how I shall always think of Mademoiselle Dobrel, as the girl with the anxious eyes. His solemn tone left me uneasy. "What do you mean by that, Poirot? I have a feeling, my friend, that we shall understand before long. But now I must depart." "I'll come to the station with you," I said, standing. "You will do nothing of the sort. I absolutely forbid it." His tone was so sharp and final that I could only stare back, taken aback. He gave a firm, decisive nod. "I am entirely serious, my friend. Goodbye for now." After Poirot departed, I found myself somewhat adrift. I wandered down to the beach to watch the swimmers, though I lacked the energy to join them. Part of me hoped to spot Cinderella among them in some dazzling outfit, but she was nowhere to be seen. With little purpose, I ambled along the sand toward the quieter end of the resort town. It then struck me that as a matter of basic decency, I really ought to check on the young woman. Doing so would neatly settle the affair. The matter would be concluded, and I could put her entirely out of my mind. If I didn't go, she might very well decide to call on me at the villa. So I turned away from the shore and walked into the town. I quickly located the Hôtel du Phare, a modest and rather plain building. It was intensely irritating not to know her name. To preserve my dignity, I decided to simply walk in and glance around the lounge where I would likely find her. I entered, but she was not there. After waiting for some time, my patience wore thin. I drew the concierge aside and discreetly pressed a 5-franc note into his hand. "I'm looking for a lady staying here. A young Englishwoman, petite with dark hair. I'm afraid I don't know her name." The man shook his head, a suppressed smile playing on his lips. "There is no lady of that description registered here, sir, but the lady distinctly told me this was her hotel. Monsieur must be mistaken, or perhaps the lady was. In fact, another gentleman was here earlier, asking for her as well." "What's that?" I exclaimed, surprised. "Yes, monsieur. A gentleman who described her exactly as you have. What did he look like?" "He was a small gentleman, very neatly and precisely dressed, immaculate. He had a stiff moustache, a head of a rather distinctive shape, and green eyes." Poirot, so that was why he had refused my company to the station. The sheer audacity. I did not require a nursemaid to manage my personal affairs, thanking the man. I left, feeling both perplexed and thoroughly annoyed with my interfering friend. But where was the lady, setting my irritation aside? I tried to reason it out. She had clearly, by simple mistake, given me the wrong hotel. Then a more unsettling thought occurred. Was it a mistake? Had she deliberately withheld her name and provided a false address? The longer I considered it, the more convinced I became that this was the case. For reasons of her own, she did not wish our brief acquaintance to develop. And though this had been my own sentiment not half an hour before, I found I did not appreciate the tables being turned on me. The whole business was deeply frustrating. I returned to the Villa Geneviève in a distinctly sour mood. Avoiding the main house, I took the path to the small bench near the shed and sat down, brooding. My thoughts were interrupted by the sound of voices drawing near. I realized after a moment they were not from my garden, but from the neighboring grounds of the Villa Marguerite. It was a girl's voice, one I recognized as belonging to the beautiful Marthe. "Darling," she was saying, her voice trembling with hope, "can it really be true? Are all our troubles finally over?" "You know they are, Martha," Jack Renauld replied. His voice was fervent. "Nothing can separate us now, my love. The last barrier between us is gone. Nothing will ever take you from me." "Nothing," she murmured, a note of fear still lingering. "Oh, Jack, I'm so afraid I made to leave, embarrassed at overhearing such a private moment." As I stood, I glimpsed them through a break in the hedge. They stood together facing my direction, his arm around her, his eyes locked with hers. They made a striking pair, the dark, athletic young man and the fair, goddess-like girl. A sudden, sharp memory of my own youthful heartache flashed through my mind. A bittersweet pang I thought long buried, making their scene feel both beautifully romantic and faintly, foolishly tragic. They stood together as if they were two halves of a perfect whole, finding joy despite the dark cloud hanging over their youth. Yet a shadow of worry lingered on the girl's face, and Jack Renauld, drawing her nearer, seemed to sense it. "What is it, my love?" he whispered. "What could possibly frighten you now?" In her eyes, I caught that fleeting expression Poirot had described, a silent dread that seemed to shape the words she murmured almost too softly to catch. "I'm afraid for you." I missed Jack's reply, distracted by something peculiar farther along the hedgerow. What looked like a clump of dead leaves seemed oddly out of place so early in the season. Moving closer to inspect, the brown mass suddenly shifted back and revealed itself, a man with a finger pressed to his lips. It was Giraud. Signaling for silence, he drew me around the side of the shed, out of hearing range. "What were you doing back there?" I demanded. "The same as you," he replied flatly, "listening." "I wasn't there intentionally," I protested. "Ah," said Giraud, unimpressed. "But I was." As usual, I felt that grudging respect for him mixed with a strong dose of dislike. He gave me a slow, dismissive once-over. "Your blundering in didn't help. Another moment, and I might have heard something useful. Where's your antique detective friend? Monsieur Poirot has gone to Paris, I said coolly. Giraud snapped his fingers with a scoff. Paris, is it? Good. The longer he stays there, the better for everyone. What does he imagine he'll dig up? I thought I detected a faint trace of anxiety beneath the question. Drawing myself up, I replied. That is not something I can disclose. Giraud fixed me with a penetrating stare. Probably for the best. He likely has the sense not to tell you anything, he said rudely. I'm busy. Good afternoon. With that he turned on his heel and strode off without another word. Back at the Villa Geneviève, everything felt stalled. Giraud clearly had no use for me, and from what I'd just witnessed, Jack Renauld probably felt the same. I returned to town, took a refreshing swim in the sea, and headed back to my hotel. Turning in early, I wondered if the next day would bring any new developments. I was completely unprepared for what actually came. I was in the middle of breakfast when the waiter, after speaking with someone outside, hurried back into the dining room, visibly agitated. He fiddled with his napkin before blurting out, "Excuse me, sir, but you are involved with the business at the Villa Geneviève, aren't you?"
Yes, I said, leaning forward. Why? What's happened? You haven't heard the news, then? What news?
There's been another murder there last night. Leaping up, I grabbed my hat and raced out the door. Another murder, and Poirot was away. What wretched luck! Who was the victim this time? I sprinted through the villa's gate to find a cluster of servants in the driveway, talking animatedly. I seized Françoise by the arm. "What's happened? Oh, monsieur, it is terrible! Another death!" "This house is cursed, I tell you, cursed. They should fetch the priest for holy water. I will not sleep another night under this roof. Who knows, next time it could be me." She made the sign of the cross. "Yes, yes," I pressed. "But who was killed?" "How should I know? A man, a stranger. They found him up there in the shed, not 100 yards from where they discovered poor Monsieur Renauld. And that's not all. He was stabbed straight through the heart with the same knife." Without waiting to hear more, I turned and ran up the path toward the shed. The 2 guards on duty stepped aside to let me pass. Bursting inside, the dim light revealed a crude wooden shelter used for storing old gardening tools. My hurried entrance halted abruptly on the threshold, arrested by the grim scene laid out before me. Giraud crouched low, a small flashlight in his hand as he meticulously scanned the dirt floor. He glanced up at my arrival, his expression tightening into a frown, before softening into a look of amused disdain. "Over there," he directed, aiming the beam toward the far wall. I moved closer. The body lay on its back, a man of average height with a dark complexion, likely in his 50s. His attire was a finely tailored, though not new, dark blue suit. His face was twisted in agony, and protruding from his left side, just above the heart, was the black, gleaming hilt of a dagger. I knew that dagger. It was the very one I had seen displayed in a glass jar the morning before. "The doctor should be here shortly," Giraud remarked. "Not that we really need him. Cause of death is obvious. A stab to the heart. Death would have been immediate. Did it happen last night?" Giraud shook his head. "Unlikely. I'm no medical expert, but he's been dead for well over 12 hours. When did you last see that dagger?" "Around 10 yesterday morning." Then I'd placed the time of the crime not long after that. But people were in and out of this shed all day. Giraud gave a harsh laugh. "You're jumping to conclusions. Who said he was killed here? Look at him. Does someone stabbed in the heart collapse so neatly, feet together, arms at his sides? Of course not. And would a man just lie down and allow himself to be stabbed without a struggle? It's ridiculous. But look here and here." He swept the flashlight over the ground, revealing strange, uneven marks in the soft soil. He was dragged here after death. Partly dragged, partly carried by 2 people. Their tracks vanish on the hard ground outside, and they tried to obscure them here, but one of the two was a woman, my friend. A woman? Yes. But if the tracks are obscured, how can you tell? Because even blurred the imprint of a woman's shoe is clear, and also by this. He leaned forward and carefully plucked something from the dagger's handle, holding it up for me to see. It was a long black strand of hair, identical to the one Poirot had retrieved from the library armchair. With a faint, sarcastic smile, he wound it back around the hilt. "We'll disturb things as little as possible," he explained. "It keeps the examining magistrate happy. Now, notice anything else?" I had to admit I did not. "Look at his hands." I examined them. The nails were broken, stained, and the skin was calloused. It wasn't as revealing as I had hoped. I looked back at Giraud. "Those are not a gentleman's hands," he said, answering my unspoken question. "Yet his clothes are expensive. Curious, isn't it?" "Very," I agreed, "and there are no labels on any of his clothing. What does that tell us? This man was pretending to be someone he wasn't. He was in disguise. Why was he afraid, trying to hide? We don't know yet. But one thing is certain, he wanted to hide his identity as much as we want to uncover it." He looked down at the body again. Just like before, no fingerprints on the dagger. The murderer wore gloves again. "So, you believe it's the same killer in both cases?" I asked eagerly. Giraud's face became unreadable. "Never mind what I believe. We'll see," Marchand. The police sergeant appeared at the doorway. "Sir, where is Madame Renaud?" "I sent for her 15 minutes ago."
"She is on the path now, sir, and her son is with her." "Good, but I'll see them one at a time." Marchand saluted and left. A moment later he returned with Mrs. Renaud. "Madame is here." Giraud stepped forward with a brief, stiff bow. "This way, please." He guided her across the shed, and then moved aside abruptly. "Look at this man. Do you know him?" His eyes sharp as drill bits fixed on her face, probing for any flicker of thought, scrutinizing every shift in her demeanor. "Yet Mrs. Renaud remained utterly composed, too composed, I thought. She glanced down at the body with an air of detached curiosity, showing no trace of distress or recognition. "No," she stated. "I have never seen this man before in my life. He is a complete stranger to me." "You are certain?" "Absolutely certain. Could he have been one of the men who attacked you?" "No." She paused, as if the suggestion gave her a moment's pause. "No, I don't believe so. They wore beards, false ones, according to the magistrate. But even so, no." Her voice firmed with decision. "I am sure neither of them was this person." "Very well, madame. That will be all." She walked out, head held high, the sunlight catching the silver strands in her hair. Jack Renaud followed. His failure to identify the dead man seemed just as effortless and genuine. Giraud only grunted in response, his satisfaction or frustration impossible to read. He called to Marchand.
"You have the other one there."
"Yes, sir. Bring her in, then." The other was Madame d'Aubray. She entered in a state of high indignation, her protests sharp and vehement. "I object to this. It is an outrage. What possible connection do I have with any of this?" Madame Giraud said bluntly, "I am investigating not one murder, but two. For all I know, you could be responsible for both." "How dare you?" she cried, her face flushing with anger. "How dare you hurl such a wild, insulting accusation at me? It is monstrous. Monstrous, is it? Then what about this?" Bending down, he once more plucked the strand of dark hair and held it up. "Do you see this, madame?" He took a step toward her. "Will you permit me to check if it matches your own?" With a stifled gasp, she recoiled, the color draining from her cheeks. "It's a lie. I swear it. I know nothing about this crime, or any other. Whoever says otherwise is lying." "Oh, my God, what am I to do?" "Compose yourself, madame," Giraud said coolly. "No one has formally accused you, but you would be wise to answer my questions without further drama. Anything you wish, sir. Look at the dead man. Have you ever seen him before? Approaching cautiously, some colour returning to her face, Madame de Breau studied the victim with a mixture of interest and curiosity. Then she shook her head. I do not know him. Her words rang so naturally it was hard to doubt her. Giraud dismissed her with a curt nod. As she left, I leaned closer to him and whispered, You're letting her go? Is that prudent? That dark hair almost certainly came from her head. I do not require instruction in my own work, Giraud replied tersely. She is being watched. I have no desire to arrest her just yet. Frowning, he stared down at the body. Would you say that looks like a Spanish type to you? He asked abruptly. I studied the face carefully. No, I said after a moment. I would definitely say he's French. Giraud gave a dissatisfied grunt. My thought exactly. He stood silently for a while. Then, with an impatient wave, he motioned me back and dropped to his hands and knees once more, resuming his meticulous search of the shed's floor. His thoroughness was remarkable. Nothing escaped his notice. He combed every inch, lifting pots, inspecting old sacks. He seized a bundle near the door, but it was only a ragged coat and trousers, which he tossed aside with a sound of disgust. 2 pairs of worn gloves caught his attention, but after careful examination he set them down, shaking his head. Methodically, he returned to the pots, turning each one over. Finally, he stood up, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. He appeared both baffled and irritated, seemingly having forgotten I was there. Just then, a commotion arose outside, and our old acquaintance, the examining magistrate, bustled in, accompanied by his clerk, M. Bex, and the doctor trailing behind them. "This is truly remarkable, Monsieur Giraud," exclaimed Monsieur Hautet. "Another murder! It's clear we haven't unravelled the full mystery. There is a profound secret at the heart of this affair. But who is the victim now?" "That is precisely what remains unknown, monsieur. He has not been identified. Where is the body?" inquired the doctor. Giraud stepped aside. "Over there in the corner, stabbed through the heart, as you can see, and with the very dagger stolen yesterday morning. I suspect the murder followed the theft almost immediately, though that is for you to determine. You may handle the weapon. There are no fingerprints." The doctor knelt beside the deceased, and Giraud turned to the magistrate. "A charming little puzzle, isn't it? But I will solve it." "And so no one recognizes him," the magistrate pondered. "Could he be one of the killers? Perhaps they had a falling out." Giraud shook his head. "The man is French. I would stake my reputation on it." They were interrupted by the doctor, who sat back with a baffled look. "You claim he was killed yesterday morning. I base that on the theft of the dagger," Giraud explained. "He might, of course, have been killed later in the day." "Later? Nonsense. This man has been dead for at least 48 hours, probably longer." We exchanged stunned glances. The doctor's statement was so astonishing it left us all momentarily speechless. Here was a man stabbed with a weapon we knew had been stolen only a day before, yet Dr. Durand insisted he had been dead for 2 full days. The situation was utterly bewildering. As we were still reeling from this revelation, a telegram was delivered to me, sent up from the hotel. I tore it open. It was from Poirot, announcing his return on the train arriving at Merlinville at 12:28. Checking my watch, I saw I had just enough time to reach the station comfortably to meet him. It felt critically important that he learn immediately of these startling new developments. Clearly, Poirot had found what he sought in Paris with remarkable speed. His quick return proved that. I wondered how he would react to the dramatic news I carried. The train was delayed a few minutes, so I paced the platform to pass the time. I decided to ask a few questions about who had left Merlinville on the last train the evening of the murder. I approached the chief porter, a sharp-looking man who readily launched into the subject. It was a disgrace to the police, He declared heatedly that such criminals should roam free. I suggested the assassins might have departed on the midnight train, but he dismissed the idea firmly. He would have certainly noticed 2 foreigners. Only about 20 people had left, and he could not have missed them. I'm not sure what prompted the thought. Perhaps it was the deep, concealed worry I had sensed in Martha Dobrell's voice. But I suddenly asked, young Monsieur Renauld, he didn't leave on that train, did he? Ah, no, monsieur. To arrive and then turn around and leave within half an hour? That would hardly be worth the trip. I stared at him, the meaning of his words slowly dawning on me. You mean, I said, my pulse quickening, that Monsieur Jacques Renauld arrived in Merlinville that evening? But yes, monsieur, on the last inbound train, the 11:40, my mind spun. So that was the source of Martha's intense anxiety. Jacques Renauld had been in Merlinville on the night of the crime. The question now was, why had he kept it a secret? Why, then, had he deliberately let us think he stayed in Cherbourg? Looking back at his open, boyish face, I found it hard to picture him involved in something so dark. But if he was innocent, why keep silent about something so important? One fact was clear. Martha had known the truth all along. That explained her nervousness, her pointed questions to Poirot about whether anyone was under suspicion. My thoughts were cut short by the train pulling in, and a moment later I was shaking Poirot's hand. The little man was practically glowing. He beamed, chattered excitedly, and casting aside all English reserve, pulled me into an enthusiastic embrace right there on the platform. My dear friend, I have triumphed, truly triumphed. Have you? I'm glad to hear it. But wait, do you know what's happened here? How could I? There have been developments, yes? That confident Giraud has made an arrest, perhaps even several. Ah, but I shall make him appear the fool. Now where are we going? Should we not stop at the hotel first? My moustache is a disaster from the journey, limp with this heat. And my coat is dusty, my tie is all askew. I didn't let him finish. Never mind all that, Poirot. We must go straight to the villa. There's been another murder. I've never seen anyone so utterly stunned. His jaw went slack. All his cheerful energy vanished. He stared at me, speechless. What are you saying? Another murder? Then I am completely mistaken. I have failed. Giraud may laugh at me, and he will have every right. You didn't expect this? I? Not in the slightest. It destroys my theory. It ruins everything, unless— Ah, no! He stopped abruptly, striking his chest. It cannot be. I cannot be wrong. When the facts are arranged methodically in their proper order, they permit only one conclusion. I must be right. I am right. But in that case, he cut me off. Wait, I beg you, I am right. Therefore, this new murder is impossible unless— Oh, give me a moment. Do not speak. He fell silent briefly, then resumed in his usual calm, assured tone. The victim is a middle-aged man. His body was discovered in the locked shed near the crime scene, and he has been dead at least 2 days. He was most likely stabbed in a manner similar to Mr. Renauld, though not necessarily in the back. Now, it was my turn to stare in disbelief. In all my time with Poirot, he had never done anything so astonishing. A flicker of doubt crossed my mind.
"Poirot," I exclaimed, "you're having me on. You've already heard everything." He fixed me with a reproachful look. Would I jest about such things? I assure you I have heard nothing at all. Did you not see how your news shocked me? Then how on earth could you know all that? I was correct. Of course I knew. The little grey cells, my friend. They told me this was the only way a second death could have occurred. Now tell me everything.
If we turn left here, we can take a shortcut across the golf course. It will bring us to the back of the Villa Geneviève much faster. As we walked the path he suggested, I relayed everything I knew. Poirot listened closely. The dagger was left in the wound, you say? That is curious. You are certain it was the same one? Absolutely certain. That's what makes the whole thing so baffling. Nothing is impossible. There may have been 2 daggers. I raised my eyebrows skeptically. Isn't that extremely unlikely? What an extraordinary coincidence that would be. You speak, as usual, without thinking, Hastings. In many cases, 2 identical weapons would be improbable, but not here. This weapon was a war souvenir made to Jack Renaud's specifications. When you consider it, is it not far more unlikely that he would have commissioned only one? It's quite likely he kept a spare for himself, Poirot suggested. But no one has said anything about that, I argued. A touch of the professor entered his voice. My dear friend, when investigating, one does not consider only what is spoken aloud. Many significant details are never mentioned, sometimes for good reason. You may decide the motive for that silence. I fell quiet, reluctantly impressed. We soon reached the infamous shed. Our companions were all present, and after brief pleasantries, Poirot began his examination. Having observed Giraud's methods earlier, I watched with keen interest. Poirot gave the surroundings only a fleeting look, his attention fixed on the worn coat and trousers near the entrance. A faint, scornful smile touched Giraud's lips, and Poirot, seeming to notice, tossed the bundle aside. Old gardening clothes, I presume?
Precisely, Giraud replied.
Poirot knelt beside the body. His movements were swift, yet systematic. He inspected the fabric of the garments, finding no notable marks. The boots and the grimy, broken fingernails received particular scrutiny. While examining the nails, he fired a quick question at Giraud. You observed these? I did, the other answered, his expression unreadable. Suddenly, Poirot became rigid. Dr. Durand? Yes. The doctor stepped forward. There is foam upon the lips. Did you note it? I must confess I did not, but you see it now. Most certainly. Poirot turned another sharp glance toward Giraud. You undoubtedly noticed it. The detective offered no reply. Poirot continued. The dagger had been removed from the wound and now rested in a glass jar beside the body. After studying the blade, Poirot leaned close to inspect the injury itself. When he looked up, his eyes held that familiar, excited gleam. A most peculiar wound. It has not bled. The clothing is unstained. The dagger's blade is only slightly tarnished. What is your opinion, Doctor? I can only state it is highly unusual. Not unusual in the least. It is perfectly straightforward. The man was stabbed after death, with a wave of his hand to quiet the outburst that followed. Poirot turned to Giraud. Monsieur Giraud concurs with me, do you not? Whatever Giraud truly thought, he accepted the conclusion without a flicker of emotion. Calmly, almost dismissively, he responded, Naturally, I agree. A fresh murmur of astonishment rippled through the group. But what a notion! Exclaimed Monsieur Hotet. To stab a corpse, barbaric, unprecedented. Perhaps some insatiable hatred. No, said Poirot. I should imagine it was done quite dispassionately to manufacture an impression. What impression? The impression it very nearly succeeded in creating, Poirot replied cryptically. Membex had been pondering. Then how was the man killed? He was not killed. He died. He died, unless I am greatly mistaken, from an epileptic seizure. This declaration from Poirot stirred another wave of excitement. Dr. Durand knelt once more, conducting a thorough re-examination. Finally, he rose. Monsieur Poirot, I am inclined to believe your assertion is correct. I was initially misled. The undeniable fact of the stabbing diverted my attention from other signs. Poirot was now the man of the hour. The examining magistrate showered him with praise. Poirot accepted gracefully, then begged leave, citing that neither of us had lunched and he wished to recover from the journey's fatigue. As we prepared to depart the shed, Giraud approached. His voice was smooth and faintly mocking. One more detail, Monsieur Poirot. We found this coiled around the dagger's handle, a woman's hair. Indeed, said Poirot. A woman's hair, I wonder whose. I wonder the same, said Giraud. With a slight bow he left us. He was quite persistent, that Giraud. Poirot mused as we strolled back to the hotel. I wonder what false trail he hopes I will follow. A single strand of hair. Interesting. We enjoyed a hearty lunch, though I noticed Poirot seemed distracted and distant. Afterward, we retired to our suite, where I pressed him for details about his secretive trip to Paris. Gladly, my friend. I went to Paris to obtain this. From his pocket he produced a small, worn clipping from a newspaper. It was the printed image of a woman's portrait. He passed it to me, and I could not suppress a gasp. You know her, then? I nodded. Despite the photograph's obvious age and the outdated style of her hair, the resemblance was undeniable. Madame d'Aubrail? I cried. Poirot gave a slight smile and shook his head. Not entirely accurate, my friend. That was not the name she used in those days. This is a portrait of the infamous Madame Beroldy. Madame Beroldy. Instantly, the entire affair rushed back to me, the sensational murder trial that had captivated the world. The Beroldy case. The Beroldy case. Approximately 2 decades before the events of our current story, Monsieur Arnold Beroldy, originally from Lyons, came to Paris with his attractive wife and their infant daughter. Monsieur Beroldy was a junior partner in a wine merchant company, a portly, middle-aged man who enjoyed life's comforts, adored his charming wife, and was otherwise quite ordinary. The firm was modestly successful, but provided only a limited income for a junior partner. The Beroldys settled into a small apartment and lived simply at first. While Monsieur Beroldy was unremarkable, his wife was painted with the colours of intrigue. Young, attractive, and possessing a singularly captivating manner, Madame Beroldy quickly became the talk of their neighbourhood, especially as whispers began about some mysterious secret surrounding her origins. Some rumours claimed she was the illegitimate child of a Russian Grand Duke. Others insisted it was an Austrian Archduke, and that the marriage, though morganatic, was legally recognized. Every story agreed on one point. Jeanne Beroldy was at the heart of a fascinating enigma. Among the Beroldys' circle was a young lawyer named Georges Conneau. It soon became clear that the enchanting Jeanne had utterly captured his heart. Madame Beroldy encouraged the young man discreetly, while always professing her complete fidelity to her older husband. Yet many spiteful tongues did not hesitate to name young Conneau as her lover, and hinted he was not the only one. After the Beroldys had been in Paris about 3 months, another figure entered the scene, Mr. Hiram P. Trapp, an American of considerable wealth. Upon being introduced to the charming and mysterious Madame Beroldy, he promptly fell under her spell. His admiration was obvious, though always scrupulously proper. Around this time, Madame Beroldy became more open in her confidences. To several friends, she expressed deep worry for her husband. She explained he had become entangled in several political schemes and mentioned important papers entrusted to him for safekeeping, documents concerning a secret of immense European importance. They had been given to him to mislead pursuers, but Madame Beroldy grew nervous, claiming to have recognized several key members of a revolutionary circle in Paris. Then, on the 28th of November, disaster struck. The cleaning woman who came daily to the apartment found the door standing wide open. Hearing faint groans from the bedroom, she entered and was met with a horrifying scene. Madame Beroldy was discovered on the floor, her wrists and ankles tightly bound, emitting weak groans after having worked the gag from her mouth. Her husband, Monsieur Beroldy, lay upon the bed, lifeless in a spreading crimson pool, a kitchen knife buried in his chest. The tale she spun for the authorities was vivid and precise. She claimed to have been roused from sleep by 2 intruders wearing masks, who swiftly silenced and restrained her. They then turned their attention to her husband, demanding he surrender his famous secret. The brave wine merchant, however, refused them outright. Enraged by his defiance, One of the assailants drove the blade into his heart without another word. Using keys taken from the deceased, the men opened a wall safe and made off with a bundle of documents. Both were described as heavily bearded and masked, but Madame Beraldy insisted with absolute certainty that they were Russian. The case captivated the public, yet the bearded men vanished without a trace. Just as the frenzy began to subside, a shocking twist emerged. Madame Beraldy herself was taken into custody, accused of orchestrating her husband's murder. Her trial became a spectacle, fueled by her youth, striking beauty, and the enigmatic past she claimed. Investigators, however, meticulously dismantled her fairy tale. They revealed her parents were perfectly ordinary fruit sellers from the outskirts of Lyon, a far cry from royal intrigue. Every story of grand dukes and political schemes was traced directly back to the defendant's own imagination. The true motive was uncovered in the person of Mr. Hiram P. Trapp, a wealthy American who, under relentless questioning, confessed his love for Jeanne Beraldy and his intention to marry her if she were free. The fact that their relationship had remained chaste only made the case against her more damning, barred by the man's honorable nature from becoming his mistress. She allegedly devised a monstrous plan to eliminate her unremarkable older husband and secure the American's fortune instead. Throughout the proceedings, Madame Beraldy maintained an icy composure, never wavering from her story of royal birth and childhood substitution. A narrative so absurd and unsubstantiated it somehow convinced a portion of the public. The prosecution was merciless, branding the masked Russians a fiction and asserting the crime was committed by Madame Beraldy and her lover, a man named Georges Queneau. A warrant was issued, but Queneau had already fled. Evidence suggested the bonds on Madame Beraldy were suspiciously loose, and then, as the trial neared its end, a bombshell arrived. A confession letter from Queneau posted from Paris. In it, he claimed to have struck the fatal blow, but only at her urging. He painted a picture of a man driven by a passionate, and he believed reciprocated, love, believing he was rescuing her from a cruel husband. The revelation of Hiram P. Trapp's existence shattered this illusion. In a furious, jealous rage, he realized he had been nothing but a tool, a cat's paw used to clear her path to a richer man's arms. His letter was a venomous act of betrayal, detailing her instigation of the entire scheme. It was in this moment of utter ruin that Madame Beraldy truly proved the caliber of her remarkable and utterly ruthless character. Without a moment's hesitation, she abandoned her earlier story and confessed that the tale of the Russians was entirely her own fabrication. The true killer was Georges Queneau. Consumed by a violent passion, he had carried out the murder, swearing that if she ever spoke a word of the truth, he would exact a horrific revenge. Paralyzed by his threats, she had agreed to the deception, partly out of fear, and partly from a dread that if she told the authorities the truth, she herself might be accused of conspiring in the crime. Yet she had resolutely refused to have any further contact with her husband's killer, and it was in retaliation for this rejection that he had penned the letter accusing her. She swore a solemn oath that she had played no part in planning the dreadful act, that she had awoken on that fateful night to find Georges Queneau looming over her, the knife still wet with blood in his hand. It was a perilously thin story, hardly believable. But her final appeal to the jury was nothing short of a masterpiece. With tears streaming down her face, she spoke of her child, of a woman's honor, of her desperate desire to keep her reputation unstained for her daughter's future. She conceded that having been Queneau's lover, she might bear a moral responsibility for what had happened, but before God she was guilty of nothing more. She knew she had committed a grave error in not turning Queneau over to the law, yet she declared in a breaking voice that this was something no woman who had loved him could ever bring herself to do. She had loved him. How could her own hand be the one to send him to the guillotine? She had been guilty of weakness, of silence, but she was utterly innocent of the terrible crime now laid at her feet. Whatever the facts, her eloquence and her presence carried the day. Amidst a courtroom in an uproar, Madame Beroldy was acquitted. Despite the most strenuous efforts of the police, Georges Quenot was never found. As for Madame Beroldy, she vanished from public view. Taking her daughter, she left Paris behind to start a life anew. I have recounted the Beroldy case in its entirety. Naturally, every detail did not spring to my mind with the clarity I have presented here. Still, I remembered the case with reasonable accuracy. It had caused a significant sensation in its day and was covered exhaustively by the English press, so it required little strain on my memory to recall its most striking features. In my excitement, it seemed for a moment to illuminate our entire present situation. I admit to being impulsive. Poirot often laments my habit of leaping to conclusions, but I believe I had some justification this time. The remarkable manner in which this discovery vindicated Poirot's earlier reasoning struck me immediately. "Poirot," I said, "I must congratulate you. Now I see the whole picture." Poirot lit one of his tiny cigarettes with his customary exactness. Then he looked up. "And since you see the whole picture, my friend, tell me precisely what it is you see. Why, that it was Madame d'Aubereau, the woman who was once Beroldy, who murdered Mr. Renauld. The parallel between the two cases proves it beyond any doubt." "So you believe Madame Beroldy was wrongly acquitted? That she was, in fact, guilty of conspiring in her husband's murder?" I stared at him, astonished. "Naturally. Don't you?" Poirot walked to the far end of the room, absently straightened a chair, and then said thoughtfully, "Yes, that is also my view, but there is no naturally about it, my friend. In the strict legal sense, Madame Beroldy was found innocent. Of that particular crime, perhaps. But not of this one." Poirot sat down again and studied me, his pensive expression more pronounced than ever. "So it is your definite opinion, Hastings, that Madame d'Aubray murdered Monsieur Renauld?" "Yes." "Why?" He fired the question at me with such abruptness that I was momentarily speechless. "Why?" I faltered. "Why?" "Well, because I came to an abrupt halt." Poirot gave a knowing nod. "You see, you encounter an obstacle immediately."
Why on earth would Madame d'Aubereau, for clarity's sake, let us keep calling her that? Why would she murder Monsieur Renauld? We cannot find even a trace of a motive. She gains nothing from his death. Whether viewed as a lover or an extortionist, she loses everything. A murder without a motive is impossible. The first crime was distinct there. We had a wealthy suitor ready to take her husband's place. Money isn't the only reason someone might kill, I argued. Correct. Poirot agreed calmly.
Two other motives exist. One is the crime of passion. The other, far rarer, is murder for an idea which suggests a degree of mental disturbance in the killer. Homicidal mania or religious fanaticism would fall into that category. We can dismiss that possibility here. But what about a crime of passion? Can you dismiss that so easily? If Madame d'Aubereau was Renaud's mistress, and she felt his affection waning, or if something sparked her jealousy, couldn't she have killed him in a sudden fit of rage? Poirot shook his head. If, and I stress if, Madame d'Aubereau was Renaud's mistress, he hadn't had time to grow tired of her. More importantly, you misjudge her character. She is a woman capable of portraying intense emotion. She is a superb actress. Yet if we examine her life dispassionately, her actions betray her. Throughout, she has been cold and calculating in her motives. She did not conspire to kill her husband out of a desire to be with a younger lover. Her target was the rich American, for whom she likely cared nothing. If she were to commit a crime, it would always be for material gain. Here, there is no gain. Furthermore, how do you explain the digging of the grave? That was a man's task. She might have had an accomplice, I suggested, reluctant to abandon my theory. Poirot moved to another point. Consider another objection. You mentioned the similarity between the two crimes. Where exactly does that similarity lie, my friend? I stared at him, baffled. Why, Poirot? It was you who pointed it out. The story of the masked intruders, the secret, the stolen papers. A slight smile touched Poirot's lips. Do not be so affronted, I implore you. I retract nothing. The resemblance between the two narratives inevitably links the cases. But now reflect on something very peculiar. It is not Madame d'Aubreuil who tells us this tale. If it were, everything would be straightforward. It is Madame Renaud. Is she, then, in league with the other woman? I find that hard to believe, I said slowly. If she is, she must be the most accomplished actress the world has ever seen. Ta, ta, ta! Poirot exclaimed with impatience. Once more sentiment overrules logic. If the situation requires the criminal to be a masterful actress, then by all means assume she is one. But is it necessary? I do not believe Mrs. Renaud is conspiring with Madame d'Aubreuil for several reasons, some of which I have already listed. The others are obvious. Therefore, with that possibility eliminated, we draw very close to the truth, which is, as usual, both curious and fascinating. Poirot, I cried, what else do you know, my friend? You must form your own conclusions. You have access to the facts. Engage your little grey cells. Reason not like the methodical Giraud, but like Hercule Poirot. But are you certain? My friend, in many respects I have been a fool, but now at last my vision is clear. You know everything. I have discovered what Monsieur Renaud summoned me to discover, and you know the murderer. I know one murderer. What do you mean by that? We are speaking at cross purposes. Here we have not one crime, but two. The first I have solved, the second. Well, I confess I am not entirely sure, but Poirot, I thought you said the man in the shed died of natural causes. Ta-ta-ta! Poirot made his familiar sound of exasperation. You still do not grasp it. One can have a crime without a murderer, but for two crimes it is absolutely essential to have two bodies. His statement struck me as so peculiarly unclear that I looked at him with concern. He appeared perfectly composed. Abruptly, he stood and walked to the window. Ah, here he is now, he observed. Who is it? Mr. Jack Renaud. I sent a message to the villa asking him to come here. That shifted my thoughts entirely. I asked Poirot whether he was aware Jack Renaud had been in Merlinville on the night of the murder. I had hoped to catch my clever friend off guard, but as always, he knew everything. He too had checked at the station, and undoubtedly we are not the first with this idea, Hastings. The excellent Giraud has likely made his own inquiries. You don't suppose? I began, then stopped myself. No, that would be too dreadful. Poirot gave me a questioning look, but I said nothing more. A chilling thought had just struck me, while there were 7 women connected to the case in various ways. Mrs. Renaud, Madame d'Aubreuil and her daughter, the mysterious stranger, and the 3 maids. There was really only one man involved, aside from old Auguste, who hardly counted. That man was Jack Renaud, and a man must have dug that grave. I had no time to dwell on this horrifying idea, for Jack Renaud was shown into the room. Poirot greeted him with brisk efficiency. "Sit down, please. I am terribly sorry to disturb you. But you can understand the atmosphere at the villa is not very agreeable for me. Monsieur Giraud and I disagree on several points. His courtesy toward me has been notably absent, and you will appreciate that I do not intend any small discoveries I might make to be of assistance to him." "Absolutely, Monsieur Poirot," the young man replied. "That Giraud is an ill-mannered brute. I would be delighted to see someone get the better of him." "Then may I ask a small favor?" "Of course. Please go to the railway station and take a train to the next stop along the line. Abalac. Inquire at the baggage room whether 2 foreigners left a suitcase there on the night of the crime. It is a small station. They will almost certainly remember." "Will you do this?" "Naturally," said the boy, puzzled but willing. "My friend and I, you understand, have business elsewhere. Poirot explained. "There is a train in 15 minutes. I must ask you not to return to the villa afterward, as I do not wish Giraud to get any hint of your errand." "Very well. I'll go straight to the station." He stood to leave, but Poirot's voice halted him. "One moment, Monsieur Renaud. There is one small point that puzzles me. Why did you not inform Monsieur Autet this morning that you were in Merlinville on the night of the crime?" Jack Renaud's face flushed crimson. With visible effort, he steadied himself. "You are mistaken. I was in Cherbourg, as I told the magistrate this morning." Poirot studied him, his eyes narrowing to feline slits, showing only a glint of green. "Then it is a curious mistake I have made, and one shared by the station staff. They say you arrived on the 11:40 train." Jack Renaud hesitated briefly before his resolve hardened. "And what if I did? I assume you're not accusing me of having a hand in my father's murder." He posed the question defiantly, his head held high. "I would like an explanation for why I came here." "That is simple enough. I came to see my fiancée, Mademoiselle Dobrel. I was about to embark on a long journey, uncertain when I might return. I wanted to see her before leaving, to reassure her of my steadfast devotion." "And did you see her?" Poirot's gaze never wavered from the young man's face. There was a noticeable pause before Renaud answered, "Yes." "And afterward?" "I realized I had missed the last train. I walked to Saint-Beauvais, where I roused a garage attendant and hired a car to take me back to Cherbourg." "Saint-Beauvais?"
"That is 15 kilometers. A considerable walk, Monsieur Renaud."
"Aye, I felt like walking." Poirot gave a slight nod, as if accepting the explanation. Jack Renaud took his hat and cane and left. Instantly, Poirot sprang to his feet. "Quickly, Hastings! We'll track him," Poirot declared. Maintaining a careful gap, we trailed our target through the streets of Merlinville. However, upon seeing him turn toward the train station, Poirot halted with a satisfied air. "Excellent! The bait has been taken. He will proceed to Aberlac to inquire about the non-existent suitcase left by those fictitious travellers." "Yes, my friend, that was a small fabrication of my own design. You intended to get him out of the way," I cried. "Your perception is remarkable, Hastings. Now, if you will accompany me, we shall proceed to the Villa Geneviève." Giraud takes action. Upon reaching the villa, Poirot directed us not into the shed where the second victim was found, but to a wooden bench situated several yards from it. He studied the bench thoughtfully, then meticulously paced the distance from it to the hedge marking the border with the Villa Marguerite. Nodding to himself, he retraced his steps. Returning to the hedge, he gently pushed the foliage aside. "With a little luck," he said, glancing back at me, "Mademoiselle Marthe might be in her garden. I wish to speak with her, and I would prefer not to make an official call." "Ah, good. There she is." "Psst, mademoiselle. A moment, if you please." I joined him just as Marthe Dobrel, appearing somewhat startled, hurried to the hedge. "Might I have a brief word, mademoiselle?" "Of course, Monsieur Poirot." Though she agreed, her eyes were clouded with worry and fear. "Mademoiselle, you recall running after me on the road the day I visited your home with the magistrate? You asked me if anyone was suspected of the crime. You told me it was 2 Chileans," she said, her voice tense, her hand moving unconsciously to her chest. "Ask me that same question again now. What do you mean?" "This. If you were to repeat that question today, my answer would be different. Someone is suspected, but it is not a Chilean." "Who?" The word was a faint whisper.
Monsieur Jack Renaud? What?
It was a sharp cry. "Jack! That's impossible! Who dares suspect him?" "Giraud. Giraud." Her face went pale. "I fear that man. He is ruthless. He will." She stopped, and a new resolve hardened her features. I saw then that she possessed a fighter's spirit. Poirot watched her closely. "You are aware, of course, that he was here on the night of the murder?" he asked. Yes, she answered mechanically. He told me. It was unwise to have hidden that fact, Poirot ventured. Yes, yes, she replied impatiently. But we have no time for regrets. We must find a way to save him. He is innocent naturally, but that will mean nothing to a man like Giraud, who is concerned with his own reputation. He must make an arrest, and that arrest will be Jack. The evidence is against him, Poirot stated. You understand this? She met his gaze squarely. I am not a child, monsieur. I can be brave and face the facts. He is innocent, and we must save him. She spoke with a desperate intensity, then fell silent, her brow furrowed in thought. A sudden, heavy breeze rustled the leaves around us, carrying the distant scent of the sea and a reminder of the storm that had swept through the coast 2 nights prior, a detail that seemed to underscore the gathering tension. Mademoiselle, said Poirot, observing her keenly, is there something you are withholding, something you could tell us? She nodded, perplexed. Yes, there is something, but I scarcely know if you will believe it. It seems so absurd. Tell us at any rate. It is this. M. Giraud sent for me later as an afterthought to see if I could identify the man in there. She gestured toward the shed. I could not, at least not immediately. But since then I have been thinking, well, it seems very strange, yet I am almost certain I will tell you. On the morning Monsieur Renauld was killed, I was walking in this garden when I overheard the sound of men arguing. I parted the bushes and peered through the gap. There stood Monsieur Renauld, and with him was a vagrant, a truly wretched figure dressed in filthy, tattered rags. The man's tone shifted between pleading and menace. I understood he was demanding money, but just then my mother called me from the house, and I had to leave. That is all I saw, except I am nearly certain that vagrant and the dead man in the shed are the same person. Poirot gave a sharp exclamation. Yet you did not mention this earlier, mademoiselle. At first, the face merely seemed familiar in some vague way. Later, the dead man was dressed entirely differently and appeared to be a gentleman of means. A voice called again from the villa. My mother, Martha whispered. I must go. She slipped quietly back through the trees. Poirot took my arm and steered us toward the house. What is your honest opinion? I asked, curious. Was that account true, or did she invent it to shift suspicion away from her sweetheart? It is a peculiar story, Poirot mused, yet I am inclined to accept it as fact. Unintentionally, Mademoiselle Marthe also revealed the truth on another point, and in doing so exposed Jack Renould's lie. Did you observe his hesitation when I asked if he saw Martha Daubrail on the night of the murder? He paused before saying yes. I suspected falsehood. It was essential I speak with Mademoiselle Marthe before he could warn her. 3 small words gave me what I needed. When I inquired whether she knew Jack Renauld was here that evening, she replied, He told me. So, Hastings, what was Jack Renauld doing here on that fateful night? And if he did not meet Mademoiselle Marthe, whom did he meet? Good heavens, Poirot, I protested, shocked. You cannot seriously think a young man like that would kill his own father. My friend, Poirot sighed, your sentimentality remains astounding. I have known mothers who murdered their children for insurance money. After that, one can believe almost anything. But what would be his motive? Money? Naturally. Recall that Jack Renauld expected to inherit half his father's fortune upon the latter's death. Then, what of the tramp? Where does he fit? Poirot shrugged. Giraud would claim he was an accomplice, some low criminal who assisted young Renauld and was afterward conveniently silenced. And the hair clutched in the dagger. The woman's hair? Ah! Poirot's smile widened. That is the cream of Giraud's little joke, according to him. It is not a woman's hair at all. Remember, modern young men slick their hair back with pomade. Some strands are quite long, and you believe that as well. No, said Poirot with a strange smile.
For I know it to be a woman's hair, and more than that I know which woman. Madame de Breuil, I declared with certainty. Perhaps, Poirot replied, eyeing me with amusement. I refuse to rise to the bait. What is our next step? I asked, as we entered the hall of the Villa Geneviève. I intend to search through M. Jack Renaud's belongings. That is why I needed him occupied for a few hours. With neat, methodical motions, Poirot opened each drawer, examined the contents, and returned everything precisely to its place. It was a tedious process. He sifted through collars, pyjamas, and socks until a purring engine outside drew me to the window. What I saw jolted me to action. "Poirot," I cried, "a car has just pulled up. Giraud is inside, with Jack Renaud and 2 policemen." "Thunder and lightning," Poirot muttered. "That animal Giraud, could he not wait? I shall not have time to restore order to this last drawer properly. We must hurry." Without ceremony, he dumped the remaining items, mostly neckties and handkerchiefs, onto the floor. Suddenly, with a triumphant cry, Poirot lunged forward and snatched a small, square piece of cardboard, clearly a photograph. He shoved it into his pocket, hurriedly stuffed the other items back into the drawer, and grabbing my arm, pulled me from the room and down the stairs. In the hallway, Giraud stood eyeing his captive with satisfaction. "Good afternoon, Monsieur Giraud," Poirot greeted him. "What have we caught?" Giraud gestured toward Jack. "He attempted an escape, but I was quicker. He is now under arrest for the murder of his father, Monsieur Paul Renaud." Poirot spun around to face the young man, who was slumped weakly against the doorframe, his face ghostly pale. "What is your response to this young man?" Jack Renaud met his gaze with a hollow stare. "Nothing," he muttered, his voice barely audible. I was utterly stunned. Until that very moment I had refused to believe Jack Renaud could be guilty. I had braced myself for a fiery declaration of innocence when Poirot confronted him. Yet, seeing him there, pale and defeated against the wall, and hearing that damning, quiet admission, my last shred of doubt vanished. But Poirot had already turned back to Giraud. "On what grounds are you arresting him? Do you honestly expect me to share them with you?"
As a professional courtesy, I would hope so. Giraud studied him, torn between a rude refusal and the sweet pleasure of gloating over his rival. "You assume I've made an error, don't you?" he sneered. "It would not shock me," Poirot replied, a hint of playful malice in his tone. Giraud's face flushed a deeper red. "Very well, step in here. You can judge for yourself."
He threw open the door to the salon, and we entered, leaving Jack Renaud under the watch of the other 2 officers. "Now, Monsieur Poirot," Giraud began, placing his hat on the table with exaggerated care, his voice dripping with sarcasm, "allow me to treat you to a brief lesson on modern detective work. I will demonstrate how we of the new school operate." "Excellent," said Poirot, settling himself as if for a lecture. "I shall prove how attentively the old guard can listen." He leaned back and closed his eyes, opening them just a slit to add, "Do not worry that I will doze. My attention will be complete." "Naturally," Giraud started. "I saw through that Chilean charade immediately. 2 men were involved, but they were no mysterious foreigners. That was all a smokescreen." "Most commendable so far, my dear Giraud," Poirot murmured, "particularly after that clever little trick with the match and the cigarette butt." Giraud shot him a glare, but pressed on. "The person who dug the grave must have been connected to the case. No one directly profits from the crime, but there was someone who believed he would. I learned of Jack Renaud's bitter quarrel with his father and the threats he made. Motive established. Now the means Jack Renaud was in Merlinville that night. He hid that fact, which transforms suspicion into near certainty. Then we discovered a second victim, stabbed with the same dagger. We know when that dagger was stolen. Captain Hastings here can confirm the time. Jack Renaud, arriving from Cherbourg, was the only person who could have taken it. I have accounted for every other member of the household, Poirot interrupted. You are mistaken. There is one other person who could have taken the dagger. You refer to Monsieur Stonor? He arrived at the front door in an automobile that came directly from Calais. Oh, believe me, I have examined every detail. Monsieur Jack Renauld arrived by train. A full hour passed between his arrival and when he presented himself at the house. Undoubtedly, he saw Captain Hastings and his companion leave the shed, slipped in himself, took the dagger, and stabbed his accomplice there, who was already dead. Giraud gave a dismissive shrug. Perhaps he failed to notice. He might have thought the man was merely asleep. They undoubtedly had a meeting planned. In any case, he knew this apparent second murder would hopelessly complicate the investigation. It did not, Poirot murmured softly. Yet it could not fool Monsieur Giraud. You may laugh, but I offer you one final, undeniable truth. Madame Renaud's entire account was a lie woven from start to finish. We accept that she loved her husband, and still she lied to protect his killer. For whom does a woman lie? Occasionally for herself, often for the man she loves, but without exception for her child. That is the ultimate proof. You cannot escape it. Giraud stood back, flushed with triumph. Poirot studied him calmly. That is my conclusion, declared Giraud. What is your response? Merely that you have overlooked one critical detail. And what might that be? Jack Renauld was familiar with the golf course layout. He knew the body would be uncovered quickly once they began digging that bunker. Giraud let out a loud, dismissive laugh. That's absurd. He wanted the body found. Until it was discovered, he couldn't claim his father was dead or inherit a cent. A sharp glint flashed in Poirot's eyes as he stood. Then why bury it at all? He asked, his voice dropping to a whisper. Think, Giraud. If immediate discovery served Jack Renaud's interests, why go to the trouble of digging a grave? Giraud had no reply. The question caught him off guard. He shrugged, trying to dismiss it as irrelevant. Poirot turned toward the door, and I followed. There is one more detail you have neglected, he added, glancing back. What now? The length of lead pipe, said Poirot, and we exited the room. Jack Renauld remained in the hall, his face pale and stricken, but he looked up sharply as we emerged. At that moment, footsteps sounded on the staircase. Mrs. Renauld was coming down. Seeing her son flanked by the officers, she froze. Jack, she stammered. Jack, what is happening? He met her gaze, his expression rigid. They're arresting me, Mother. What? She let out a piercing cry, and before anyone could reach her, swayed and collapsed heavily. We both rushed forward and lifted her. After a moment, Poirot straightened. She has struck her head badly on the stair edge. There is likely a mild concussion, too. If Giraud requires a statement from her, he will have to wait. She may be unconscious for a week or more. Denise and Françoise hurried to their mistress, and leaving her in their care, Poirot walked out of the villa. He moved with his head bowed deep in thought. I held my silence for a while, but finally dared to ask, do you believe, despite everything, that Jack Renauld might be innocent? Poirot did not answer immediately after a long pause. He said gravely, I cannot say, Hastings. There remains a possibility. Certainly Giraud is mistaken, utterly and completely wrong. If Jack Renauld is guilty, it is in spite of Giraud's reasoning, not because of it. And the most serious evidence against him is known only to me. What is it? I asked, struck by his tone. If you would employ your little grey cells and view the case as clearly as I do, you would see it for yourself, my friend. It was one of those infuriating replies of his. He continued without waiting for my protest. Let us walk toward the shore. We will sit on that little rise there, overlooking the sand, and examine the facts. You shall know everything I know, but I would rather you reach the truth through your own deduction, not by my guiding you step by step. We settled on the grassy mound as Poirot suggested, gazing out at the sea. Think, my friend, Poirot's voice urged gently, Organize your thoughts. Be methodical. Be orderly. That is the secret to success." I tried to obey, casting my mind back over every detail of the case, and suddenly with a jolt, an idea of dazzling clarity shot into my mind. My hands shook slightly as I pieced my theory together. "You're starting to see it, aren't you, my friend? Excellent. We're getting somewhere." I straightened up and lit my pipe. "Poirot," I began, "I feel we've been strangely negligent. I say we, though I suppose the blame lies more with me. But your insistence on secrecy has its consequences, so I repeat, we've overlooked someone crucial." "And who might that be?" Poirot inquired, his eyes sparkling with amusement. "Georges Conneau." The next instant Poirot clasped my shoulders warmly. "At last you have seen it, and entirely on your own. It is magnificent. Proceed with your logic. You are correct. We have certainly erred in forgetting Georges Conneau. I was so pleased by the little detective's praise that I nearly lost my train of thought. Collecting myself, I pressed on. Georges Conneau vanished 2 decades ago, yet we have no proof he is dead." "None whatsoever," Poirot agreed. "Continue." "Therefore, we shall assume he is still alive." "Precisely, or that he was alive until very recently." "Better and better." "Let us presume," I continued, my confidence growing, "that his life took a dark turn, he became a criminal, a drifter, whatever you like. By chance, he arrives in Merlinville. There he discovers the woman he has never stopped loving." "Ah, the sentiment," Poirot cautioned with a wave of his hand. "Where there is hate, there can also be love," I said, perhaps misquoting. "Regardless, he finds her living under a false name, but she has a new lover, the Englishman Renauld. Old wounds reopen for Georges Conneau. He confronts Renauld, lies in wait for him near his mistress's home, and stabs him in a moment of rage. Then, horrified by his own actions, he begins to dig a grave. It's plausible Madame d'Aubreuil comes out searching for Renauld. She and Conneau have a violent argument. He pulls her into the shed, where he suddenly suffers an epileptic seizure. Now, imagine if Jack Renauld arrives on the scene. Madame d'Aubreuil confesses everything, pleading with him to consider the scandal for her daughter. If this past tragedy is exposed, his father's killer is already dead. Why not let the matter rest? Jack Renauld agrees. He rushes home, convinces his mother to support this version of events. Armed with the story Madame d'Aubreuil provided, she allows herself to be tied and gagged. "Well, Poirot, what do you make of that?" I leaned back, quite proud of my reconstructed narrative. Poirot studied me thoughtfully. "I think you should write for the cinema, my friend," he remarked after a pause. "You mean, it would make a thrilling picture, the tale you just spun, but it bears no resemblance to the realities of life." "I grant I haven't worked out every detail, but you have gone beyond details. You have ignored them spectacularly. What of the clothing? Are you suggesting that after the murder, Conneau stripped his victim, dressed in the man's suit, and then returned the dagger to the scene?" "I don't see why that matters," I retorted, somewhat offended. "He could have obtained clothes and money from Madame d'Aubreuil earlier that day through threats." "Through threats, you say?" "You genuinely propose that?" "Certainly. He could have threatened to reveal her true identity to the Renauld family, which would have shattered any hope of her daughter's marriage." "You are mistaken, Hastings. He could not blackmail her, for she held the power. Remember, Georges Conneau remains a wanted murderer. A single word from her, and he faces the guillotine. I had to admit rather grudgingly that he was right." "Your theory, then," I said with a touch of acidity, "is presumably flawless in every particular." "My theory is the truth," Poirot stated calmly. "And the truth is, by nature, correct. Your hypothesis failed on a basic point. You let your imagination run wild with secret meetings and dramatic passions. However, when we examine a crime, we must anchor ourselves in the ordinary. Would you like me to illustrate my process for you? Absolutely. Let's see a demonstration. Poirot straightened his posture and began punctuating his points with a decisive wag of his finger. We begin, as you did, with the fundamental fact of Georges Conneau. Madame Beraldy's courtroom story about the Russians was undeniably a lie. If she was innocent of involvement in the murder, she fabricated that tale alone, just as she claimed. If she was guilty, the invention could have come from either her or Georges Conneau. In our current investigation, we encounter an identical narrative. As I previously noted, the circumstances make it highly improbable that Madame d'Aubray created it. Therefore, we must consider the possibility that the story originated with Georges Conneau. Excellent. So Georges Conneau planned the crime with Mrs. Renauld as his partner. She occupies the foreground, while a mysterious figure whose current identity escapes us operates from the shadows. Now, let us meticulously review the Renauld case from the start, recording each significant detail in sequence. You have your notebook and pencil? Good. Where should our timeline begin? The letter sent to you. That is how we first learned of the matter, but it is not the true origin. The first point of significance, I would argue, is the noticeable shift in Monsieur Renauld's behavior shortly after his arrival in Merlinville, a change confirmed by multiple witnesses. We must also account for his association with Madame d'Aubray and the substantial payments made to her. From there we proceed directly to May 23rd. Poirot paused, cleared his throat, and gestured for me to write. May 23rd, M. Renauld argues with his son over the young man's desire to marry Martha d'Aubray. The son departs for Paris. May 24th. M. Renauld revises his will, granting his wife complete control of his estate. June 7th. A confrontation with a vagrant in the garden, witnessed by Martha d'Aubray. A letter is composed to M. Hercule Poirot, pleading for help. A telegram is dispatched to M. Jack Renauld, instructing him to sail to Buenos Aires on the Anzora. The chauffeur, Masters, is given leave for a holiday. That evening, a lady visits. As he escorts her out, his final words are, "Yes, yes, but for heaven's sake, leave now." Poirot stopped. "There, Hastings, examine each of those facts individually. Consider them on their own, and in the context of the whole. You may find a new perspective emerges." I earnestly tried to follow his instruction. After a moment I offered hesitantly, "Regarding the initial points, the core question seems to be whether we lean toward a theory of blackmail or an obsession with this woman. Blackmail, without question. You recall what Stoner said about his character and routines. But Mrs. Renauld did not corroborate that view," I countered. "We have already established that Madame Renauld's testimony is entirely unreliable on all counts. On this point, we must trust Stoner. Even so, if Renauld was involved with a woman named Bella, is it so unlikely he had another entanglement with Madame d'Aubray? Not unlikely at all, I grant you, Hastings. But did he consider the letter? You are overlooking the letter? No, I have not forgotten it. But what convinces you that letter was intended for Monsieur Renauld?
Well, it was discovered in his pocket, and that is the entirety of your evidence, Poirot interjected. The letter contained no name indicating the recipient. We presumed it was for the deceased simply because it was in his overcoat pocket. Now, my friend, something about that overcoat struck me as odd. I measured it and remarked that he wore it exceptionally long. That observation should have prompted your curiosity.
I confess, I thought you were merely making conversation, I admitted. What an idea! Later you saw me measuring Monsieur Jack Renauld's overcoat.
Well, Monsieur Jack Renauld wears his overcoat quite short. Now, consider those two facts alongside a third. Monsieur Jack Renauld rushed out of the house in a hurry when he left for Paris. What conclusion do you draw from that? I understood slowly as the meaning of Poirot's words settled in. That letter was meant for Jack Renauld, not for his father. In his rush and agitation, he grabbed the wrong overcoat. Poirot gave a nod. Exactly. We can revisit that detail later. For now, let's accept the letter had nothing to do with Monsieur Renauld Sr. and move to the next event in order. I read aloud, May 23rd, M. Renauld argues with his son over the young man's desire to marry Martha Daubrail. Son departs for Paris. Nothing particularly stands out there, and the will being altered the next day seems logical. It was a direct outcome of the argument. We are in agreement, my friend, at least on the cause, but what precise motive lay beneath Monsieur Renaud's actions? I stared at him, surprised. Anger toward his son, naturally. Yet he supposedly wrote him affectionate letters to Paris? Jack Renauld claims so, but he hasn't produced them. Let's set that aside for the moment. Now we reach the day of the crime. You've arranged the morning's events in a specific sequence. Do you have grounds for that order? I confirm the letter to me was mailed at roughly the same time the telegram was sent. Masters was told he could take a holiday shortly after. In my view, the confrontation with the tramp happened before either of those. I don't see how you can be certain unless you question Madame Daubrail again. It isn't necessary, I am sure of it. And if you don't grasp that, Hastings, you are missing the entire picture. I studied him a moment. Of course I've been a fool. If the tramp was Georges Conneau, then, after that stormy meeting, Mr. Renauld sensed danger. He dismissed the chauffeur Masters, whom he suspected was in the other man's pay. He wired his son, and he sent for you. A slight smile touched Poirot's lips. Does it not strike you as odd that he used the exact same phrasing in his letter as Madame Renauld later did in her account? If mentioning Santiago was a ruse, why would Renauld speak of it, and more importantly, dispatch his son there? It's puzzling, I grant you, but perhaps an explanation will emerge. We come now to the evening, and the visit of the mysterious woman. I confess that thoroughly perplexes me, unless it truly was Madame Daubrail, as Françoise insisted all along. Poirot shook his head. My friend, where has your reasoning gone? Recall the torn cheque fragment and the fact that the name Bella Duveen rang a faint bell for Stonor. We can reasonably assume Bella Duveen is the full name of Jack's unknown correspondent, and that she was the one who came to the Villa Geneviève that night. Whether she intended to see Jack or always planned to appeal to his father, we cannot say for sure, but we can surmise what transpired. She presented her claim on Jack, likely showed letters he'd written her, and the older man tried to buy her silence with a cheque. This she tore up indignantly. The tone of her letter is that of a woman genuinely in love, and she would deeply resent a cash offer. In the end, he managed to send her away, and the words he used are telling. Yes, but for God's sake go now, I repeated. They seem a bit forceful to me, perhaps, but that's all. It is enough. He was desperately anxious for her to leave. Why? Not because the conversation was unpleasant. No, it was because time was slipping away, and for some reason time was critically important. Why would it be? I asked, confused. That is the question we must answer. Why would it be? But later, the incident with the wristwatch reinforces that time played a vital role in this crime. The moment of truth is nearly upon us. Bella Duveen departs at 10:30, and the evidence from the watch tells us the crime was staged before noon. We have examined everything leading up to the murder. Only one event remains unaccounted for. The doctor stated the tramp had been dead at least 2 days, possibly 3. With no further facts beyond those we have considered, I conclude the death occurred on the morning of June 7th. I gaped at him, utterly bewildered. But that's impossible. How could you possibly deduce that? Because it is the only sequence that makes logical sense, my friend. I have guided you through each step. Does the truth not now appear blindingly obvious, Poirot? Nothing is obvious to me. I thought I was following before, but now I'm completely lost. For heaven's sake, just tell me who killed Mr. Renauld. That is the one detail I am not yet certain of. But you said it was glaringly clear. We are speaking past each other. Recall, we are investigating 2 crimes, requiring, as I noted, 2 victims. Patience. I will explain everything. First, we apply psychology. We identify 3 distinct moments where Monsieur Renaud's perspective and actions shift dramatically. 3 psychological points. The first happens right after arriving in Merlinville, the second following a quarrel with his son on a particular matter, and the third on that morning of June 7th. Now, for the 3 causes. We can connect the first to meeting Madame d'Aubrail. The second is indirectly related to her, as it involves a marriage between her daughter and Monsieur Renaud's son, but the cause of the third remains hidden, requiring deduction. So let me pose a question. Who do we believe orchestrated this crime? Georges Conneau, I said hesitantly, watching Poirot carefully. Precisely. Now, Giraud's axiom holds that a woman lies to save herself, the man she loves, or her child. Since we believe Georges Conneau instructed her to lie, and Georges Conneau is not Jack Renaud, the third motive is eliminated. Similarly, if we attribute the crime to Georges Conneau, the first motive is also invalid. We are therefore forced to the second, that Madame Renaud lied for the man she loved, in other words, for Georges Conneau. Do you agree? Yes, I conceded. It seems logically sound. Good. Madame Renaud loved Georges Conneau. So, who is Georges Conneau, the tramp? Do we have any proof Madame Renaud loved the tramp? No, but... Then we must not cling to theories unsupported by facts. Ask yourself instead, whom did Madame Renaud truly love? I shook my head, confused. But of course, you know perfectly well. Whom did she love so deeply that the sight of his dead body caused her to collapse? I was speechless for a moment. Her husband? I finally stammered. Poirot nodded. Her husband, or Georges Conneau, whichever name you prefer. I collected myself. But that can't be right. Why not? Did we not just agree Madame d'Aubrail could blackmail Georges Conneau, yes, but? And did she not very effectively blackmail Monsieur Renaud? That may be true, but... And is it not a fact we know nothing of Monsieur Renaud's early life? That he appears from nowhere as a French-Canadian precisely 22 years ago? All that is correct, I said, growing more firm. But you seem to be overlooking one crucial point. What is that, my friend? Why, we established Georges Conneau planned the crime. That brings us to the absurd claim that he arranged his own murder. Well, my friend, Poirot replied calmly, that is precisely what he did. Hercule Poirot on the case? Poirot began his explanation in a steady tone. It strikes you as odd, does it not, that a man would orchestrate his own demise? So odd that you dismiss the truth as unbelievable, clinging instead to a tale that is in fact far more improbable. Yes, Monsieur Renaud did plan his own death, but there is a nuance you may have missed. He never intended to actually die. I shook my head, completely confused. But it is all quite logical, really, Poirot said gently. For the scheme Monsieur Renaud conceived, a murderer was unnecessary, but a body was essential. Let us reconstruct the events, this time from a different perspective. Georges Conneau flees from the law to Canada. There, under a false name, he marries and eventually amasses a great fortune in South America. Yet a deep longing for his homeland grows within him. 2 decades have passed. His appearance is greatly altered, and he is now a man of such standing that no one would link him to a criminal who escaped justice long ago. He believes it is perfectly safe to return. He establishes himself in England, but plans to spend his summers in France. Then, by cruel fate, or perhaps that hidden justice which guides men's destinies and ensures they cannot escape the repercussions of their deeds, he is drawn to Merlinville. There, in all of France, resides the one person capable of recognizing him. This, of course, becomes a gold mine for Madame d'Aubrail, a resource she is quick to exploit. He is trapped utterly at her mercy, and she bleeds him dry. Then, inevitably, Jack Renauld falls in love with the beautiful young woman he sees nearly every day and wishes to marry her. This alarms his father. He is determined to prevent his son from marrying the daughter of this wicked woman at any cost. Jack Renauld knows nothing of his father's past, but Madame Renauld knows everything. She is a woman of formidable will and utterly devoted to her husband. They confer together. Renauld sees only one path to freedom, a feigned death. He must appear to die, while in reality escaping to another country to begin anew under an assumed name. Madame Renauld, after playing the grieving widow for a suitable time, could then join him. It was crucial she control the finances, so he changes his will. Their original plan for procuring a body is unclear to me, perhaps an art student's skeleton and a staged fire, or something similar. But long before their plans are finalized, a chance event falls perfectly into their laps. A rough, abusive vagrant wanders into the garden. A struggle ensues as Renauld tries to force him out. Suddenly, the tramp, who suffers from epilepsy, collapses in a fatal seizure. He is dead. Renauld summons his wife. Together they drag the body into the shed, as we know it happened just outside, and they recognize the miraculous opportunity they have been handed. The man looks nothing like Renauld, but he is middle-aged and of a common French build. That is enough. I imagine they sat on that bench up there, well out of earshot of the house, discussing the situation. Their plan was formed swiftly. The identification would rest entirely on Madame Renauld's testimony. Jack Renauld and the chauffeur, who had been in his employ for 2 years, needed to be removed from the scene. It was unlikely the French housemaids would inspect the body closely, and in any case, Renauld intended to take steps to mislead any casual observer. Masters was sent away, and a telegram was dispatched to Jack, with Buenos Aires chosen as the destination to make the story of Renauld's sudden business trip seem credible. The man had heard of me as an older, somewhat lesser-known detective, and he sent his request for assistance, confident that my arrival and the presentation of his letter would make a strong impression on the magistrate in charge, and, naturally, it did exactly that. They dressed the tramp's body in one of Renauld's suits, leaving the man's own tattered coat and trousers near the shed door, not wanting to bring them inside. Then, to make Madame Renauld's story believable, they pierced his heart with the ornamental dagger shaped like an airplane. That night, Renauld would first tie up and gag his wife. After that, taking a shovel, he intended to dig a grave in that exact spot of ground where he knew a flower bed was planned. It was crucial the body be discovered. Madame d'Aubreuil must not grow suspicious. Yet if some time passed, any risk of the body being identified would fade. Renauld would then put on the tramp's ragged clothes and shuffle off to the train station, slipping away unnoticed on the 12:10 train. Since the crime would be thought to have happened 2 hours later, no suspicion could possibly fall on him. You can see now why the unexpected arrival of the young woman, Bella, annoyed him so much. Every moment of delay threatened his careful plan. Still, he got rid of her as quickly as he could. Then, to work. He left the front door slightly open to suggest the killers had fled that way. He bound and gagged Madame Renauld, correcting the mistake he'd made 22 years earlier, when loose bonds had cast suspicion on his accomplice, but he left her ready to tell essentially the same invented story, proving how the mind unconsciously resists originality. The night was cold, so he threw an overcoat on over his underclothes, planning to toss it into the grave later with the dead man. He climbed out through the window, carefully smoothing over the disturbed earth of the flower bed, and in doing so left the most damning evidence against himself. He walked out onto the deserted golf course and began to dig. And then... I prompted. And then, Poirot said solemnly, the justice he had evaded for so long finally caught him. An unseen hand drove a knife into his back. Now, Hastings, you see what I meant about 2 crimes. The first crime, the one Monsieur Renauld so arrogantly asked us to investigate, is solved. But behind it lies a deeper puzzle, solving that will be far more difficult because the real criminal, in his cunning, simply used the stage Renauld had already set. It has been an exceptionally tangled and bewildering case to unravel. "You're remarkable, Poirot," I said with genuine admiration. "Absolutely remarkable. No one else on earth could have done it." For once my praise seemed to fluster him. He tried, not very successfully, to appear modest. "That poor Giraud," Poirot mused. "It isn't all lack of ability, you understand. He has had bad luck once or twice. That coil of dark hair around the dagger, for instance, to put it mildly, it was misleading. To be honest, Poirot," I said slowly, "even now I'm not entirely certain. Whose hair was it? Madame Renaud's, of course. That is where the bad luck came in. Her hair, originally dark, is now almost completely silver. It might just as easily have been a grey hair. And then no amount of effort could have convinced Giraud it came from Jack Renaud's head. But it's all consistent. He always twists the facts to fit his theory. Without doubt, when Madame Renauld recovers, she will tell everything. The possibility of her son being accused of murder never crossed her mind. How could it, when she believed him safely at sea aboard the Anzora? Ah, there is a woman for you, Hastings. What strength, what self-control. She made only one slip. When her son returned unexpectedly, she said, 'It does not matter now.' And no one noticed. No one grasped the meaning behind those words. What a terrible role she has had to play, that poor woman. Imagine her shock when she arrives to identify the body, and confronting her is not the stranger she anticipated, but the actual lifeless form of the husband she believed to be far away. Is it any wonder she fainted? Yet from that moment, despite the crushing weight of her grief and despair, how steadfastly she has performed her role. The private anguish of it must be tearing her apart. She cannot utter a single word to point us toward the true killers. For her son's sake, no one must ever learn that Paul Renauld was really Georges Queneau, the fugitive criminal. The final most cruel twist, she has publicly acknowledged that Madame d'Aubrail was her husband's mistress, because even a whisper of blackmail could shatter her secret forever. Recall how masterfully she handled the examining magistrate when he inquired about mysteries in her husband's past. Nothing so dramatic, I am sure, monsieur. It was flawless. The gently amused tone, that hint of weary irony. Immediately Monsieur Autet felt foolish and theatrical. Truly, she is a remarkable woman. If she loved a criminal, she loved him with a loyalty fit for a queen. Poirot fell into deep thought. "One thing more, Poirot. What of the lead pipe? Do you not see? It was to mutilate the victim's face beyond recognition. That very act first guided me onto the correct path. And that imbecile Giraud crawling over the ground searching for matchsticks. Did I not tell you a clue 2 feet long is every bit as valuable as 1 2 inches, you understand? Hastings, we must begin anew. Who killed Monsieur Renauld? Someone who was near the villa just before midnight, someone who stood to gain from his death, a description that fits Jack Renauld all too perfectly. The murder may not have been planned. And then the dagger." I jumped. I had overlooked that detail. "Naturally," I said. "The second dagger we found with the tramp was Mrs. Renaud's. So there were 2, precisely, and since they were identical, logic dictates Jack Renauld was the owner. Yet that alone does not disturb me greatly. In fact, I had a small theory about that. No, the most damning evidence against him is, once again, psychological heredity. My friend, heredity. Like father, like son. When all is said and done, Jack Renauld is the son of Georges Queneau. His tone was so solemn and convincing that I felt a chill despite my reservations. "What is this small theory you mentioned?" I asked. In reply, Poirot checked his old-fashioned watch. "What time does the afternoon boat depart from Calais?" Around 5 o'clock, I believe. That will suffice. We shall just have time. You are going to England? Yes, my friend. Why? To locate a possible witness. Who? A peculiar smile touched Poirot's lips. Miss Bella Duveen. But how will you find her? What do you actually know? I know nothing concrete, yet I can deduce a great deal. We may assume Bella Duveen is her real name, since it sounded faintly familiar to Mr. Stoner, though not in connection with the Reynolds. It is probable she is a stage performer. Jack Renauld was a wealthy young man of 20. The theatre is a likely setting for a first romance. This also aligns with Monsieur Reynolds' attempt to appease her with a cheque. I believe I shall locate her, especially with the aid of this. He produced the photograph I had seen him take from Jack Reynolds' drawer. With love from Bella was scribbled in the corner, but it was not the inscription that held my gaze. The likeness was not perfect, yet it was unmistakable to me. A cold dread settled in my stomach, as if some unspeakable disaster had occurred. It was the face of Cinderella. For a moment I sat frozen, the photograph in my hand. Then, mustering every ounce of courage to appear composed, I handed it back. I stole a quick glance at Poirot. Had he noticed my reaction? To my immense relief, he seemed entirely preoccupied with his own thoughts. Poirot's brisk manner gave no hint that he'd noticed anything amiss with me. He stood up quickly. We must leave at once. There is no time to waste. The conditions are favourable. The sea should be quite smooth. In the flurry of preparing to depart, I had no opportunity for reflection. Once aboard the ferry, however, and free from my friend's observant eye, I gathered my thoughts to examine the facts coolly. Just how much did Poirot actually know, and what was his true purpose in locating this young woman? Did he believe she had witnessed Jack Renauld in the act, or could he possibly suspect her of being involved? That notion seemed absurd. She had no conceivable quarrel with the older Renauld and no motive whatsoever to desire his death. So what had drawn her back to the scene of the crime? I methodically reviewed the sequence. She must have disembarked at Calais after I said goodbye to her on the train. It was no surprise I hadn't spotted her on the Channel crossing. If she had taken a meal in Calais and then caught a local train to Merlinville, she would have reached the Villa Geneviève around the very hour Françoise had mentioned, after leaving the house just past 10. Where did she go? Most likely to a hotel, or perhaps back to Calais. Then what? The murder occurred on Tuesday night, yet by Thursday morning she was back in Merlinville. Had she ever actually left France? I strongly doubted it. What held her there? Was it the desperate hope of encountering Jack Renauld? I had informed her, based on what we then believed, that he was already at sea bound for Buenos Aires. For her to know otherwise, she would have had to see Jack himself.
Was that the connection Poirot was pursuing? Had Jack Renauld, perhaps returning for a secret meeting with Martha Dobre, instead come face to face with Bella Duveen, the girl he had so callously abandoned? A glimmer of understanding began to form. If that were true, it could provide Jack with the alibi he desperately needed. Yet, if that was the case, his stubborn silence made little sense. Why not simply speak up? Was he afraid this past romantic folly would reach Martha's ears?
I shook my head, unsatisfied. The affair had been a trivial, youthful indiscretion. With a cynical twist, I considered that a millionaire's son was hardly likely to be discarded by a penniless French girl who adored him, unless there was a far more serious reason involved. Poirot rejoined me at Dover, looking cheerful and energetic, and our trip to London passed without incident. It was well after 9 in the evening when we arrived. I assumed we would go straight to our lodgings and resume in the morning, but Poirot had different ideas. We cannot delay, my friend. The news of the arrest will not reach the English papers until the day after tomorrow, but every moment is precious. I didn't entirely grasp his urgency, but I simply asked how he intended to find the girl. Do you recall Joseph Aarons, the theatrical agent? No. I once helped him with a small matter concerning a Japanese wrestler, a charming little puzzle I shall tell you about some day. He will undoubtedly know how to discover what we need to know. It took us considerable effort to track down Mr. Aarons, and it was past midnight when we finally succeeded. He welcomed Poirot with great enthusiasm and declared himself eager to assist. "There isn't much about the stage I don't know," he said with a friendly grin. "Then, Monsieur Aarons, I wish to locate a young lady named Bella Duveen." Bella Duveen. I know the name, but I can't quite place it immediately. What's her act? That I do not know, but here is her photograph. Mr. Aarons studied it for a moment before his face brightened in recognition. "I've got it," he slapped his knee. "The Dulcibella sisters, as I live." The Dulcibella sisters, that's them. They're a sister act, acrobats, dancers, a bit of singing. They put on a decent little show. I believe they're touring the provinces somewhere. If they're not between engagements, they were performing in Paris for a few weeks recently. Can you ascertain their precise whereabouts for me? Easy as pie, you head back, and I'll have the information sent over first thing tomorrow. We left him on that note, and true to his word, a hastily written message arrived just before noon. The Dulcibella sisters are performing at the Palace in Coventry. Best of luck. We set off for Coventry without delay. Poirot bypassed any inquiries at the theatre, opting instead to secure seats for that evening's variety show. The performance felt interminable, or perhaps my own restless mood painted it that way. Acrobatic troupes performed precarious feats, sharply dressed comedians delivered their rehearsed banter with excessive polish, and operatic singers tested the upper limits of their range. A comic doing his best impression of a famous star fell notably short. Finally, the number for the Dulcibella kids illuminated the board. My pulse quickened uncomfortably. There they were, the two of them, one fair, one dark, perfectly matched in height, wearing short, frilly skirts and oversized hair bows. They presented as a charming, mischievous pair. Their singing voices were clear and pleasant, if somewhat thin in the style of the music hall, and their act was engaging. They danced with precision, incorporated some clever acrobatics, and their songs were snappy and memorable. The curtain fell to hearty applause. The Dulcibella kids were clearly a hit. An overwhelming need for air suddenly gripped me. I suggested to Poirot that we leave. "By all means, my friend. I am enjoying myself and will stay until the end. I shall join you later." The hotel was only a short walk from the theatre. I went up to our sitting room, ordered a whisky and soda, and sat sipping it, gazing absently at the cold fireplace. Hearing the door open, I turned, expecting Poirot. Instead, I sprang to my feet. It was Cinderella who stood on the threshold. She spoke in broken phrases, her breath coming in short gasps. "I saw you out front, you and your friend. When you left, I was waiting and I followed you. Why are you in Coventry? What were you doing at the show tonight? Is the man with you the detective?" She stood there, the cloak over her stage costume slipping from her shoulders. I saw the pallor beneath her makeup and heard the raw fear in her voice. In that instant, everything became clear, why Poirot was searching for her, what she was so afraid of, and finally the true nature of my own feelings. "Yes," I said softly. "Is he looking for me?" she whispered. When I didn't answer immediately, she sank down beside the armchair and was overcome by a storm of desperate, anguished sobs. I knelt beside her, gathering her into my arms and gently brushing the hair from her face. "Don't cry. Please don't cry. You're safe here with me. I'll look after you. Don't cry, my dear. I understand. I believe I understand everything now. But you can't." "I think I do." After a moment, as her weeping subsided into quiet shudders, I asked, "You were the one who took the dagger, weren't you?" "Yes." "That's why you wanted me to show you around. and why you pretended to faint." She nodded again. "Why did you take it?" I asked after a pause. Her answer was startlingly childlike in its simplicity. "I was afraid there might be fingerprints on it. But you were wearing gloves, don't you remember?" She shook her head, seeming confused, then asked slowly, "Are you going to turn me over to the police?" "Good God, no." Her eyes searched mine intently for a long moment. Then, in a small, tentative voice full of dread, she asked, "Why not?" It was a bizarre setting and a stranger moment for a confession of love, and in all my daydreams I had never imagined it arriving in such a disguise. Yet there it was, undeniable and complete. My reply was straightforward and sincere. "Because I love you, Cinderella." She lowered her gaze, her voice trembling with shame. "You can't possibly, not if you knew the truth." Then, gathering her courage, she looked directly at me. "What exactly do you know? I know you visited Mr. Renauld that evening. He tried to give you a cheque, and you tore it up in anger. After that you left the house." I hesitated briefly. What happened next? "I'm not sure if you were aware Jack Renauld would be there, or if you were simply hoping to see him, but you waited outside. Maybe you were just heartbroken and wandering without purpose, but regardless, close to midnight, you were still nearby. You saw a man out on the golf course." I paused again, the full picture solidifying in my mind as clearly as if I had witnessed it myself. I recalled the distinct pattern of the overcoat on Mr. Reynolds' body and that startling moment of mistaken identity when his son had burst into the room, looking so much like him. "Continue," she urged, her voice steady. "I imagine his back was to you, but you recognized him, or believed you did. His posture and the way he moved were familiar, along with that coat." I took a breath. "You had threatened Jack Renauld in one of your letters. Seeing him there, all your fury and jealousy overwhelmed you, and you acted. I don't believe you intended to kill him." "But you did, Cinderella." Her hands flew to her face, and she spoke through choked sobs. You're right. I can see it exactly as you describe." Then she turned on me, her expression fierce. "And you claim to love me? How can you, knowing what I've done?" "I don't have an answer," I said, feeling a wave of exhaustion. "Love isn't something you choose. I've tried to fight it since the day we met. But it's been stronger than I am." Unexpectedly, she collapsed, falling to the floor in a torrent of desperate weeping. "I can't bear it," she cried. "I don't know what to do. I'm completely lost. Please have mercy on me and tell me what I should do." I knelt beside her again, doing my best to offer comfort. "Don't be afraid of me, Bella. For heaven's sake, don't be frightened. It's true that I love you. I don't ask for anything in return. Just let me help you. You can still love him if you must, but let me be there for you in ways he cannot." My words seemed to stun her into stillness. She lifted her head and stared at me in disbelief. "Is that what you think?" she whispered. "That I love Jack Renauld?" Then, with a mix of laughter and tears, she threw her arms around my neck, pressing her tear-streaked face against mine. "Not the way I love you," she breathed. "Never like I love you." Her lips found my cheek, then my mouth, kissing me with an intensity and tenderness I could scarcely believe. The sheer wild joy of it is something I will carry with me always. A noise at the doorway broke the moment. Poirot stood there, observing us. Without a second thought, I sprang forward and seized him, locking his arms at his sides. "Hurry," I said to the girl. "Go now, as fast as you can. I'll keep him here." After one last glance at me, she darted past us and out of the room. I held Poirot firmly. "My friend," he remarked calmly, "you perform this role quite convincingly. Here I am, helpless in the grip of a strong man. But this is rather awkward and somewhat absurd. Perhaps we could sit and discuss this calmly. You won't go after her?" "Good heavens, no. Do I resemble Giraud? You may release me." Wary of his cleverness, I slowly loosened my hold. He settled into an armchair, gently rubbing his arms. Hastings, you possess the stubborn strength of a bull when your temper is finally stirred. Very well, then. Tell me, do you believe you have acted honourably toward your old friend? I showed you the girl's photograph. You recognized her instantly, yet you chose to remain silent. If you already knew I recognized it, there was no point in my saying anything, I replied, my voice edged with bitterness. So Poirot had been aware the entire time. My attempt at deception had not fooled him for a single second. Ah, but you did not know that I knew, and tonight, after we located her with such difficulty, you assisted in her escape. So it comes to this. Will you stand with me or against me, Hastings? I remained silent for a long moment. The thought of severing ties with my old companion caused me genuine pain. Yet my course was clear. I had to oppose him. Would he ever find it in his heart to forgive me? His calm demeanour thus far was unusual, but I was well acquainted with his formidable self-control. Poirot, I finally said, I am truly sorry. I admit my conduct toward you in this matter has been poor. But there are moments when a man has no other choice. From now on, I must follow my own path. Poirot nodded slowly several times. I understand, he stated. The familiar mocking glint had vanished completely from his eyes, replaced by a sincerity and kindness that took me aback. It is that, is it not, my friend? Love has arrived, not as you once pictured it, strutting proudly in fine plumage, but humbly with wounded and weary feet. I did warn you. When I realized this girl must have taken the dagger, I warned you, you may recall, but by then it was already too late. Now tell me, how much do you actually know? I met his gaze directly. Nothing you could reveal would surprise me now, Poirot. Make no mistake about that. But in case you consider resuming your search for Miss Duveen, you should understand one thing clearly. If you suspect her involvement in the crime, or believe her to be the mysterious woman who visited Mr. Reneld that night, you are mistaken. I travelled back from France with her that very day and parted from her at Victoria Station that evening. It is therefore utterly impossible for her to have been in Merlinville. Ah, Poirot studied me thoughtfully. And you would swear to that in a court of law? Without the slightest hesitation. Poirot stood and gave a slight formal bow. My friend, long live love! It is capable of performing miracles. What you have concocted there is decidedly ingenious. It has, for the moment, managed to outwit even Hercule Poirot. 23. Difficulties ahead. Following a period of intense strain, like the one I have just recounted, a reaction is inevitable. I went to bed that night, feeling a sense of victory, but I awoke to the cold realization that my troubles were far from over. Admittedly, I could find no obvious flaw in the alibi I had so hastily invented. If I held firmly to my story, I failed to see how Bella could possibly be convicted, yet I knew I must proceed with extreme caution. Poirot would not accept defeat passively. Somehow he would strive to reverse the situation, likely in a manner and at a time I least anticipated. We met for breakfast the next morning, as if nothing had occurred. Poirot's good humour seemed unshakable, yet I detected a new layer of reserve in his manner. After the meal, I stated my intention to go out for a walk. A brief knowing gleam flashed in Poirot's eyes. If it is information you are after, you need not trouble yourself. I can tell you what you wish to know. The Dulcibella sisters have cancelled their performance contract and have departed Coventry for a destination unknown. Is that true, Poirot? You may accept it as fact, Hastings. I made inquiries first thing this morning, after all. What else did you expect? It was, of course, the only logical outcome. Cinderella had used the slight head start I provided, and would undoubtedly waste no time in placing herself beyond the reach of any pursuer. This was what I had intended and planned for. Yet I was acutely aware that I had now plunged myself into a fresh tangle of complications. The path ahead promised to be fraught with new and unexpected obstacles. I had no way to reach the girl, and it was crucial she understood the defensive strategy I had devised and was ready to implement. It was conceivable she might attempt to get a message to me somehow, yet I doubted she would take the chance. She would be acutely aware of the danger that any communication could be intercepted by Poirot, immediately putting him back on her trail. Her safest path was clearly to vanish completely for now. But what was Poirot doing in the meantime? I watched him closely. He wore his most guileless expression, gazing thoughtfully into the distance. His appearance was far too calm and passive for my comfort. With Poirot, I had learned that his most harmless demeanour often signalled the greatest threat. This quietude made me deeply uneasy. Noticing the concern in my eyes, he offered a benign smile. "You are confused, Hastings? You wonder why I do not charge off in pursuit? Something along those lines, yes? It is what you would do in my position. I comprehend that. But I am not one of those who relish dashing about the countryside looking for a needle in a haystack, as your English saying goes. No, let Miss Bella Duveen go. I will undoubtedly locate her when the moment is right. Until then, I am perfectly content to wait." I studied him with skepticism. Was this an attempt to deceive me? An aggravating suspicion took hold that he still controlled the entire situation. My earlier sense of advantage was fading fast. I had managed the girl's escape and conceived a clever plan to shield her from the fallout of her impulsive act, yet I found no peace. Poirot's utter tranquillity bred a host of new fears. "I assume, Poirot," I ventured somewhat hesitantly, "that I should not inquire about your plans. I've lost that privilege, but not at all. There is no mystery. We return to France without delay." "We?" "Precisely. We, you understand perfectly that you cannot risk letting Papa Poirot out of your sight. Is this not so, my friend? But by all means remain in England if you wish." I shook my head. He had struck directly at the truth. I could not afford to lose sight of him. Even though I could no longer expect his trust after recent events, I could still monitor his movements. Bella's only real danger now resided with him. Inspector Giraud and the French police were indifferent to her existence. I had to stay close to Poirot at all costs, he observed me carefully, as these thoughts raced through my mind and gave a satisfied nod. "I am correct, am I not? And since you are entirely capable of attempting to follow me while disguised with some ridiculous accessory like a false beard, which everyone would notice, of course I would much prefer we travel together. It would greatly annoy me to have anyone make a mockery of you." "Very well, then. But it's only fair to warn you, I know everything. You are my adversary. Then be my adversary. It troubles me not in the least. So long as everything is fair and above board, I don't mind. You possess completely the English passion for fair play. Now that your scruples are satisfied, let us leave immediately. There is no time to waste. Our stay in England has been brief but sufficient." I know what I needed to know. His tone was light, yet I detected a thinly veiled threat in the words. "Still?" I started, then stopped. "Still, as you say, no doubt you are pleased with the role you are playing. As for me, I concern myself with Jack Renauld." Jack Renauld! The name jolted me. I had entirely forgotten that dimension of the case. Jack Renauld sat in prison with the shadow of the guillotine drawing nearer. Suddenly, the part I was playing took on a more sinister hue. I could save Bella, yes, but in doing so I was gambling with an innocent man's life. I shoved the thought away in horror. It was impossible. He would be acquitted. He certainly would be acquitted, but a cold dread returned. What if he wasn't? What then? Could I live with that on my conscience? A truly horrible thought. Would it ultimately come to that? The weight of it felt suddenly immense, like a physical pressure in the quiet room. A choice lay before me. Bella or Jack Renauld? My heart urged me to protect the woman I loved, no matter the personal cost. Yet if that cost fell upon another, the calculation changed entirely. What would Bella herself decide? I had not told her of Jack's arrest. She remained unaware that her former lover sat in a cell, accused of a monstrous crime he did not commit. Once she knew, what then? Would she allow her own life to be preserved at the expense of his? She must not act recklessly. There was a chance, perhaps a strong one, that Jack Renauld would be found innocent without her intervention. If so, all would be well. But if he was not, that was the terrifying, unanswerable question. I tried to reason it through. In her case, the circumstances were different. She could argue a crime of passion driven by jealousy and provocation. Her youth, her beauty, would surely sway a jury. The tragic error that old Mr. Renauld had died instead of his son did not change the motive. Still, even with leniency, it would mean years behind bars. No Bella had to be shielded. And yet Jack Renauld must also be saved. How to accomplish both, I could not clearly see. My faith rested entirely with Poirot. He knew the truth. Whatever came, he would find a way to rescue an innocent man. He would invent some other pretext, some alternative explanation. It would be difficult, but he would manage. If Bella remained unsuspected and Jack walked free, all might yet end well. I repeated this to myself, but a cold dread lingered deep within. We took the evening boat across the channel, arriving in St. Omer the next morning, where Jack Renauld was being held. Poirot wasted no time in calling upon Magistrate Hotet, and I accompanied him. After the necessary formalities, we were shown into the magistrate's office. He received us warmly. "I heard you had returned to England, Monsieur Poirot. I am pleased to see that report was false."
"I did go, monsieur, but it was a brief trip," Poirot replied. "A side inquiry, which I thought might prove interesting." "And did it?" asked Hotet. Poirot offered a non-committal shrug. The magistrate sighed. "We must accept reality, I fear. That animal Giraud, his manners are atrocious, but he is undeniably clever. One does not expect him to make errors." "You believe so." Now it was Hotet's turn to shrug.
"Speaking in confidence, of course, can you honestly arrive at any other conclusion?" "Frankly," said Poirot, "there appear to me several points that remain obscure." "Such as?" But Poirot would not be drawn out. I have not yet listed them systematically. It is merely a general observation. I liked the young man, and would be sorry to believe him capable of such horror. By the way, what does he say in his own defence? The magistrate frowned. "I cannot understand him. He seems incapable of mounting any defence at all. It has been exceedingly difficult to get answers. He confines himself to a general denial and then retreats into stubborn silence. I am questioning him again tomorrow. Perhaps you would care to attend." We accepted eagerly. "A distressing case," the magistrate said with another sigh. "My sympathy for Madame Renauld is profound." "How is she?" "Still unconscious. It is a mercy in some ways, poor woman. She is spared much agony. The doctors say there is no danger, but when she wakes, she must have absolute quiet. It was the shock, you understand, as much as the fall. It would be terrible if her mind gave way, and I would not be at all surprised." "No, not at all." Hotet leaned back, his head shaking slowly with a kind of sombre satisfaction as he contemplated the grim future. After a moment, he seemed to startle himself back to the present. "Ah, that reminds me, I have a letter for you, Monsieur Poirot."
"Now where did I set it?"
He began to shuffle through the documents on his desk, finally retrieving an envelope and passing it over. "It arrived under my cover for forwarding, but as you left no address, I was unable to send it on." Poirot examined the letter with interest. The address was written in a distinctly feminine, sloping foreign script. Without opening it, he slipped it into his pocket and stood.
Until tomorrow, then.
Thank you for your courtesy.
Not at all.
Always at your service. We were nearly out of the building when we almost collided with Giraud, looking more impeccably dressed and self-satisfied than ever.
Well, well, Monsieur Poirot, he called out breezily. Back from England, I see. Your powers of observation remain acute. Poirot replied. His tone was subdued, almost dejected. I fancy the conclusion of this affair is now in sight. I couldn't agree more, Giraud said, clearly delighted by Poirot's crestfallen demeanour. What an utterly feeble suspect. Not a single instinct for self-preservation. It's almost unbelievable. So unbelievable it might give one pause. Might it not? Poirot suggested mildly. But Giraud wasn't listening. He gave his cane a cheerful twirl. A good day to you, Monsieur Poirot. I'm pleased you've finally come around to young Renaud's guilt. You misunderstand me entirely. I am not satisfied in the least. Jack Renaud is innocent. Giraud stared, then burst into laughter, tapping his temple meaningfully. Crazy. Poirot drew himself up to his full height, a dangerous glint in his eyes. It was a startling shift from his previous melancholy, a sudden sharp pivot to icy resolve. Monsieur Giraud, your conduct toward me during this investigation has been deliberately offensive. You require a lesson. I am prepared to wager 500 francs that I identify Monsieur Renaud's murderer before you do. Do we have an agreement? Giraud could only gape at him and mutter again. Crazy. Come, come, Poirot pressed. Is it agreed? I have no desire to take your money. Set your mind at ease. You will not succeed in doing so. Oh, very well, I agree. You speak of my insults, but your own manner has annoyed me more than once, I assure you. I am delighted to hear it, said Poirot crisply. Good morning, Monsieur Giraud. Come, Hastings. I walked beside him in heavy silence, my spirits low. Poirot's intentions were now painfully clear. This unfortunate clash with Giraud had ignited his competitive spirit, and I felt more helpless than ever in my private hope of shielding Bella from the consequences of her actions. As we turned a corner, a hand fell on my shoulder. It was Gabriel Stonor. We exchanged greetings, and he proposed accompanying us back to our hotel. "And what brings you here, Monsieur Stonor?" Poirot inquired.
One stands by one's friends, Stonor replied dryly, a flicker of genuine loyalty in his otherwise reserved expression, particularly when they are falsely accused. Then you don't believe Jack Renaud is guilty? I asked, my eagerness undisguised. Certainly not. I know the boy. I'll admit, a couple of aspects in this business have completely staggered me, but despite his idiotic way of handling the situation, I will never believe Jack Renaud is a murderer.
His words felt like a weight lifting from my chest. "I'm sure many share your view," I exclaimed. "The evidence against him is absurdly thin. I'd say his acquittal is virtually certain." Stoner, however, did not match my optimism. "I'd give a great deal to share your confidence," he said gravely. He turned to Poirot. "And your opinion, monsieur?" "I fear the circumstances appear very dark for him," Poirot stated quietly. Stoner's voice sharpened. "You believe him guilty?" "No, but I imagine he'll have a difficult time proving he's innocent. He's acting so strangely," Stonor muttered. "Naturally, I understand there's far more to this business than appears on the surface. Giraud misses it because he's an outsider, but the entire situation has been profoundly odd on that subject. The less said, the better. If Mrs. Renaud wishes to keep something quiet, I'll follow her lead. This is her affair, and I have too much respect for her judgment to interfere, but I cannot comprehend Jack's behaviour. You'd almost think he wanted to be considered guilty." "That's ridiculous," I interjected, unable to stay silent. "Take the dagger, for instance." I hesitated, unsure how much Poirot wanted disclosed. I proceeded cautiously. "We are aware the dagger could not have been in Jack Renaud's possession that night. Mrs. Renaud knows this as well." "Correct," Stonor acknowledged. "Once she recovers, she will undoubtedly confirm that, and more." "Well, I should be going." "One moment." Poirot's hand stopped him. Could you arrange for me to be notified immediately if Mrs. Renauld regains consciousness? Certainly, that's easily managed. That point about the dagger is solid, Poirot, I pressed as we ascended the stairs. I couldn't be entirely explicit in front of Stonor. You were quite right. We may as well retain that knowledge privately for now. Regarding the dagger, however, your observation scarcely assists Jack Renauld. You recall I was absent for an hour this morning before we departed London. Yes. Well, I spent that time attempting to locate the firm Jack Renauld commissioned to fashion his souvenirs. It was not terribly difficult, so Hastings, they produced for his order not 2 paper knives but 3, meaning that, after presenting one to his mother and one to Bella Duveen, a third remained, which he undoubtedly kept for himself. No, Hastings, I fear the dagger issue will not aid us in saving him from a far more severe fate. It won't come to that, I protested, stung. Poirot shook his head doubtfully. You will save him, I insisted. Poirot gave me a dry glance. Have you not made it rather impossible, my friend? There must be another way, I grumbled. Ah, sapristi, you ask me for miracles. No, say no more. Let us instead examine the contents of this letter. He withdrew the envelope from his breast pocket. His expression tightened as he read. Then he passed the single flimsy sheet to me. There are other women in the world who suffer, Hastings. The handwriting was blurred, the note clearly written in great distress. Dear Mem Poirot, if you receive this, I beg you to come to my aid. I have no one else to turn to, and Jack must be saved at all costs. I implore you on my knees to help us. Martha Dobrail. I returned it, deeply moved. You'll go immediately. We will summon an automobile. A short while later, we arrived at the Villa Marguerite. Martha met us at the door, letting Poirot in and clutching one of his hands with both of hers. Oh, you've come. It is so good of you. I have been in despair, not knowing what to do. They won't even permit me to visit him in prison. I am suffering horribly. I am nearly out of my mind. Is it true what they say, that he does not deny the crime? But that is madness. It is impossible that he could have done it. I will never believe it, not for a single minute. Nor do I believe it, mademoiselle, said Poirot gently. Then, why does he not speak? I do not understand. Perhaps because he is protecting someone, Poirot suggested, watching her closely. Marthe frowned.
Protecting someone? You mean his mother?
Ah, from the beginning I have suspected her. Who inherits all that vast fortune? She does. It is easy to wear widow's weeds and play the hypocrite, and they say when he was arrested she collapsed dramatically. She made a sweeping gesture, and without doubt Monsieur Stoner, the secretary, assisted her. Those two are as thick as thieves. It is true she is older than he is, but what do men care about that, if a woman is wealthy? A sharp edge of bitterness tinged her words, her suspicion painting everyone in the household with the same grim brush. Stoner was in England, I interjected. That's what he claims, but can we be sure? Mademoiselle, Poirot said calmly, if you and I are to collaborate, clarity is essential. Allow me to ask you something first. Yes, monsieur? Are you aware of your mother's true name? Marthe stared at him for a long moment before burying her face in her hands, her shoulders shaking with sobs. There, Poirot murmured, gently patting her arm. Compose yourself, my dear. I see you know the truth. Now, a second question. Did you know who Monsieur Renauld really was? Monsieur Renauld? She lifted her tear-streaked face, her expression one of pure confusion. Ah, I perceive you were unaware. Listen to me carefully. He then meticulously reconstructed the entire case, much as he had for me before we left for England. Marthe listened, utterly captivated. When he finished, she drew a sharp, awestruck breath. But you are brilliant, truly magnificent. You are the greatest detective alive. With a fluid, impassioned movement, she slipped from her chair to her knees before him in a gesture of pure French fervour. Save him, monsieur, she pleaded, her voice breaking. I love him so desperately. Please, I beg you, save him. 25. A sudden turn. We attended Jack Reynolds' hearing the next morning. The brief interval had wrought a dreadful change in the young prisoner. His face was gaunt, shadows like bruises under his eyes, and he wore the haggard, distracted look of a man who had not slept for days. He showed no reaction to our presence. Reynolds, the magistrate began, do you deny being in Merlinville on the night of the murder? Jack hesitated, a pitiful uncertainty in his manner. I told you I was in Cherbourg. The magistrate turned abruptly. Bring in the witnesses from the station. Shortly, a man I recognized as a Merlinville station porter entered. You were on duty the evening of June 7th? Yes, sir. You saw the 11:40 train arrive? Yes, sir. Look at the accused. Do you recognize him as a passenger who disembarked? Yes, sir. I know Mr. Jack Reynolds quite well.
And you are certain of the date?
Absolutely, sir. It was the next morning, the 8th, when we heard about the murder. A second railway employee was called and corroborated the account. The magistrate fixed his gaze on Jack. These men have positively identified you. What is your response? Jack merely shrugged. Nothing, Reynolds, the magistrate continued. Do you recognize this object? He picked up something from the table beside him and extended it toward the prisoner. A chill went through me as I saw it was the aeroplane-handled dagger. One moment, cried Jack's lawyer, Maître Grosier. I must consult with my client before he answers. But Jack Reynolds, with a dismissive wave, ignored his counsel's distress. Of course I recognize it, he stated quietly. I gave it to my mother as a war keepsake. The magistrate pressed on. To your knowledge, does any identical dagger exist? Again, Maître Grosier protested, and again Jack overruled him. Not that I am aware. The design for the setting was my own. Even the magistrate seemed stunned by the sheer audacity of the reply. It truly appeared Jack was racing headlong toward his own doom. I understood, of course, the desperate necessity behind his words to protect Bella by hiding the existence of a duplicate dagger. As long as only one weapon was known, no suspicion would fall on the girl who had possessed the second paper knife. He was courageously shielding the woman he once loved, but the personal cost was devastating. I began to grasp the immense difficulty of the challenge I had so casually entrusted to Poirot, a weight that now felt heavy and sobering. Securing Jack Reynolds' acquittal would require nothing less than the full truth. Magistrate Hotet spoke again, his tone sharp and cutting. According to Madame Reynolds, this dagger was on her dressing table the night of the murder. But a mother's testimony. Well, it carries a certain weight. It may surprise you, Reynolds, but I find it entirely plausible that Madame Reynolds was mistaken. Perhaps, without thinking, you took the weapon with you to Paris. I expect you'll deny this. I watched the young man's shackled hands tighten into fists. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and with a tremendous effort he interrupted the magistrate in a strained, ragged voice. I won't deny it. It's possible. The room seemed to freeze. Maître Grosier, Jack's lawyer, sprang to his feet in protest. My client is under extreme nervous duress. I must state for the record that I do not believe he is responsible for his current statements. Magistrate Hotet silenced him with an angry gesture. For just a moment, a flicker of uncertainty crossed the magistrate's face. Jack's performance was almost too convincing. Leaning forward, Hotet studied the prisoner intently. Reynolds, do you fully comprehend that based on these answers, I will have no choice but to send you to trial? A flush of colour rose in Jack's pale cheeks. He met the magistrate's gaze steadily. Magistrate Hotet, I swear I did not kill my father. But the magistrate's moment of doubt had passed. He gave a short, unpleasant laugh. Of course, they are always innocent, these prisoners. You have condemned yourself with your own words. You have no defence, No alibi, only a bare claim of innocence that wouldn't fool a child. You murdered your father, Renauld, a cruel and cowardly act, driven by the money you believed you'd inherit. Your mother helped cover it up. No doubt, given a mother's instincts, the court will show her a mercy it will not show you, and rightly so. Your crime is abhorrent, despised by both heaven and man. Magistrate Hotet was interrupted, much to his intense irritation. The door was thrust open.
"Sir, magistrate, sir," stammered the officer on duty. "There's a lady who insists, who says what?" cried the justifiably furious magistrate. "This is highly irregular. I forbid it. I absolutely forbid it." But a slender figure dressed entirely in black with a long veil obscuring her face gently pushed the stammering officer aside and entered the room. My heart sank with a sickening dread. She had come after all my work had been for nothing.
Yet I couldn't help but admire the sheer, unfaltering courage it took to take this step. She lifted her veil, and I caught my breath. Though she was the spitting image of Cinderella, this girl was not her. Now, seeing her without the blonde stage wig, I recognized her instantly as the girl from the photograph in Jack Renault's bedroom. "Are you the investigating magistrate, Monsieur Hotet?" she asked. "Yes, but I must forbid this. My name is Bella Duveen. I wish to surrender myself for the murder of Mr. Renauld. I receive a letter. My friend, by the time you read this, you will know everything. Nothing I say can sway Bella. She has gone to turn herself in. I am utterly exhausted from the fight. You will understand now how I deceived you, how I repaid your trust with lies. It may seem unforgivable, but before I disappear from your life forever, I want you to see how it all happened. Knowing you could forgive me would make what comes next easier to bear. I didn't do it for myself. That's the only justification I can offer. Let me start from the day we met on the boat train from Paris. I was already worried about Bella then. She was utterly desperate over Jack Renauld. She would have done anything for him. When he began to change, when his letters became less frequent, she started to unravel. A suspicion took root in her mind that his affections had turned toward another girl, and as events later proved, she was absolutely correct. She resolved to travel to their family villa in Merlinville and confront Jack directly. Knowing I disapproved, she attempted to slip away without me. When I realized she wasn't on the train at Calais, I decided I couldn't continue to England without her. A deep, gnawing dread settled over me, a conviction that something terrible would unfold if I failed to intervene. I waited for the next train arriving from Paris. She was on it, determined to go straight to Merlinville that very moment. I pleaded with her, using every argument I possessed, but it was useless. She was wound tight, utterly fixed on her course. In the end, I stepped back. I had done all I could. Night was falling. I booked a room at a hotel while Bella set off for Merlinville. I couldn't shake that literary sensation of impending doom. The following day arrived with no sign of Bella. We had agreed to meet at the hotel, but she never appeared. There was no word from her all day. My anxiety grew by the hour. Then an evening newspaper brought the shocking news. It was horrific. I couldn't be certain, of course, but a terrible fear gripped me. I pieced it together that Bella must have confronted Miss Renauld, told him about her relationship with Jack, and he had likely hurled insults at her. We both possess famously volatile tempers. Then all that business about the masked foreigner emerged in the reports, and I felt a slight easing of tension. Yet it continued to nag at me that Bella had broken our arrangement. By the next morning, my nerves were so frayed I had to go and see for myself. Almost immediately I encountered you. You know the rest of that story when I saw the dead man, with his striking resemblance to Jack, and wearing Jack's distinctive overcoat. I understood everything, and there was the very same ornamental paper knife, that sinister little object that Jack had given to Bella. The odds were high. It bore her fingerprints. I can't possibly convey the sheer, helpless horror of that moment. Only one course of action burned clearly in my mind. I had to seize that dagger and vanish with it before its absence was noticed. I feigned a fainting spell, and while you were distracted fetching water, I took the blade and concealed it in my clothing. I told you I was staying at the Lighthouse Hotel, but of course I went directly back to Calais and caught the first ferry to England. Once we were in the middle of the channel, I dropped that wicked little devil of a knife into the sea. Only then could I finally breathe freely again. I found Bella at our London flat. She looked utterly shattered. I explained what I had done and that she was likely safe for the time being. She stared at me blankly for a moment, then began to laugh, a hollow, continuous laughter that was horrible to hear. I knew then that the only way forward was to keep us both occupied. If she had time to dwell on what had happened, she would lose her mind. Fortunately, we secured a performance engagement almost immediately, and then I saw you and your companion watching our act that night. I was frantic. You must have suspected something, or you wouldn't have found us. I needed to know the worst, so I followed you. I was desperate. Before I could even speak, I realized the awful truth. It was me you suspected, not Bella. Or rather, you believed I was Bella, since I was the one who had stolen the dagger. I wish you could have seen into my thoughts at that moment. Perhaps you would forgive me. I was so frightened, confused, and desperate. The only clear thought was that you would try to save me. I didn't know if you'd be willing to save her. I thought it very unlikely. It wasn't the same thing at all, and I couldn't take that risk. Bella is my twin sister. I had to do what was best for her, so I continued the deception. I felt wretched then. I still feel wretched about it. That's the whole story. And more than enough, I expect you'll say. I should have trusted you if only I had. As soon as the papers reported Jack Reynolds' arrest, it was over. Bella wouldn't even wait to see how the situation developed. I'm exhausted. I can't write any more. She had started to sign the letter Cinderella, but crossed it out and wrote instead Dulcie Duveen. It was a messy, tear-blurred letter, but I have kept it with me all these years. Poirot was there as I finished reading the letter. The pages slipped from my fingers, and I lifted my gaze to meet his. You knew all along it was the other sister. I did, my friend. Why didn't you tell me? At first I found it almost impossible to believe you could make such an error. You had seen the photograph. While the sisters bore a strong resemblance, they were by no means indistinguishable. But the blonde hair, a stage wig chosen for theatrical contrast. Is it likely that with twins, one would be fair and the other dark? Why not tell me that night at the Coventry Hotel? You were rather assertive in your approach, Poirot replied dryly. You afforded me little opportunity. And after that, afterwards, for one, I was wounded by your lack of faith. And then I wished to observe whether your sentiments would endure, to see if it was genuine love or merely a fleeting infatuation. I would not have allowed you to remain long in your misconception. I nodded, unable to resent the affection in his tone. My eyes fell again to the letter scattered on the floor. Suddenly I gathered the sheets and handed them to him. "Read this," I said. "I want you to." He read it carefully, then looked up. "What troubles you, Hastings?" His manner was entirely new. The mockery set aside. It made speaking easier. "She doesn't state. She doesn't actually say whether she has any feeling for me." Poirot glanced back over the pages. "I believe you are mistaken." "Where?" I leaned forward eagerly. A smile touched his lips. "She tells you in every line of the letter, my friend. But how do I find her? There's no address, only a French postmark. Do not excite yourself. Leave it to Papa Poirot. I will find her for you the moment I have 5 little minutes to spare." Jack Reynolds' account. "Congratulations, Monsieur Jack," said Poirot, shaking the young man's hand warmly. Jack Renauld had come to us immediately after his release, before departing to rejoin Marthy and his mother in Merlinville. Stonor was with him. The hearty congratulations stood in stark contrast to the lad's pale, weary appearance. He was clearly on the edge of a complete nervous collapse. He offered Poirot a sorrowful smile.
"I endured all that to shield her, and now it counts for nothing. You could hardly expect the girl to let you pay with your life," Stonor remarked bluntly. "Once she saw you marching toward the guillotine, she was bound to come forward, and indeed you were marching straight for it," Poirot added, his eyes twinkling slightly. "You would have had the death of Maître Grosier from apoplexy on your conscience if you had persisted. He meant well, I suppose," Jack said, "but he tormented me."
I couldn't take him into my confidence, of course. My God, what will happen to Bella now? If I may speak frankly, said Poirot, I would not distress myself excessively. French courts show much leniency to youth and beauty in crimes of passion. A clever attorney will build a compelling case for extenuating circumstances. The process will be unpleasant for you. I don't care about that. Don't you see, Monsieur Poirot, in a way I am guilty of my father's murder. If not for me, and this wretched entanglement, he would be alive today. And then my own carelessness, taking the wrong coat. I feel directly responsible. It will haunt me forever. No, no, I interjected, trying to soothe him. It's horrible for me to think of Bella as the one who killed him, Jack continued, his voice strained. But I treated her disgracefully. After I met Marthe and realized my mistake, I should have written to Bella honestly. Instead, I was terrified of a scene, terrified Marthe would hear of it and imagine there was more to the affair than there ever was. So I was a coward. I just let things drift, hoping it would all fade away on its own. I was simply drifting along, honestly, completely unaware that I was pushing that poor girl to the edge. If she had actually managed to stab me, as she intended, I would have deserved nothing less. The fact she came forward now is genuinely brave. I would have taken the blame, you understand. I would have seen it through to the end. He fell quiet for a few seconds, then suddenly shifted direction with a new thought. What I can't figure out is why my father would be roaming around in his underwear and my overcoat in the middle of the night. I guess he'd just managed to slip away from those foreign fellows, and my mother must have been mistaken about the time they arrived being 2 o'clock. Unless it wasn't some sort of setup, was it? My mother didn't believe. She couldn't possibly believe that it was me. Poirot swiftly eased his worry. No, no, Jack. Set your mind at rest on that point. As for the rest, I will clarify it for you soon. It is rather peculiar. But now, will you describe for us precisely what happened on that dreadful night? There isn't much to tell. I came from Cherbourg, as I said, hoping to see Marthe before I left for the other side of the world. My train was delayed, so I decided to take the shortcut across the golf course. It was easy to get into the grounds of the Villa Marguerite from there. I was almost at the house when... He stopped, struggling with the memory. Yes. I heard a horrible sound. It wasn't loud, more like a choked gasp, but it terrified me. For a moment I was frozen. Then I moved around the side of a large shrub. The moonlight was bright. I saw the open grave and a figure lying face down with a knife in its back. And then, I looked up and saw her. She was staring at me as if she'd seen an apparition, which is probably what she thought I was at first. All expression seemed wiped from her face by sheer horror. Then she let out a cry, turned, and ran. He paused, trying to control his emotions. And afterward, Poirot prompted gently. I hardly remember. I stood there for a while, stunned. Then it dawned on me that I should leave as quickly as possible. It never crossed my mind that they would suspect me, but I was terrified of being forced to give evidence against her. I walked to St. Beauvais, as I mentioned, and hired a car from there back to Cherbourg. A knock sounded at the door, and a bellboy entered with a telegram for Stonor. He ripped it open. Then he stood up from his chair. Mrs. Renauld has regained consciousness, he announced. Ah! Poirot leapt to his feet. We must all go to Merlinville immediately. A hasty departure was arranged. At Jack's urging, Stonor agreed to stay behind and do whatever he could for Bella Duveen. Poirot, Jack Renauld, and I left in the Renauld automobile. The drive took just over 40 minutes. As we neared the entrance to the Villa Marguerite, Jack shot a questioning look at Poirot. Would it be better if you went in first to prepare my mother for the news that I've been cleared, while you deliver the news in person to Miss Martha, correct? Poirot finished with a knowing glint in his eye. But yes, absolutely. I was about to suggest the very same arrangement. Jack Renauld didn't wait for another word. Bringing the car to a halt, he jumped out and sprinted up the path to the front door. We continued on in the car to the Villa Geneviève. Poirot, I said, do you remember our arrival here that first day when we were met with the news of Mr. Renould's murder? Ah, yes, indeed. It was not so very long ago. And yet, what a cascade of events has occurred since then, particularly for you, my friend. Yes, truly, I sighed, my thoughts drifting to the emotional whirlwind of the past days. You are viewing it from the sentimental angle, Hastings. That was not my point. We can hope Mademoiselle Bella receives leniency, and after all, Jack Renauld cannot marry both young women. I spoke from a professional standpoint. This is not a neat and orderly crime, the kind a detective relishes. The stage setting designed by Georges Conneau, that was indeed masterful, but the final unravelling... Ah, no, it has been a messy, human affair, full of raw emotion and desperate choices, not the clever clockwork puzzle I so often admire, a man accidentally killed in a fit of a girl's anger. Truly, what order or reason can be found in that? I was still chuckling over Poirot's unique perspective when Françoise opened the door. Poirot insisted on seeing Mrs. Renauld immediately, and the housekeeper led him upstairs, leaving me alone in the parlour. He was gone for quite some time, and when he finally returned, his expression was unusually solemn. "There you are, Hastings. By thunder, we are heading into rough weather. What are you talking about?" I asked. Poirot replied thoughtfully, "I would scarcely have believed it possible, but women can be profoundly unpredictable." Just then, I noticed Jack Renauld and Martha Dobrale approaching through the window. Poirot hurried outside to intercept them on the front steps. "Do not go in. It is better to wait. Your mother is deeply distressed." "I understand," said Jack Renauld, his voice strained. "I need to see her now. I advise against it. Truly it is for the best. But Martha and I, at the very least, do not bring Mademoiselle with you. Go up alone if you must, but I urge you to heed my counsel." A voice from the staircase startled us all. "I appreciate your concern, Monsieur Poirot, but I am quite capable of stating my own wishes." To our astonishment, Mrs. Renauld was descending the stairs, supported by Léonie. Her head was still bandaged. The maid was in tears, begging her mistress to return to bed. "Madame will do herself harm. This goes against all the doctor's instructions." Yet Mrs. Renauld pressed forward. "Mother!" Jack exclaimed, stepping toward her. She halted him with a sharp gesture. "I am not your mother. You are no son of mine. From this moment I renounce you." "Mother!" he cried, utterly bewildered. For a brief second, she seemed to falter, visibly shaken by the raw pain in his voice. Poirot moved as if to intervene, but she quickly steeled herself. "Your father's blood is on your hands. You are morally responsible for his death. You defied him over this girl, and through your callous treatment of another, you brought about his end. Leave my house. Tomorrow I shall take legal steps to ensure you never see a penny of his fortune. Make your own way in the world with the help of the girl whose father was your own father's greatest enemy." Slowly, and with evident pain, she turned and made her way back upstairs. We were all left speechless, completely unprepared for such a scene. Jack Renauld, already exhausted from his recent ordeal, staggered and nearly collapsed. Poirot and I rushed to support him. "He is pushed beyond his limits," Poirot murmured to Marthe. "Where can we take him?" "Home to the Villa Marguerite. My mother and I will care for him. My poor Jack, we managed to get the young man to the villa where he sank, dazed into a chair." Poirot checked his forehead and pulse. "He is feverish. The prolonged strain is taking its toll, and now this shock on top of it. Get him to bed, and Hastings and I will fetch a doctor." A doctor was summoned promptly. After an examination, he diagnosed severe nervous exhaustion. With complete rest and quiet, the patient could recover significantly by the next day, but any further excitement risked a dangerous fever. He recommended someone sit with him through the night. Once we had done all we could, we left Jack in the care of Marthe and her mother and headed into town. We were both ravenous, having missed our usual dinner hour. The first cafe we found served us a splendid omelette, followed by a perfectly cooked steak. "And now to secure lodgings for the night," said Poirot, after we had finished our coffee. "Shall we return to our old acquaintance, the Hôtel de Bains?" We made our way there without delay. Yes, the hotel could provide 2 fine rooms with a view of the sea. Then Poirot posed a question that surprised me. "Has an English lady, a Miss Robinson, arrived?" "Yes, monsieur. She is waiting in the small sitting-room." "Ah, Poirot!" I exclaimed, matching his stride down the hallway. "Who in the world is this Miss Robinson?" My friend gave me a benevolent smile. "I have arranged a marriage for you, Hastings. Now, see here." "Bah!" Poirot retorted, giving me a companionable nudge through the doorway. "Do you imagine I wish to announce the name Duveen to all of Merlinville?" It was, of course, Cinderella who stood to welcome us. I clasped her hand in both of mine, my gaze conveying what words could not. Poirot cleared his throat pointedly. "My children, sentiment must wait. There is work before us. Were you able to accomplish what I requested, mademoiselle?" In answer, she withdrew from her handbag an item wrapped in paper and passed it silently to Poirot. He unwrapped it, and I started. It was the aeroplane dagger I believed she had thrown into the sea. A curious trait of women, their reluctance to part with the most damning evidence. "Very good, my child," Poirot said approvingly. "I am satisfied. Go and rest now. Hastings and I have duties to attend. You will see him tomorrow." "Where are you going?" she asked, her eyes growing wide. "You shall learn everything tomorrow. Wherever it is, I am coming with you." "But, mademoiselle—" "I am coming, and that is final." Poirot saw argument was useless and conceded. "Very well, come then. But I warn you it will not be entertaining. In all likelihood nothing will occur." She offered no reply. 20 minutes later, we departed. The night was fully dark now, the air thick and heavy. Poirot led us out of town toward the Villa Geneviève, but he halted at the Villa Marguerite. "I wish to confirm that Jack Renauld is faring well. Accompany me, Hastings. Mademoiselle, perhaps you will wait here. Something Madame Dubreuil might say could cause you distress." We opened the gate and proceeded up the walk. As we rounded the side of the house, I directed Poirot's attention to a first-floor window. Sharply outlined upon the blind was the profile of Marthe Dobrel. "Ah," Poirot murmured, "I suspect that is the room where we will find Jack Renauld." Madame Dobrel answered our knock. She informed us Jack's condition was unchanged, but we were welcome to see for ourselves. She escorted us upstairs to the bedroom. Marthe Dobrel sat working by a lamplit table. She raised a finger to her lips as we entered. Jack Renauld slept a restless, troubled sleep, his head shifting on the pillow, his face still unusually flushed. "Will the doctor return?" Poirot whispered. "Only if we call for him that he sleeps is the important thing." "Maman prepared an herbal infusion for him," Marthe replied. She resumed her needlework as we exited, Madame d'Aubrail saw us down the stairs. Knowing what I now did of her history, I observed this woman with heightened interest. She stood with downcast eyes, that same faint, enigmatic smile upon her lips I remembered. A sudden chill of apprehension touched me. The instinctive weariness one feels near a beautiful but venomous serpent. "I hope we have not inconvenienced you, madame," Poirot said courteously as she opened the door for us. "Not at all, monsieur."
By the way, Poirot added, as if struck by a sudden thought, "Monsieur Stonor has not been in Merlinville today, has he?" I could not begin to grasp the purpose of this question, knowing it to be purposeless for Poirot. Madame d'Aubrail answered with perfect composure, "Not to my knowledge. He has not met with Madame Renaud. How should I know that, monsieur?" "True," Poirot conceded. "I merely thought you might have observed him coming or going. Good night, madame."
"But why?" I began. "No whys, Hastings. There will be ample time for explanations later." We rejoined Cinderella and proceeded swiftly toward the Villa Geneviève. The oppressive night seemed to press in around us, and I found myself glancing over my shoulder, half expecting a shadow to detach itself from the gloom. Poirot glanced back once at the illuminated window, and the silhouette of Martha bent over her work. "At least he is being watched," he murmured.
When we reached the Villa Geneviève, Poirot positioned us behind a cluster of shrubs to the left of the driveway, a spot that offered a clear view while keeping us entirely concealed. The villa itself was dark, its occupants undoubtedly asleep. We found ourselves almost directly beneath the open window of Mrs. Renaud's bedroom, and it was there that Poirot's gaze remained fixed. "What is the plan?" I whispered. "We wait," he replied. "I anticipate nothing for an hour, perhaps 2. However, his sentence was severed by a piercing, drawn-out scream. "Help!" A light flared in a first-floor room on the right side of the entrance. The cry had come from there. As we watched, shadows clashed violently against the drawn blind, a clear struggle. "Thunder and lightning!" Poirot cried out. She must have switched rooms. He sprinted to the front door, pounding on it furiously. Then, turning, he scrambled up the tree in the flower bed with startling agility. I followed as he vaulted through the open window. Glancing back, I saw Dulcie already on the branch behind me. "Be careful," I warned. "Worry about yourself." She shot back coolly. "This is nothing to me." Poirot had already crossed the empty room and was now throwing his weight against the inner door, locked and bolted from the outside. He growled in frustration. "It will take too long to break it down." The cries for help were growing fainter, a sound that brought a look of sheer despair to Poirot's face. Together we heaved our shoulders against the stubborn door. Then, from the window, came Dulcie's calm, detached voice. "You'll be too late. Seems I'm the only one who can handle this." Before I could react, she seemed to step off into empty air. I rushed to the window and looked down in horror, only to see her dangling by her hands from the roof's edge, hauling herself in sharp, determined jerks toward the lit window. "Good God, she'll be killed!" I exclaimed. "You forget, Hastings," Poirot said, his voice tight. "She is a professional. It was Providence itself that made her insist on accompanying us tonight. I can only pray she is in time." Ah! A shriek of pure terror pierced the night just as the girl vanished through the window. Then we heard Dulcie's clear, commanding tone. "Not so fast, I have you now, and my grip is like iron." At that same moment the door to our room was cautiously opened by Françoise. Poirot brushed past her without ceremony and rushed down the hallway, where the other servants huddled around a farther door. "It is locked from inside, monsieur." One stammered. From within came the sound of a heavy thud. After a pause, a key turned and the door swung inward. Dulcie, pale but composed, motioned us inside. "Is she safe?" Poirot demanded. "Yes, I was barely in time. She was nearly gone." Mrs. Renaud lay partly on the bed, gasping for air. "Almost strangled me," she managed hoarsely. Dulcie bent and retrieved an object from the floor, handing it to Poirot. It was a tightly coiled silk rope ladder, delicate yet remarkably strong. "An escape route," Poirot observed. "Out the window while we were distracted at the door. And where is the other?" The girl stepped aside and pointed. On the floor lay a figure shrouded in dark fabric, the face concealed by a fold of the material. "Dead?" She gave a slight nod. "I believe so. The head struck the marble hearth. But who is it?" I cried, bewildered. "The murderer of Renaud Hastings," Poirot said gravely, "and the intended murderer of Madame Renaud." Confused and struggling to understand, I knelt and lifted the cloth. I found myself staring into the beautiful, lifeless face of Martha d'Aubrail. My recollections of the rest of that night are fragmented and hazy. Poirot remained deaf to my repeated, desperate questions. He was in the midst of berating Françoise for failing to inform him that Mrs. Renaud had moved her bedroom. I grabbed his shoulder, desperate to break through his fury and make myself heard. "But you saw her this afternoon," I insisted. "You were taken up to see her." Poirot finally spared me a brief glance. "She had been moved to the sofa in her sitting room," he clarified impatiently. But Françoise cried out, "Sir, Madame changed her room right after the terrible event. The memories in the old room were too painful for her. Why was I not informed?" Poirot thundered, striking the table and working himself into a magnificent rage. "I demand to know why was I kept in the dark? You are an old fool, and Leonie and Denise are no better. All of you are imbeciles of the highest order. Your stupidity nearly cost your mistress her life, if not for this brave girl." He broke off abruptly, darting across the room to where the young woman was tending to Mrs. Renaud, and embraced her with a theatrical fervour that I found mildly irritating. My mental fog was pierced by Poirot's sharp order to fetch a doctor for Mrs. Renaud immediately, after which I could notify the police. "To add to my irritation," he finished, "do not trouble to return here. I will be far too occupied, and I am appointing Mademoiselle here as a nurse." I withdrew with as much dignity as I could muster. After completing my tasks, I went straight back to the hotel, understanding almost nothing of the night's chaotic events. It all felt like a bizarre, impossible dream. No one had answered my questions. It was as if I hadn't even spoken them. Frustrated, I threw myself into bed and fell into the deep, confused sleep of the utterly spent. I awoke to sunlight streaming through the window and Poirot impeccably dressed and annoyingly cheerful, seated in a chair beside the bed. "At last you stir. You are a champion sleeper. Hastings, do you realize it is nearly 11? I groaned, pressing a hand to my forehead. "I must have been dreaming," I muttered. "I had the strangest dream that we found Martha d'Aubrail's body in Mrs. Reynolds' room, and you claimed she was Mr. Reynolds' murderer." That was no dream. Every bit of it is true. But Bella Duveen confessed to the murder. "Oh, no, Hastings, she did not. She claimed she did, yes, but that was a desperate lie to save the man she loved from execution." "What?" "Recall Jack Reynolds' account. They both came upon the scene together, and each believed the other had committed the crime. The girl stared at him in horror, then fled with a cry. But when she learned he was to be charged, she could not bear it. She came forward to confess, hoping to take his place." Poirot leaned back, bringing his fingertips together in that familiar, precise gesture. "The case never sat quite right with me," he observed judiciously. "I remained strongly convinced we were dealing with a cold, premeditated act by someone who had cleverly used Monsieur Renaud's own schemes to misdirect the police. The master criminal, as I may have mentioned, operates with supreme simplicity." I nodded in agreement. To support that, the killer must have known Renaud's plans intimately. That points to Mrs. Renaud, yet the facts do not support her guilt. Who else might have known? Consider Martha d'Aubrail, From her own admission, she overheard Renaud's argument with the vagrant. If she heard that, she could easily have heard everything, particularly if the Renaulds were careless enough to discuss their plans while seated on that garden bench. The place where you stood made it all too easy to listen in on Martha's exchange with Jack Renaud, didn't it? I pressed the point. But what possible reason could Martha have for killing Mr. Renaud? What reason? Money, of course. Renaud was a multi-millionaire, and upon his death, or so she and Jack believed, half that colossal fortune would go to his son. Let's reconstruct the scene from Martha Dobrale's perspective. She overheard the entire arrangement between Renaud and his wife. Up until then, he had been a convenient little revenue stream for the Dobrale women, but now he was planning to slip out of their grasp. Her initial thought might have been to simply stop that from happening. But then a far more audacious idea took root, one that didn't trouble the daughter of Jean Beroldy in the slightest. As things stood, Renaud was an immovable obstacle to her marriage with Jack. If the boy defied his father, he'd be left penniless, a state of affairs Mademoiselle Marthe found completely unacceptable. Frankly, I doubt she ever cared a fig for Jack Renaud. She could put on a convincing performance of affection, but in truth she possessed the same cold, calculating nature as her mother. I also question how secure she ever felt about her hold on the young man's heart. She had dazzled and captivated him, sure, but if his father managed to separate them, which wouldn't have been difficult, she risked losing him entirely. With Renaud dead, however, and Jack inheriting half those millions, the wedding could proceed immediately, granting her instant wealth, a far cry from the paltry sums they'd been squeezing from him. Her clever mind appreciated the beautiful simplicity of it all. The plan was practically laid out for her. Renaud was orchestrating every detail of his own staged death. She merely had to step in at the perfect moment and turn his charade into a brutal final act. This brings me to the second clue that pointed me unerringly toward Marthe Dobrale, the dagger. Jack Renaud had 3 replicas made. He gave one to his mother, one to Bella Duveen. Wasn't it overwhelmingly probable he'd given the 3rd to Marthe? So, to summarize, 4 significant points weighed against Marthe Dobrale. First, she was positioned to have overheard Renaud's plans. Second, she had a direct, powerful financial motive for wanting him dead. Third, she was the daughter of the infamous Madame Beroldy, who, in my professional opinion, was the true murderer of her husband in every moral sense, even if Georges Conneau's hand struck the physical blow. And fourth, she was the only person besides Jack Renaud herself who was likely to possess that 3rd dagger. After a pause to clear his throat, he continued. Naturally, when I learned of the other girl, Bella Duveen, I had to acknowledge she was a possible suspect. The solution never sat right with me, however. As I mentioned to you, Hastings, an expert of my caliber prefers a worthy adversary, but one must deal with crimes as they are, not as one might wish them to be. It seemed improbable that Bella Duveen would be casually carrying a souvenir letter opener around, though she might have nurtured some idea of revenge against Jack. When she came forward and confessed, it appeared the case was closed, and yet I was not content, my friend. I was not content. I reviewed the minutiae of the case once more and arrived at the same conclusion. If it wasn't Bella Duveen, the only other person who could have done it was Martha Dobrale. But I lacked a single shred of concrete proof. Then you showed me that letter from Mademoiselle Dulcie, and I saw a chance to resolve everything definitively. The original dagger was stolen by Dulcie Duveen and cast into the sea because she believed it belonged to her sister. But if, by some chance, it was not her sister's, but the one Jack gave to Martha Dobrale, then Bella Duveen's dagger would still be intact and unaccounted for. I didn't say a word to you about it then, Hastings. It wasn't the moment for sentiment, but I went straight to Mademoiselle Dulcie. I gave her the necessary details and asked her to search through her sister's belongings. You can picture my satisfaction when she found me later, posing as Miss Robinson with that crucial memento in her hand. Meanwhile, I had set a plan in motion to draw Mademoiselle Marthe into the open. Under my direction, Madame Renaud refused to see her son and announced she would sign a new will the next day, disinheriting him completely. It was a drastic move, but essential, and Madame Renaud was ready for the risk, though. Regrettably, she never thought to mention she had switched bedrooms. I suppose she assumed I was already aware. Everything unfolded as I anticipated. Marthe d'Aubray made one final daring attempt to secure the Renaud fortune, and she fell short. What completely baffles me, I admitted, is how she entered the house without us noticing. It feels like a magic trick. We left her behind at the Villa Marguerite, went directly to the Villa Geneviève, and yet she was already inside. Ah, but we did not leave her behind at all. She slipped out the back of the Villa Marguerite while we were speaking with her mother in the front hall. That, as the Americans say, is where she pulled one over on Hercule Poirot. But the shadow on the window shade? We saw it clearly from the road. Well, by the time we glanced up, Madame d'Aubray had just managed to rush upstairs and take her daughter's place. Madame d'Aubray? Exactly. One is elderly, the other youthful. One has dark hair, the other fair. But for casting a silhouette on a shade, their profiles are remarkably similar. Even I did not suspect what a triple fool I was. I believed I had ample time, that she would not attempt to enter the villa until much later. She was clever, that beautiful Mademoiselle Marthe. Her goal was to murder Mrs. Renaud. Yes, the entire inheritance would then pass to her son, but it would have looked like suicide, my friend. Beside Marthe d'Aubray's body I discovered a cloth, a small bottle of chloroform, and a hypodermic syringe loaded with a lethal dose of morphine. Do you see first the chloroform, then, once the victim was unconscious, the prick of the needle? By morning the chloroform odour would have vanished, and the syringe would be lying where it had dropped from Madame Renaud's own hand. What would the excellent Monsieur Hautet have concluded? Poor woman, what did I tell you? The shock of happiness, on top of everything else, was too much. Did I not say I wouldn't be surprised if her mind became unhinged? A thoroughly tragic affair, the Renaud case. However, Hastings' events did not proceed quite as Mademoiselle Marthe had envisioned. To start, Madame Renaud was awake and expecting her. A struggle ensued, but Madame Renaud was still terribly frail. Marthe d'Aubray saw a final opportunity. The suicide ruse was abandoned, but if she could silence Madame Renaud with her own hands, escape using her compact silk ladder while we were still pounding on the far door, and return to the Villa Marguerite before we got back, it would be difficult to prove anything against her. Yet she was outmanoeuvred not by Hercule Poirot, but by the little acrobat with her steel-strong wrists. I pondered the entire account. When did you first begin to suspect Marthe d'Aubray, Poirot? Was it when she told us she had overheard the argument in the garden? Poirot smiled. My friend, do you recall when we drove into Merlinville that very first day, and the lovely girl we saw standing by the gate? You asked me if I had noticed a young goddess, and I replied that I had seen only a girl with anxious eyes. That is how I have viewed Marthe d'Aubray from the start. The girl with the anxious eyes. Why was she so anxious? It was a question that lingered with me, even as we shared a surprisingly candid conversation days later about the pressures of maintaining appearances in a small town, a detail she offered freely, yet it only deepened the mystery. The matter wasn't on Jack Renaud's account, as she remained unaware he had been in Merlinville the night before. I suddenly interjected, and how is Jack Renaud faring now, improving steadily? He continues his recovery at the Villa Marguerite. However, Madame d'Aubray has vanished. The authorities are actively searching for her. Do you believe she was involved with her daughter? That is a mystery we may never solve. Madame is a woman who guards her secrets closely. I have serious doubts the police will ever locate her. Has Jack Renauld been informed? Not yet. It will devastate him, undoubtedly, and yet, Hastings, I wonder if his affections were ever truly profound. We have viewed Bella Duveen as the temptress and Martha Dobrale as his genuine love. But reversing those roles might bring us closer to reality. Martha Dobrale was strikingly beautiful. She deliberately captivated Jack, and she succeeded. Yet consider his strange hesitation to sever ties with the other girl. Observe his willingness to face the guillotine rather than betray her. I suspect that when he learns the full truth, he will be horrified, utterly repulsed, and that shallow infatuation will shrivel and die. What of Giraud? He is suffering a nervous crisis, that one. He has been compelled to return to Paris. We exchanged a knowing smile. Poirot's prediction proved remarkably accurate. When the doctor finally deemed Jack Renauld strong enough to bear the truth, it was Poirot who delivered it. The impact was severe, yet Jack recovered with a resilience I hadn't anticipated. His mother's unwavering devotion carried him through those dark days. They became inseparable. A further revelation awaited. Poirot had informed Mrs. Renauld that he was aware of her secret and had persuaded her that Jack must not remain ignorant of his father's past. To conceal the truth never serves any purpose. Madame, be courageous and tell him everything. With profound sorrow, Mrs. Renauld agreed. Her son learned that the father he had revered was, in fact, a fugitive from the law. A hesitant question from Jack was met with Poirot's firm reassurance. Set your mind at ease, Monsieur Jack. The world knows nothing. I see no obligation for me to confide in the police. Throughout this affair I have acted not for them, but for your father. Justice finally found him, but no one need ever know he and Georges Conneau were the same man. Naturally, several aspects of the case remained perplexing to the police. But Poirot's plausible explanations gradually quieted all inquiries. Shortly after our return to London, I spotted a splendid model of a foxhound gracing Poirot's mantelpiece. In response to my questioning look, Poirot gave a satisfied nod. "But yes, I received my 500 francs. Is he not a magnificent specimen? I have named him Giraud." A few days later, Jack Renauld visited us, his expression determined. "Monsieur Poirot, I've come to bid farewell. I set sail for South America almost immediately. My father had extensive business interests across the continent, and I intend to begin a new life there. You go alone, Monsieur Jack. My mother accompanies me, and I shall retain Stonor as my secretary. He has a taste for the remote corners of the world, no one else." Jack's face flushed. "You are referring to?" "A young woman who loves you deeply, who was prepared to sacrifice her life for you. How could I possibly ask her?" the young man muttered. "After everything that has transpired, could I approach her and what sort of feeble excuse could I possibly offer? Women, they possess a marvelous talent for fashioning supports for precisely such feeble stories. Perhaps, but I've been an utter fool. A state in which we have all found ourselves at one time or another," Poirot observed philosophically. But Jack's expression grew resolute. "There is another matter. I am my father's son, who would marry me. Knowing that? You speak of being your father's son. Hastings here will attest that I believe in heredity. Well then, wait. I know a woman of remarkable courage and endurance, capable of profound love and the most complete self-sacrifice." The young man lifted his gaze, his expression softening. "You speak of my mother? Precisely. You are her son as much as your father's. So go to Miss Bella. Tell her the entire truth, holding nothing back, and then you will hear what she has to say." Jack appeared uncertain. "Go to her not as a boy, but as a man shaped by the burdens of yesterday and today, yet daring to hope for a brighter tomorrow. Ask her to build that future with you." What you may not see is that your love has already passed through the fiercest trial. You have each proven ready to give everything for the other. As for Captain Arthur Hastings, the modest narrator of these events, there is some discussion of him accompanying the Reynolds to a ranch overseas, but for my own conclusion, I find myself returning to a certain morning in the garden of the Villa Geneviève. "I cannot call you Bella," I remarked, "since it isn't truly your name. And Dulcie feels too strange. So it must be Cinderella you recall. Cinderella married the prince. I am certainly no prince, but—" She stopped me there. "I am quite sure Cinderella gave him fair warning. She couldn't promise to become a princess, you see. She was only a kitchen maid, after all." "Then it is the prince's turn to speak," I interjected. "Do you know what he said?" "What did he say?" "To blazes with it," said the prince. "And then he kissed her." I proceeded to follow his excellent example. Agatha Christie's literary achievements are staggering, with sales exceeding 1 billion copies in English and a further billion across numerous translations. Her prolific output encompasses 80 detective novels and story collections, 19 plays, 2 memoirs, and 6 romantic novels penned under the pseudonym Mary Westmacott. Her journey into mystery writing began unexpectedly while she worked in a hospital dispensary during the First World War, leading to the creation of the fastidious Belgian detective Hercule Poirot in her first published novel, The Mysterious Affair at Styles. The ingenious Miss Jane Marple made her debut a few years later in The Murder at the Vicarage. Christie's imaginative universe also featured the adventurous duo Tommy and Tuppence Beresford, the unconventional problem-solver Parker Pine, and the steady professionals from Scotland Yard, Superintendent Battle and Inspector Japp. Her stories have found a second life across countless stage, film and television adaptations. The Mousetrap, which premiered in London in 1952, holds the record as the world's longest-running stage play. On the silver screen, audiences have been captivated by film versions like Murder on the Orient Express and Death on the Nile, with actors Albert Finney and Peter Ustinov each bringing their own interpretation to Poirot. Television audiences, however, might argue that David Suchet's meticulous portrayal of the detective remains definitive, just as Joan Hickson is often considered the quintessential Miss Marple, later succeeded by Geraldine McEwen and Julia Mackenzie. Christie's personal life was as rich as her fiction. Her first marriage was to aviator Archibald Christie, and her second to the renowned archaeologist Sir Max Mallowan. She often joined him on digs in the Middle East, and the exotic locales she experienced, from the sun-baked deserts of Iraq to the ancient ruins of Syria, would later provide vivid backdrops for many of her intricate plots. It was during one such expedition, while sheltering from a sudden sandstorm in a dusty tent, that she reportedly conceived the twist for one of her most famous novels, finding inspiration in the stark landscape and the timeless stories whispered by the local guides. In 1971, she was appointed a Dame Commander of the Order of the British Empire. She passed away in 1976 at the age of 85, leaving behind a legacy that was celebrated globally on the 120th anniversary of her birth. The characters, events, and conversations within this story are products of the author's creativity and should not be interpreted as factual. Any similarity to real occurrences or individuals, whether past or present, is purely unintentional. This work, Agatha Christie's Poirot, The Murder on the Links, is protected by copyright law, originally published in 1923 by Agatha Christie Limited. All rights are reserved. This edition of The Murder on the Links is presented by arrangement with G.P. Putnam's Sons, an imprint of Penguin Group, USA, Inc., and is protected under international copyright agreements. Access to this digital text is granted under a limited, non-transferable license for personal viewing only. No portion of this material may be copied, shared, altered, or stored in any system through any method currently existing or developed in the future, without obtaining prior written authorization from HarperCollins eBooks. For cataloguing details, inquiries can be directed to the Library of Congress. This electronic publication carries the identifier ISBN 978-000-6074994-0 from May 2011, alongside the print ISBN 978-006-207386-0 publisher information. HarperCollins Publishers operates globally. In Australia, find them in Pymble, New South Wales. Their Canadian offices are located in Toronto, Ontario. The New Zealand branch is based in Auckland. In the United Kingdom, their headquarters are in London. For readers in the United States, HarperCollins Publishers, Inc. is situated in New York City.